Here's 5 reasons why you should log into your old Clash account. Number 1. While you've been away, your base auto-upgraded itself for however long you were inactive for, meaning your base could be ready to move on up to the next town hall. Number 2. Troop training times have been completely removed, so you can clash.
We have suffered many major losses, especially grand finals in our past tournament. We all are like uncrowned gem who always goes to the finals but are unable to win it.
True Rippers, early, locked in. Mid game, locked in. Late game, small mistake, but they bounce back.
Get ready to roll in the first semi-finals of the Mobile Legends Master Series 2026.
During our match with RNTX, we felt like we were really ready for it. Even though we had like some issues in our scrim results, we knew that we could trust each other. And so it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. That's what we were feeling during our match against RNTX.
Game number 1. My boys, it's Aiku Revenant X-Park taking on True Rippers.
It's not as beefy as you'd like, but who's gonna be beefy in front of a carry, right? Which the Glooms are popping a little too late, so the Lord's not taking it out as much as they'd like to. Here comes the seed from Eon, so aggressive. At the same time, Joseph has to get back right now, trying to get a clear. Goes in, Soul Sever, but you can see the Dark Wave catching Joseph off guard. Kyle's able to get that kill. A massive shutdown onto Joseph, as well as Jome, and they find a double. And now the base crystal is exposed, which is the only one left standing, but True Rippers are ripping through the roster of RNTX. They find game number 1 in this series.
So we felt so connected at that moment against RNTX, which showed us our true like hard work we had, like which showed our true hard work and struggles, and proved to be fruitful in our match against RNTX.
And now India finally stands on the doorstep of the international stage, but only one team can take that final step. Only one can claim the honor in representing India at the EWCs, the Esports World Cup.
This is looking pretty solid. You lost one of your last 15-second more for Robcop. You won't be able to be here to help. Inhibitor is down. That's going to be the Leo mod taking the charge. Still wait for that. Rehan's diving in and getting back. But look at Kyle. This puts He might take down one, and he hit. This sprayer is ridiculous, and the probability of True Rippers winning this is humongous. 16-1. You just got 1 kill, but you lost your crystal, you lost the base, you lost the first match of this BO5.
Talking about the finals, it was really intense, but I feel like this was the first time for me when I had zero pressure. Maybe it's because of my teammates, my coach, my parents, or though despite that, Godlike played really good.
And now we're back in the game, finally the land of Dawn. Godlike, you gotta get this match if you want yourself to be in that fighting stance. Yards versus Van. In the previous match, True Rippers was solid as a rock, but now it's time for Godlike to strike back.
This calculating, methodical, biding their time, but they're going for all. Now with the Tsunami Slam purified, here comes the Throne of Ruin, catching members, but at the same time blazing down to the backline. Asura can't escape, and he's unstoppable, his fate. And now you can see Art looking to catch one more off guard. Kyle is down, the damage dealers are just not present. Eons doesn't even have the steed. It comes out now, trying to get a clear, but the damage is overwhelming from Godlike as they're looking to take game number 2. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we might just have a full best of 5 in our hands, because triple kill in the...
ఏం తెలుసే నీకు ఆ గౌతమ్ గడికి లవ్ గురించి ఎవరి లైఫ్లోకైనా ప్రేమ అనే ఫీలింగ్ వచ్చి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది.
फर्स्ट गेम इतना वन साइडेड जीते थे, उसके बाद सेकंड गेम ने हमने कुछ तो पिक्स ट्राई किए, ये किया एंड हम हार गए. उसके बाद थोड़ा लाइक चेयर अप किया सब कोच ने हमको कि इट्स फाइन, ये वो बोल के एकदम फोकस, वी कैन विन इजीली.
Game number 3 coming your way.
It's going to be out in the open here for both of these teams as they hop in the land of dawn.
Cleared. They understand how to get the defense done. They're really good at defending sieges. And now what siege is a defense for life. Finally came in with a flicker play coming in. Raging Sandstorm from Astra making sure they don't get in. Zaman Force drop down, but yeah, he finds a kill, finds a double. There's 3 down and out from the side of Godlike. Kimmy finds that. The base crystal is exposed. No jungler and True Rippers able to take game number 3. Match point.
There was like, we could have won, like, I won't say easily, but we could have won very early. I guess just we did some minor mistakes in the draft, and that was the issue. And then, see, even after that, we played really good.
It's going to be the big thing right now. Godlike, True Rippers, and man, oh man, Kronos. Here we move back into the land of dawn, potentially for the one last time here. If it's True Rippers closing it out, or
The blitz this game, only Eon's left standing. He does have the cable. This is where a Fanny is dangerous, but it's 5 members, too many from the side of Godlike, and they get it. They get a full 5-man wipeout. They don't care about the Lord. They're stopping True Rippers from going to the EWC. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to game number 5.
थर्ड गेम हम जीत गए, देन फोर्थ वापस आ गए, तो फिफ्थ गेम एकदम इम्पोर्टेंट मैच पे आ गया. तो सब एकदम ये था, क्योंकि उससे पहले वाला गेम ही हारे हो तो फाइनल गेम बहुत हार्ड होता है गेम हारने के बाद वाला आपके लिए. तो हमने लाइक ड्राफ्ट वगैरह में सब ये किया, बट सब एक दूसरे को इतना लाइक मोटिवेट करते थे कि कोई किसी के बारे में कुछ नेगेटिव नहीं बोलता था मैच के टाइम, किसी के बारे में बुरा नहीं.
Like Esports versus True Rippers, game number 5 in this grand finals. Here we go.
they're beating pretty fast though, but they're all beating at one as the Lord marches in from mid. Kronos.
Yeah, they go in. Kimi looking for a play. Tidal strike could come through at any point. There it is. They go in. Steed comes out. A lot of damage being dished down. Revitalize to survive. There it is. The knock come through with the spatial migration. Kyle with the blazing duet, finishing every damage possible. They find Art looking for more. Van's gonna be next on the chopper block with spatial migration, helping him out. Rehancha able to find it. Also finds the double. They're like no base crystal.
Go back to the moment where we won. I mean, the best moments of my life, you could say. Not only for me, but for everyone, especially me and Kyle. I guess winning after so many years, even after knowing that we can win every time. Kyle and I just say that we do our best every time, but somehow or somewhat we fail and then we lose in the finals. But this time, maybe God wanted us to give something very worth than those small tournaments. So He made us suffer and make us more strong in order to get this spot today.
फाइनल्स गेम्स में हम इतना अच्छे से जीते, इतना ओवर हाइप हो गए, सब लोग सब सेलिब्रेट करने लगे, बिकॉज ये इंडिया का वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट इवेंट और फर्स्ट ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट रोड टू EWC था ये. लाइक आपके पास EWC का मेन स्लॉट मिलने वाला था, तो सब बहुत ज़्यादा ओवर एक्साइटेड थे हम लोग.
I think it's one of the craziest moments of my life, as I am one of the person who has always struggled winning in finals in the highest level of tournaments in India. I really want to thank my coach for that, because our coach was so supportive to us in every moment of the finals. He gave us advice and also helped us calm down and to maintain our discipline throughout the entire series. And yes, it's also I'm also really grateful to my teammates, because they help me keep my cool. As you know, I'm always driven by emotions. I am also very grateful that I got the chance to represent India in the global stage, and I'll do my best.
We are so happy. Like, you can see the video, like after winning the game, and yeah, we all so happy, like coach crying, player crying. Yeah, no one expect we will go EWC.
And after kita juara MLMS, kita sangat senang sekali karena kita dapat slot buat ke EWC. Dan di EWC nanti kita akan bertemu Bigatron Vitality, dan di situ ada teman saya juga kan, teman lama. Jadi gue senang banget di sana akan bermain EWC pertama kali.
So about the upcoming EWC, we are facing Bigatron by Vitality, the champions of Indonesia, one of the strongest team in the world. We're preparing on it. If you look on paper and history, it's so unlikely to happen that we can defeat the one of the strongest teams in the world. But yeah, we are preparing on it, and we will just do our best. And I always remind them to just enjoy the game, because when you are enjoying what you are doing, your full potential comes. And yeah, we will do our best behind the scene, and we will prepare against them. So we're not saying that expect that we will win against Indonesia, but get ready if something big happen.
ముక్కు దిబ్బడితో బాధపడుతున్నారా? తీసుకోండి విక్స్ ఇన్హేలర్. ఇందులో ఉన్నాయి పుదీనా ఇంకా కర్పూరం వంటి ఆయుర్వేదిక తత్వాలు. ఇవిస్తాయి ముక్కు దిబ్బడి నుండి వెంటనే ఉపశమనం, ఎప్పుడైనా ఎక్కడైనా.
Hello guys, really tired. Has been a tiring journey since yesterday, but as you all know, this is the plan we chose to. But right now we are here in Geoblast event, doing our photo shoots. I'm done. Right now I guess Asuna is doing. He just arrived. Actually he missed the flight. We were about to miss our flight, but hopefully 4 of us got our flight, and 3 of them, Coach and Duba, sadly they couldn't make it up, but Asuna, he's here. हाँ तेरी फ्लाइट कैसे मजाक कर रहा हूँ।
कोई तो एक चूतिया था, सुबह बोल रहा था 8 बजे उठते हैं, जल्दी क्यों जाना है।
वैसे सबसे पहले मैं ही उठा।
सबसे पहले?
हाँ
सबसे पहले वो दोनों उठे थे जो मिस हुए, वो दोनों 6 बजे
कौन उठा सबसे पहले? मैं था ना। कॉल सबको कॉल किया, कुशाल भाई ने, मैं उठा फर्स्ट, फिर मैंने जाके सबको उठा।
कितने बजे?
अराउंड 7 था ना।
अरे वो लोग 6 बजे उठ के यूट्यूब देख रहे थे दोनों,
तो उनकी गलती, वो लोग रेडी नहीं हुए। मैं लीडर का काम
सबसे पहले उठ के। एक सेकंड, मुझे एक बात बता, सोने से पहले तूने क्या बोला था?
लीडर का काम किया मैंने।
सोने से पहले क्या बोला तूने? 8 बजे से पहले मत उठाना मुझे।
वो बोलने का होता है, लेकिन उठना लीडर का काम नहीं किया।
अपनी 10 बजे थी, 10:25 को।
अरे आए ना हम लोग, गलती किसकी थी? मैंने बोला इनको ट्रॉली मत लाओ, इतना लगेज क्यों चाहिए, फिर भी लाए इन लोग ने।
2 लोग तो तेरे पे बहुत गुस्सा है उधर का।
गलती तो मेरा नहीं है, गलती इनका ही है। कौन बोला है 2 दिन के लिए ट्रॉली इतना बड़ा बड़ा? किसके लिए था वो?
बहुत हेडेक था भाई, बहुत हेडेक था।
खत्म। We were late for flight.
मैं तो सीधे फ्लाइट लिया, देन सीधे कैब बुक करके आ चुका हूँ शूटिंग में। नथिंग इज रियली टायरिंग एंड बुरा लग रहा है फॉर कोच एंड दुबा। उनका वो सबसे पहले उठे थे फॉर दिस थिंग 6 बजे एंड दे कुड नॉट बी हियर बिकॉज ऑफ द डिले। हम बिरयानी खा रहे थे उधर, दुबई एक बिरयानी लेने गया था, सिर्फ जो वाइट कलर का नहीं मैंने थोड़ा था रायता 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 लाया, वो पूरा एयर से उसकी पूरा इधर गिर गया।
What a nice day. What a nice day. Go home, Duba.
And now I guess we'll be doing our photo shoots, then some contents. So till then, stay with us. See you guys there.
अच्छा तू कब जा रहा है बेंगलोर या दिल्ली? दिल्ली जाना है ना तुझे तो अभी? आई थिंक रो क्यों रहा है? रो नहीं रहा यार, अभी बहुत ये हो क्या। वैसे बेंगलोर नहीं, दिल्ली कब जाने वाला है?
मैं तो दिल्ली जाऊंगा ही जाऊंगा, मैं तो वैसे भी जाऊंगा, मैं तो घर ही मेरा उधर।
अच्छा
गोइंग असम दो। अच्छा असम भी जाऊंगा ना। आई विश
असम है ओ। अच्छा
आई विश मेरे ऊपर कोई एंजल आके गिरे भाई। भाई आपका चाहिए ब्लेसिंग नहीं मिल रहा है जिंदगी में।
कोई बात नहीं, तेरे को एक मेरे दोस्त से मिलवाऊंगा उसका। चलो जी भाई।
नहीं मिला।
अरे यार गाली खिलवाएगा क्या? वापस मत कैमरा
वो एक वीडियो है क्या? अभी इसने बोला है कि कल मैं हार जाऊंगा अगर तुम लोग मेरे को XYZ।
तुम जानते हो मुझे, मैं कभी ऐसे कॉन्फिडेंस में तो नहीं बोलता मैं कभी। मैं एपेक्स नहीं हूँ अभी तक, कॉन्फिडेंस में जीतूंगा जो भी होगा होगा भाई, देखेंगे। coconuts है। Did he teach you some good words? Yes, don't tell it to me.
Use it on him. Use it on him.
Never.
Mother.
Never. उठाऊंगी ना।
How much of your love can I borrow? I don't wanna wait until tomorrow. I just needed to fill up my sorrows. I forgot to tell you that I was hollow. And I know, and I hope you're gonna fill my void tonight. I hope you save me from what I've been feeling like.
ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಟೆರರಿಸ್ಟಾ ಪೊಲೀಸಾ?
Patriot.
Let's mix things up. I want your suggestions for chai ingredients that will impress the toughest critic I know.
Shrimp paste?
Looking back at the good times before it all went down. Climbed right up on the hillside.
Call coach.
Speaking. First thing say was script, brethren, obvious. Then I will adjust the other one.
Okay.
और मैं तो आके स्कैन खा गया इधर एयरपोर्ट पे। घर जाने मुझे यूपीआई काम नहीं कर रहा, कैसे दे दो? लगा भाई मान लिया कुछ 200 300 500 तो 2000 मांगे, मैंने दे दिया, बड़े ने ब्लॉक कर दिया। आते आते लग चुके मेरे।
कॉल आउट कर दे।
नीचे गिरेगा तो हम कैच नहीं करूँगा। एक ही फ्लिप होगा। हेड्स।
Tail. First pick.
जीत गए दोस्त।
पूरा दिन बस वेट करवाया, लाइक बोला 2:30 को इवेंट है और उसके बाद भी 2:30 को नहीं हुआ, 4:30 को नहीं, एंड 6 बजे हमको आई थिंक कुछ बुलाया स्टेज पे कि आप खड़े रहो, आपका मैच होगा अभी। एंड देन वहाँ पे आधा घंटा हम बस वेट करते रहे, उन्होंने कुछ बोला ही नहीं हमको, बस बैक स्टेज हमको खड़ा किया और वेट करने बोला। आधे घंटे बाद हमने किसी और से पूछा तो बोलते हैं कि वैलो का कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स का मैचेस होगा, आपका नहीं होगा अभी, तो आप जाके वेट करो। और तो हम आई थिंक और 1 आवर या 1 आवर 30 मिनट्स कुछ वेट किए और बहुत गंदा एक्सपीरियंस गया ये, बिकॉज इम्पोर्ट्स को हमने पूछा तो उन्होंने बोला कि शूट भी इतना टाइम नहीं होता उनके यहाँ पे, ना वेट इतना टाइम करवाते हैं, तो वो तो बहुत ज़्यादा ही ये बोल रहे थे कि उन्होंने कुछ ऐसा बोला नहीं किसी को, बट उनका चेहरा वगैरह सब ऐसा एकदम उतर सा गया।
We were like, अभी इतना वेट किया है तो और थोड़ा कर लेते हैं, because we already lost so much, so why don't we just wait? Then finally the call comes, the match is at 7, 30 minutes. So we said okay, finally. Then it's 7:30. and suddenly they come and tell us that match cancel हो गया. Oh, you guys can go home and do whatever. Like you guys can do whatever you want.
ये लिटरली हम लाइक हमारा इंपोर्ट का वीज़ा का डेट हमने रीशेड्यूल करवाया उसके वजह से, बिकॉज उनका पासपोर्ट लगता है फ़्लाइट के लिए. सो वो सब हुआ. टू बी ऑनेस्ट बस हमको एक लाइन एक्सपीरियंस लेना था EWC से पहले. इट्स इट आई गेस. बट बहुत ही गंदा इवेंट गया हमारे लिए वो तो.
एक्साइटेड हूँ मैं आज देखने के लिए कि क्या होगा मंजर, क्योंकि ग्रैंड फाइनल का ये स्टेज है और मैं बिल्कुल भी सरप्राइज नहीं रहूंगा कि कुछ ऐसे हीरोज तक ये खिलाड़ी लेके आ जाए जो अब तक हमने इंडिया राइजिंग में नहीं देखे हैं. नो इयान विद इयान गॉन डैमेज आउटपुट बहुत ज्यादा कम है. क्या ऐसे ट्यूएल इस पुश के साथ खात्मा कर पाएगी? काइल को भी टेक डाउन किया है. 3v5 2v5 किमी एंड असुना नहीं बचा पाएंगे ये गेम. देयर इज no way. SHUL, that's a huge comeback.
Hello guys, I am Coach Zen from True Reapers. Today was our match in GU Blast tournament, and we had 1-2 lose to SATUL. But no excuses. The real reason there is bad decision making, and too many calls and too excited to end the game, which resulted to bad impact. Good thing is like we tasted how to the feeling of losing, so we
We have suffered many major losses, especially grand finals in our past tournament. We all are like uncrowned gem who always goes to the finals but are unable to win it.
True Rippers. Early, locked in. Mid-game, locked in. Late game, small mistake, but they bounce back.
Get ready to roll in the first semi-finals of the Mobile Legends Master Series 2026.
During our match with RNTX, we felt like we were really ready for it. Even though we had like some issues in our scrim results, but we knew that we could trust each other. And so it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. That's what we were feeling during our match against RNTX.
Game number 1. My boys, it's Aiku Revenant X-Park taking on True Rippers.
It's not as beefy as you'd like, but who's going to be beefy in front of a carry, right? Which the glooms are popping a little too late, so the Lord's not taking it out as much as they'd like to. Here comes the seed from Eon, so aggressive. At the same time, Joseph has to get back right now, trying to get a clear. Goes in, Soul Sever, but you can see the dark way of catching Joseph off guard. Kyle's able to get that kill. A massive shutdown onto Joseph, as well as Jome, and they find a double. And now the base crystal is exposed, which is the only one left standing, but True Rippers are ripping through the roster of RNTX. They find game number 1 in this series.
So we felt so connected at that moment against RNTX, which showed us our true hard work. We had which showed our true hard work and struggles, and proved to be fruitful in our match against RNTX.
Representing India at the EWCs, the Esports World Cup. 2 teams entered the grand finals. 5 games between glory and heartbreak. The land of Dawn are awaiting their champions. So the question is, who has what it takes to rise above the rest and crown themselves the champions of India? It is an honor of mine to bring you this historic series. So let's not wait any longer. Let the battle begin.
The battle begin indeed. What a perfect intro, man. What a perfect setup for this first game. And once again, you have to play some more information. I think so. Art probably spots him out, getting some damage. Phantom Steed right onto your face. Art might get taken down instantly, but he somehow managed to escape. Gonna force out your flicker, and he escapes from that situation. But True Rippers also understands that कि कोई फायदा नहीं है fight को overextend करने का.
Yeah. That lantern flare, they get control of this river, they get control of the neutral objective just before picking up a fight, getting bit low. He's not level 4 yet. Throne of Ruin coming out at the same time. Romcom taken out low, and he's gonna get taken off. First blood on the hands of Rehan Shah, and now they're moving like a unit. RWM dropped down from Astra. What a way to control the pace of the game and double in the... And Eons gets the turtle, then use the retribution so he can secure the purple buff. Art goes in. I don't think it's a wise idea. Here comes out the Steed. He pushes him back. It's gonna be another on the board.
Around with that Phobius, but Rehan Shah is going to be the main factor right now. Once again, this is going to be a big play. Eon's looking good. The Glorious Pathway helps. Now goes with the RWM, and Asuna securing one more pick. The Zushin is completely out. Art is not in a good position. The glue is out. The
kill. One Sky Piercer stack, it will make a difference. But again, I want to take a look at the builds later on. Look at to see if Bid got a Sky Piercer as well. No, Bid is going to get caught. Eons is a monster.
Freely, because unko bhi aap level up hone nahi de rahe. Upar se this Glorious Pathway as well as the Phantom Steed combination is looking solid. Art will be able to survive because Romcom is there. Ryan Shah just overcommitting right now. That was just the bit of the plan. RWM onto your face. Turtle has been secured. Ryan Shah gets away with it with the flicker on your hands. But right now, Van and Bid not in a good position. Godlike. Oh, they need those gods. A very good draft.
They do have a good draft, but I think they're hesitating a little bit. Hesitation is starting to show in, but True Rippers are not hesitating whatsoever. Law and Order onto Van as well, trying to go out with the Blade Surge. But look at Kyle. He flickers forward, looking for a kill. The goal lane Prodigy able to find a double right now. Bid is not able to lead. It's starting to slip from the fingers of Godlike. They're not able to find answers. Look at that. They go try and get a Throne of Ruin as well. Rehan Shah able to get that at the same time. Fate goes down. Mega kill in the hands of the Prodigy. And now they're moving like a unit. And all of a sudden, Asuna finds a killing spree as well. Art is the only one left. What can a glue do at this point? They find a... Looking to get something at the same time. Oh, this is looking dire. He comes in with Glorious Pathway, cutting off their escape. RWM drop down. Kyle... Spirit combo. Eons trying to cut them off again, but a Dark Wave making sure he catches them in place. Romcom trying to buy some time. He goes in, but a mega kill in the hands of Asuna. One after another.
For that, Rehan's diving in and getting back, but look at Kyle. His position is he might take down one, and this sprayer is ridiculous. And the probability of True Rippers winning this is humongous. 16-1. You just got one kill, but you lost your crystal. You lost the pace. You lost the first match of this BO5 Crow.
సబ్స్క్రైబర్స్ ఓన్లీలో మంత్లీ 5 లక్షల కంటే ఎక్కువే సంపాదించొచ్చా?
Knows the mid game, and now we are back in the game, finally in the land of Dawn. Godlike, you gotta get this match if you want yourself to be in that fighting stance. Yards versus Van. In the previous match, True Rippers was solid as a rock, but now it's time for Godlike to strike back.
Looking to control the river and get that Lethal Wanderer. Look at what TR are doing, making that 4-man rotation. This is what Godlike does best, right? This is what they did in the previous series. This is what they did against CRQ. But he is their target. Bid is trying to get a bully, or be a bully for Kimmy. They're trying to get their level 4. Rehan Shah taking a lot of damage. I don't think it was wise. Title Strike getting the knockup, and he's going to get taken down. Romcom able to get that kill. Eons goes in, but what a final slash connecting at the same time. Violet Requiem coming out. Kimmy's going to fall down. And Godlike have found their opening. A mistake coming out from Rehan Shah, which turned into a massive snowball. And they lose.
The total in favor of Team Godlike now. They're charging onto your opponent jungle. This is going to be a bit of a problem trying to get away with that buff, and you certainly will. It's going to be a very beautiful tsunami slam, and that's going to be the Glorious Pathway with a Phantom Steed. You forced him to get back. True Rippers is not king down, but Zushin managed to shut down the Halos, and that Arlot finally worked in your favor.
Arlot's coming online. What did I tell you? It's getting to the point where the waters overflow, and you can go in. A Blazing Duet coming out as well. Violent Requiem to get them in place. Fate secures the turtle, but at the same time, Kimmy goes down. Tsunami Sams lock them in place. Eon's taken down, and Bid, Lantern, Flare drop in. They're looking for a wipe.
Controlling once again the wave. 15 more seconds, and then the next Turtle will spawn big, not in a good position. The Marcos has been utilized, and that's going to be KO by Harit. You lost so. बड़े आराम से आप परेशान कर सकते हो. But once Kane Kimi, he has his glorious pathway, trying to stay away from this T2. But right up Phantom T, glorious pathway, both thing has been invested instantly. Goes for the Tsunami Slam and the instant Violet Requiem. Asuna able to get one. This is looking solid. 3 players caught and annihilating the whole squad. God like ऐसा बदला लेने वाली है कि इस समय expect ही नहीं कर रहा था. Phantom Steed as well as glorious pathway. Everything has been invested on to Van. There will be no chance कि आप उन्हें बचा सकते हो. Bid is still there, Van. About to get away. He somehow managed to get some damage. Fate do it in. What Fate is doing? Chill out.
Oh no, again they go into the back line, look at that, they get the final slash down, but Romcom, and they are playing this calculating, methodical, biding their time, but they're going for all. Now with the Tsunami Slam purified, here comes the Throne of Ruin, catching members, but at the same time blazing down to the back line.
Notre Dame Cathedral is a place where history reminds us that greatness endures.
Because nothing is granted. Everything is earned. This is Team Fight Tactics at EWC 2026. Welcome in, everyone, to the 2026 Esports World Cup here in Paris, France. We are back with some team fight tactics for the 3rd year in a row. What a 5 days this is going to be. We're talking not only the club championship race on the line, but also $500,000 up for grabs. Who's going to get it? We're going to find out together. Hey, everyone, welcome into the Allianz Vault, your home for the next 5 days. I'm Taylor Reflections, so we're joined by Stuart and Hoope. Good to see you both. Stuart, what's going on? Team Fight Tactics, we're back.
It's great to be back. It's great to be back here in Paris as well. It's going to be an incredible ride. 4 versus 4 Team Fight Tactics. It's what we all love.
That's right. We love it, Hoope. I know you love it too. We're going to be guiding the viewers along each and every day.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, summer in Paris is so good. 4v4, this is a total celebration. Having the players here is just amazing.
That's right. $500,000 on the line. That is significant when we're talking TFT. Hoope, what does this money mean? Not only to TFT, but the competitors competing over the next 5 days.
Personally, it's like changing money because normally they cannot be full-time pros in TFT sometimes, and now they have the chance. But most importantly for the club, being able to get a contract long-term and of course give them points for the club championship will be an amazing feature for them, and that's the point, obviously.
Quite significant, isn't it? Hey, we've got a fun format this year when it comes to TFT. Listen up. This is everything you need to know.
Tacticians from all around the world, welcome to the Esports World Cup 2026. Before we see who hits a 3-star legendary or a fast 9, let's break down exactly how the tournament works. We kick things off with the group stage. 16 teams are split into 2 groups, each needing to battle through a brutal double elimination bracket to advance to the playoffs. Adapt or be crushed. As every match will be a best of 3, every team's skill and coordination will be pushed to the ultimate limit. Lose twice and it's a bottom 4 exit, but win twice to advance to the playoffs. 8 teams remain, but the safety net is officially gone as they move into the single elimination format. No second chances. 1 bad series and your favorite team's tournament run is over. It'll still be best of 3 matches, so don't count any teams out just yet. All that leads us to the grand final, where the 2 best teams have a final best of 5 showdown to be crowned winner of Team Fight Tactics at EWC 2026. Who will have the best strategies? Who will hit their power spikes and crush their opponents? And who will be the team to take it all? It's all happening right here at the Esports World Cup.
For damage, but no, he just clears it out, and this gives Tokyo a bit more of an advantage to play with, because luckily for her, the gold crab spawns as well in the bottom lane. So gold lead, yes, GXP still on it with a kill and a turtle advantage, but Tokyo's farming up a storm on the Clint.
I love the fact that Tokyo this time not making the same mistakes as yesterday. Realize, you know what? As much as I don't want this carry to walk back into lane, it's also not worth dying just to deny her that space. But for now, GCT looking for that response. Lima now getting hit by Deadly Magic. Fortunately, no kill just yet. Didn't even force out too many battle spells as well.
Great Shun Fu. The poise and the composure on these ladies for a third place match. I feel like a lot of the jitters were already thrown out yesterday in the semifinals, right?
I was thinking the same thing.
They're so much more comfortable here playing it out. Even Fa, yesterday on the Akai, it really seems like she went in a bit too aggressive a lot of times, using the heavy spin earlier than what you want to have that ability for. But this time, we see the usage of it just perfectly done. Here in the mid lane as well, they give up Cryo, but they rotate to the bottom lane. Very well played. Tokyo's going to have to deal with this.
I mean, no matter what, with the flicker and the way of the dragon, their wombo combo. Okay, a little overkill here, but more importantly, even the heavy spin, unfortunately, there should be trading objectives on either side. And luckily, at least the turtle is spawning in 6 seconds. I think for GXP, they're just going to commit all the way to get rid of this tier 1. And unfortunately, GCT, they look back and they're like, oh, wait a minute, they're not getting off of the tier 1.
Dude, when it comes to sieging GCT, they got so much damage. Ling, though.
Damage is good. RWM comes out. Sonja, I'm out of position this time, but the Fatal Link does pull one back. Almost gets a disengage, but luckily, Lubon says no. Petrify is still good as they start making their way down. Fa and Winnie need to steal this away. Retribution battle. Fa takes the turtles. The Black Dragon form has been activated. Winnie in trouble. Forced to flicker. Do they want to dive this? They're going to make the attempt. Good dodge shot. Residue activated. Tokyo getting last shots in, but it's just not enough.
So close yet so far, but GCT, again with the siege of a Harley, a damage dealer in your jungle. You open up, you leave these turrets vulnerable, and these structures will fall in their face. Tokyo as well. Straight into the bottom lane, no assist, nothing on the teamfight participation just yet. But 2 structures for the 2 turtles that GXP have gotten, and you get to see the goal difference here from every single member. Even in the lanes that GXP have put a lot of effort to ganking, it's still GCT with the advantage. It's an 80 gold lead. Oh, solo kill.
Oh, Shot Residue already procced here. Lubon, does he want to actually stick around for the wave? No, he's going to call it off, even though Quejo is actually nearby. She's already spotted all 4 of the members making this attempt to potentially dive if they stick any longer. And that's going to be a trade once again in favor of GXP. Another turret goes into their hands.
Now it's back to the slow game. GXP finally able to get a structure on the board, and it's through this Paquito being an oppressive force. Oh, all in!
Oh, now they find the angle to get the have a spin out and actually catches 2. Quejo can't seem to get out of this, but the Fatal Links onto 3 targets is great. Right into the Petrify, into the Black Dragon Tail. The combo's good, but Winnie takes Quejo out. Needs to get out of there. Ling flickers forward. Tokyo tries to cut him down, but luckily Ling still makes it out.
GXP, whenever they go in, I mean, we saw glimpses of this in the bottom lane, that overkill nature of them. When they go in, dude. They go galaxy deep.
Yep, I think at this point, they just need to figure out how much they really need to get value for their resources. I know there's that big guarantee, but it feels like they're overpaying. And now Ling getting hit by Deadly Magic, including Retribution. One more auto attack might be enough, but too late. The Deadly Magic is already popped. Kyoei is going to chase it, play it nice and slow, and it's super understandable. You're too far forward, Ling just instantly one-shots you.
It's too much. Too much damage to deal with from both XP on the Paquito and Kyoei on the Harley. And the fun fact is that GXP just have no control to get this neutral objective despite Kyoei showing up top. And I think we got to go back to that point of the resource management here. GXP, yes, they need to calculate which abilities to use, but I think in particular they need to save the heavy spin for either a neutral objective take or to peel for the backliners. This is the entire reason they went for the Akai. Everybody's got Flicker. That's the gamble they played with. And if Fa uses the heavy spin early, that's what'll happen. Guejo just gets a massive set and she's already eyeing it.
They gotta be dependable. They got Lima in trouble now, as both sides have been contesting the mid-wave here. It's going to be a free turtle for Fa as they start to open up the map. But look at the position of Ling right now as the combo is good. Quejo forced to get on out of there. RWM to make the response. Ling gets Quejo, but gets traded instead. Not that worth it. I mean, I thought maybe they could really start pushing out Sonjike out away from the mid-tier 1, but the ideas are there.
It's a gamble. I see the idea, I see the vision, but I agree, it's not worth it. Definitely not here. Galaxy Phoenix, they lose their XP, one of their main damage dealers around these team fights. Someone that you need to stay on the map right now to actually get some more to defend turrets. Again, GCT, as long as they play with Sheriff Tokyo, it just seems like they're going to take these structures down every single time when you leave these structures alone. We get to see the replay again. It's the all-in here. Flicker baited out from Kueho, but Ling just walks up, getting the knockout. Not worth it. The rest of the team comes in, and Liuban, of all people, was the one to get it. We have to talk about the flickers again.
Yeah.
If GCT are able to bait the heavy spin, even with the Fatal Links, that means that Kyoei, Liuban will have a free way to just jump in the backline, and especially with this Dragon at 5-0. It's a massive threat to both Sophia and Winnie.
You know what? Let's pull up the idol list to see how truly dangerous this Dragon is actually going to be in this game. Because at this point, like, I'm looking at Winnie, she's already like 3-1. She's almost there, complete to that third item. But wow, the strongest ever going to be Sophia tries her best. Somebody needs to clean this up, but it looks like GCT get away with this huge punish for Geltech.
Oh no, the flicker burnt as well. That was brutal. GXP a bit miscoordinating the resources there as well. A little bit of a bad call, I'd say. The gold lead is crazy. Lemma, though.
There's only so much they can really do here. The Fatal Links right into each other. The combo is perfect. It is good. And Kyoei should be able to close this one out, even after the way of the Dragon. I mean, so far, GXP, is it the lack of information here, or is it just one mistake after the other? They haven't been able to kind of find their footing once more.
This is why I feel like the Akai pick, again, fits their composition really well, Gideon, but doesn't seem too GXP. They're so used to having Fa on an assassin, they could go for the cleanup. Now they don't. Yep. They have Fa on someone to peel in the back, so even when you go for those bombastic plays, there's no one to really capitalize on it.
I mean, if they do want to capitalize on it, they gotta make sure that combo is set, right? I think it's just a little bit of disconnect. Oh, wait, hold on. It's gonna be a Mystic Gush onto Liuban, and now they can't exactly clear the wave effectively without having to send people up. Lima's gonna try, and with this presence alone, that just means that GCT are gonna start backing away. Cho is still a problematic hero to deal with.
Sophia's super trigger happy on that Mystic Gush, dude.
Oh yeah.
Oh my lord, it almost seems like every time she has it up, she's gonna use it on somebody as long as she lands the Mystic Projectile. It's a lot of galaxies to play with, I mean, with that skin as well, but you gotta calm down here, especially considering you have a flicker that's easily baited out by an RWM or even a Dragon that'll be used by Liuban to get away from bot.
Okay, they use the heavy spin as a means to kind of delay this tower take. However, with the deadly magic as well as the RWM, it's more than enough to blast them out. Sophia even using the Mystic Gush here, not targeting the wave, but instead targeting Kyoei. Now, with all the main abilities gone, this inhibitor is basically going to go down for free. What can they do to stop it?
Nothing. The Mystic Gush is already down. They don't have any resources to play with in Tokyo. Now with the Melfic Gun, we were already talking about how good the Siege is for GCT with their range and their double damage dealers. Lemma.
A force play coming in here, flickering to the way of the Dragon. Liuban looking to respawn onto Lima's side, pulls in the carry, but the Fatal Links, Liuban takes her out.
Winnie didn't have enough time to react to that play. Kueho, perfect match, cancels the animation with a flicker, instantly goes for the Fatal Link. Sophia!
It's good. It's good. Deadly Magic, 1.7k, worth it. Blows them up, no problem with a Chastised Pauldron already purchased by Liuban if things weren't difficult enough.
Oh my lord. Ling's been doing such a good job of playing that damage control game, just staying in the sides and keeping that lead from getting away too far from her. But now it's Liuban back again ahead with a Chastised Pauldron. She knows exactly what's a threat to her. It's just the carry right now to shred her down from the sky. So with the Chastised Pauldron, I don't even think Ling can actually do what she's been able to do on Liuban right now to dominate that lane.
So what's the order as of yet, right? Because the way that I'm thinking about it, Fa has been using their abilities too soon to try and disengage. I think the heavy spin needs to be the disengage at this point, right? You gotta sell that Fa's going to engage, and then maybe Lima gets a pick and you can wombo combo with a Mystic Gush. That's what I'm thinking.
That's what I'm thinking too. It's just all about the combo. That's why Lemma has been put in this really tough spot to just constantly go for anyone she can find. Usually that'll be good. If you're snowballing on the board, anybody kick is dead with the carry as well, right? So an extra guarantee. But the fact that these frontliners have all those items just gives Lemma an even tougher time. At least for Ling, she can constantly just push in top lane. She can constantly put pressure where Kyoei is going to be the only person who can actually deal with those waves on the Harley. But now it comes back to GXP. Have they learned from their mistakes yesterday on the Akai, on this kind of composition? Can they play to pull back instead of going aggressive the way they've been doing in the group stage? Great spot by Sophia. Again, it's Ling up top, setting up the waves for GXP, but GCT hold control over this bottom wave. Again, the heavy spin!
It's very early, and the Black Dragon form has been committed. They're even using the conceal to chase into the back line. Luba Ling has to keep on pushing at this point in time. Phalanx gonna connect on one. RWM on top of Sophia. Mystic Gush to slow things down. The Black Dragon is on top of Fa, but notice that the inhibitor is getting attacked. And finally, GCT realize what's going on as they deny the recalls. This could be a potential backdoor, but the waves is done. And now we're back to this even state. GCT, they've already picked up the kill onto Sophia. They send their Yi back as they should be able to get this Lord for absolutely free.
GCT playing with fire, going all in on that fight, and it was a good play by GXP to try to hold them back. But initially, it was Fa on the heavy spin that was just so off. It looked awkward. And it was on to Kueho.
That's another thing. I understand that you want to make sure you get rid of that like big AoE ult, because it's the only thing that's going to find that counter engage besides the Black Dragon form or the RWM. I think the GXP at this point, they got to play off of Lima no matter what.
Whoa. Aggressive move. It's a conceal even though it's
no flicker.
Already read out. Yeah, she knows.
It's, I mean, they do get the initial stun out. No projectile at this point. But it's on such a low cooldown that it doesn't really matter. And you can tell that Tokyo having the time of her life, able to hit these targets from outside the range. Ling, deep position. Oh, already revealed by that mid-wave. Kyoe
in 1v1.
Oh, this is not going to look that great for them. Because Ling trying to make the attempt to slow down this wave, to try and desynchronize it. Good recall on the hat trick. And you can tell, nobody can really keep up with that speed, but at the same time, nobody really wants to die. So Phalanx gets onto 2. Winnie gonna make the attempt to try and take Kueho out. The heavy spin looks good, disengages. Now Link can get into the fight. Tokyo goes down. Sophia able to find in the back line as Link continues to push forward. Kyoe, the next to fall to Winnie as GXP take back the space.
They break the box. It's been a big problem for them the entire game. GCT have just hunkered down with their composition here, playing pure front to back. GXP finally find a way to tear that box apart, and it was through Ling again, constantly waiting in the back, cutting the waves, making GCT look, and heck, baiting Kyoe's deadly magic. That gave all of the space for finally Winnie and Sophia to get damage done onto the frontliners, while Ling could use that distraction to dive straight onto Tokyo, who's 0, 2, and 5. She went for a glass cannon build despite that first death, and she's feeling it definitely here. Damage taken rankings though. Fa taking a whole lot of damage next to Kueho, Lemma and Ling following up next, and that's where you can really see that GXP, they can take the damage. They can go for these fights. It's just their damage allocation in the last few fights. Hammond took it far.
Okay. Kueho in a position to re-engage, but now gets the back line into Black Giant for the combos. Perfect! Sonjikan takes out Sophia, and even with an immortality, Fa getting punished for the mistakes. Luckily, Winnie and Lima are able to get out of this, but all that pressure surmounted to nothing much as GCT take control of this game again.
And you just have to ask the question, when will this lesson be learned from GXP, the instant heavy spin? GXP, Winnie and Lemma are doing a good job. The deadly magic lands. That's an immortality gone for sure.
Can't do much about that. Tries to get to the fountain in time, but unfortunately still goes down. Again, wasted economy here. Despite it being dead even, the economy is important just to make sure you have, enough money to start swapping your items. But this Lord should be the last one if GCT takes it.
It's free. There's no way for GXP to contest unless Ling gets it, but there's no way she walks up. There's Kueho right there to chain CC her, and even just clearing out the wave might be a bit too much to ask for.
All right, I mean, they're going to wombo combo Ling for sure, right? Still with the immortality, still has flicker, but he's dead. Fortunately, okay, instantly exploded, no way to get out of this. With that, I think that's the final nail in the coffin, right? By the time it spawns, add another 10 seconds, she'll still be dead.
Spawns right now. Ling will be down. She was the saving grace for GXP. Someone that can actually stagger those waves while also looking for those flanks to really threaten this box. Now, no one can threaten the box. The only one who can is Fa. But I think in this point, when you're playing around the base, you want to use the heavy spin to peel for your carries instead of going in for a pick. This could be the Lord that ends the game. It very well looks like it.
I mean, they've got the extra damage reduction as they're looking to put the final attack here. close out game number 1. GXP, they gotta be careful because, man, the damage from Tokyo, they can't really do much about it as well. Deadly Magic already out as Black Dragon Form should zone the rest. Heavy Spin finally comes out a little late, but to now, it should be over. They can't close the distance. Lima gets the kick, but unfortunately, the Lord is just too powerful. That's game number 1, going over to Galtech Cyber Team.
Well played, disciplined, cold, in the nature of the Ice Queen. Kyoe dealt with it so well. Everybody as well. We gotta give props to Coelho on the Atlas. Just a fantastic job overall. And we get to see again the small weakness that we were assuming was a weakness even in the group stage for GXP. What happens when Fa doesn't get on damage dealers, get exploited hard in the knockout stage, Gideon?
Yeah, again, it's a battle of holding attention, people's attention. So you make them look for half a second, they could explode and just die and you lose the fight immediately. But adaptations is going to be key. We're going to be throwing it back over to the panel right after these messages, and hopefully they can give us an idea of where these teams need to go.
No mercy for third place, and that is exactly the case here after a grueling matchup that went back and forth. It was Galtech Cyber Team able to take map number 1. They now lead 1-0 in this best of 5 series. Let's go all the way back in time to our pick and bans, where a lot of games are either won or lost within, the first 5 minutes, which is the pick and bans. Now, there was a lot of criticism on both sides. However, one side had the most. Where was the losing point during the pick and ban process, in your guys' opinion?
I think it was the first 2 picks on the red side for Galaxy Phoenix. I really strongly believe they should have just gone for the Lilia and get their signature pick on the Claude. It gives them a lot of AoE advantage. It allows them to control the center while being comfortable in the side lanes. And most importantly, it wouldn't have led to that Harley pickup. I think the Harley was picked because they saw the gourd.
Yeah, I would have to double down on the Claude, and maybe I guess there could be a bit flexibility with the mid because I know they have a lot in their arsenal. They have the likes of the Farsight if they just really want to counter out whatever potential mid lane pick, or even the Lilia potentially getting picked up. But them trying to focus a bit too much on the carry, aside from it not totally a comfort for Winnie, I guess, also forced them to play around the carry instead, now that they were left with a choice in jungle last pick.
We set the stage for Fa versus Kyoe. Now, Fa statistically has great success when it comes to turtle control as well as the Lord control. Going a little bit deeper with the hero selection, because of the first early picks, did it not allow Fa to do what she needed to do for Galaxy Phoenix that has made Galaxy Phoenix so successful throughout the tournament?
Oh yeah, because they then had to play for everyone else. Fa had to support the gourd, had to support the carry, and it wasn't just her as a carry. Galaxy Phoenix needs Fa as a carry.
Yeah, you see remnants of that in, I guess, the timings in which she uses the heavy spin.
Yeah, too early.
It seems that they always comes out a bit too early, and you kind of see through that it is maybe not her best strongest suit.
Well, we talked about the heroes. Now let's look at the stats from map number 1.
Yeah, you can see that even though Galaxy Phoenix got all the turtles, this is what we were talking about in the pre-match. Galtech, they're willing to give up the turtles just so that they could get objectives elsewhere. They get majority of the towers, and they were supplementing Tokyo, sometimes Liubon, who was getting a lot of kills, to at least be able to get a little bit more farm for themselves so that they can help the team better.
Yeah, and I think what GCT were doing were more straight to the point. I understand if I understand if GPX wanted to be a bit more creative. They had the Paquito, so you see her trying to go for the backlines a lot of time, but it was a bit too much, especially in the early game. There was a time it definitely rewarded them, though. I think that was during one of their potential base sieges, but that was about it. Because again, it seemed more of a glass cannon EXP lane rather than something that could just complement what Fa wanted to do as an Akai.
There's a couple of actions that I want to talk about from that game number 1. The first one, we go to about the 15:30 mark. Now, this was a small mistake from Galtech that led to a potential opportunity for Galaxy Phoenix.
Yeah, they slipped up a little bit on the discipline. Geltec have been trying to send Ling to find the backline, to find Tokyo, to find Sonjeke, and then eventually they were able to get it. It's because Geltec just pushed a little bit too deep with the Lord up top when they didn't have to. They needed to usher in their middle minion wave so that they could healthily go to the tower. And it wasn't completely shown, but then eventually you'd see Ling and GXP just punish Geltec.
And I want to talk more about that moment in just a second, but Bree, let's take a look at our second action. This is going to be the very tail end of it. And this is where Geltec Cyber Team says enough is enough. We want game one.
Yeah, you want to assign Lemma as the person holding the Lord or pushing it to the side, but even then, Lemma could barely just deal with the damage. But also, how could you just expect Fa to go in first when she's the holder of that heavy spin who should potentially push them away? So the front lines had a very brutal experience here in this entire game.
Now we got some comments from the chat, though. They've been getting active. And we love, by the way, you all talking. GXP downfall got to be studied. Ooh, that's a spicy one to start off. Cappy, why are you bringing so much spice into our chat? Keep it coming. What else do we got? Please, Fa, Assassin next game. So this is interesting. I actually was reading chat just a little bit, and it was like, Assassin, not Assassin. Is that the play? Well, Fa, Assassin next game. Is that truly the win condition? Clint, free hitting. Okay, from Gold Magic Finds. Hey, like I said, keep it chatting up in the chat. We love each and every one of you. Without you, this show would not be possible. Gord, what are you doing? What is Gord doing?
I can't blame Gord, though.
Yeah, there's just so many heroes for the Gord to worry about that it's really hard to find the perfect angle for it.
That's right, Gord. What are you doing? Call an ambulance. But not for me. Okay, classic. Thank you, Jonah, out there. Galaxy Phoenix, I guess, needs an ambulance at the moment, but it's okay. It's just one map. After all, the biggest Titans out there, aka Even Vitality, has even fact taken a loss, right, and managed to come back, which is truly phenomenal. Hey, you out there in the chat, thank you for getting involved, and you can get involved even more. 2 champions, 1 game. My Champions Pick event is now live. From July 27th, submit your predictions for the MSC and MWI champions for a chance to win 50,000 in-game diamonds and MSC 2021 through 2025 tournament skins. Don't forget to leave your picks under at MLBB Esports post for even more chances to win. Lock in your champions now and cheer for your favorite teams. My Champions Pick now live. Make sure, again, you're checking out those posts at MLBB Esports for all the updates and also to get involved in some amazing prizes. Hey, it's been a great day so far, and I believe the comms have been flowing quite well, especially yesterday to make it into grand finals, and Sadia has provided our radio comms.
Aurus sih guys, di sini mau ini aurus sih guys. Makin lewat nih, mitnya weh. Lihat ya, aman bisa nggak? Boleh ke belakang. Double gas. Belakang. Nice. Lagi dong. Udah NN sih. Sampai lagi kah? Sampai lagi. Maniak. Recall guys. Nih. Kasih. Sor. Gue naik. Gue juga. Jangan satu Vivi di sini satu. Dia naik sebelah sih cewek. Ya. Boleh nggak guys? Boleh guys. Halo sih ketinggalan. Lampu di bawah. Bisa nggak? Bisa. Vivi. Itu bertiga. Kudanya guys. Nice one. Gas lagi boleh. Boleh. 10 ulti gue. Midnya clear out. Ini guys, gas lagi. OTW. 5 detik. Ini slow nih dia. Makan lagi. Palennya. Nice one. Nice. Lapu ini dia. Masuk guys. Aman. Weh, dapat buff biru. Kadi. Viva tolong. Pikir karinya ya. 10-52.
Vitality, they were having fun during that semifinals series, but they started having fun, I would assume, after map number 1, because remember, it was Geltec who actually ended up taking that map in convincing fashion. But Vitality got the job done. We await, of course, what they're going to do in the grand finals a little bit later against Na'Vi. We head back to the stage for map number 2. Geltec Cyber Team currently lead. Now, I told you I would do it. I'm bringing it back. We were at that 15-30 second mark. That small mistake from Geltec that led to an opportunity for Galaxy Phoenix. Galaxy Phoenix ultimately ended up losing the map. That opportunity was very small, short-sighted, and Geltec was able to recover. Now, what could have led Galaxy Phoenix to take that moment, that lapse of judgment from the side of Galaxy Phoenix into a victory?
Well, afterwards, they got out of their base and was able to get just a little bit of control in the map. But then the problem was they got caught out yet again. So they really have to be careful with that.
Apparently, we just had a body cam from the coach himself.
Wow.
So that's kind of cool, right? Actually, I don't think I've ever seen a body cam from a coach to see what they're looking at.
I thought we weren't allowed to see the notes.
That's interesting.
But I think it was hidden anyway, but that's cool. That's how it looks like.
Yeah, that's actually really dope. They get out there and get a chance to obviously get the viewpoint. Because, I mean, it's a lot to manage as a coach. I mean, you're talking about 5 players, 133 heroes that you have to go through, the different synergies. I mean, I'm blown away each and every single draft hearing you two just theorycraft on what's being picked up. But guess what? We get to do it again. It's one of my favorite times. Let's listen into you two. What's going to be going down in our pick and bans?
All right. So it's pretty much similar. Flying Cloud. You take away the Guinevere. Geltec's going to take away the Belleric. There we go. Yep. Pretty much. They understood. Like, Na'Vi really got to expose Galaxy Phoenix too well.
They're playing on the same side?
Yep,
right?
same side.
So they haven't really changed sides. And I believe there are stats to actually back that up. They might be a bit more comfortable doing it. GXP has barely won on the blue side, if not 0. Like, they haven't won a single game on blue. So even now that I feel like they did the map decision, they'd rather play it in red and just maybe address some of the mistakes that they had earlier on.
So they take out the Atlas. They will take out or leave open the Aulus, and it makes sense. They banned out the Valentina earlier, which is why Geltec was able to rush pick the Atlas. So knowing that they also banned the Valentina now, they understood that they needed to take the Atlas away as well. I think Geltec will be encouraged to consider their Aulus option open, but then of course, if possible, maybe just double down on the Baksha.
Are we not prioritizing the Hirara anymore too? Like, was it open earlier?
Yeah, it was
right?
open. No one picked it up. I think no one wanted to pick up because they saw the Atlas. Now this is very interesting. That they rush pick the carry. Are they potentially setting up themselves to just go for jungle utility and they want to make sure it's safe?
They're doing something very similar to what GXP did in game number 1, except that this time they're on blue side. So GXP will have the Gourd to themselves, and both Belleric Atlas are already gone. So what else can we expect? Do they go XP lane this time and maybe...
You know, just I feel like you can keep the options open still. Just pick up your Claude. Oh, whoa. Whoa! Where is this coming from? A Khalid roam? This early? When there's so many power picks that you can both be fighting for. Phoveus, Esme, Paquito, Freya, all still open.
I can only think of like them potentially anticipating maybe a Mathilda utility matchup, but that isn't likely to show up just based on the carry that you're seeing right now. So what could be the plan here? Is it just really faster movements overall for GXP? Are they picking up an assassin that will move around the map much faster and switch it up as what we've been seeing in the comments so far? But Geltec won't really react to that just yet. It's just the Esmeralda and the Kimi that they lock in so far. So much DPS.
Great sources of damage. You have a strong front in the Esmeralda. You're most likely going to round it out with with 2 more frontliners if you're not going to go for pick-off combos with the carry burst. So far, Geltec has made better decisions in this draft. The fact that they get the Esme. Not a lot of heroes right now are going to be able to handle the Esmeralda. Galaxy Phoenix can't even consider picking up a CC just yet because you don't even see the jungle. You pick up the CC too early, and then Geltec can just switch it up to an assassin again.
Yeah, and they just have so many ways to kite, so you might want to be careful about that if you're Galaxy Phoenix and looking to just go for a composition that might just attempt to dive, because we don't know what the jungle or the EXP lane is going to be just yet. But knowing that this is a Khalid, they might be a bit more playful and creative around the team fights. And this Alice just proves us that that might be the way to go.
All right. So at least you have some flexibility. This I like from Galaxy Phoenix. They have an option to put it into the jungle, option to put it in the EXP, option to... Those are the only roles you can put in Alice. And I thought for a second, I was like, wait, there's one more. Nope, it's only two. So they have that flexibility to work with, and that's great. You can still slot in heroes potentially like Glue if you want to, depending on who goes where.
Can I just say, Coach Osprey's feeling good about this. I just know he's feeling good about this.
Yeah.
He did a 6-7. Like...
He did? Oh, I missed that.
He just did.
I thought he was just
We are
shrugging.
not bringing that back on this desk.
Okay, we will not. We will not.
It's way past its time.
Kyoei's smiling though. That's another thing. So I wonder if this is something they already have an answer for, as they've also been banning out much of the other options in the jungle. So it could be one way or another them also trying to force it to go down that route if ever Galaxy Phoenix eventually does run out of things to consider. But so far, I think majority of the counters to it are going to be available as well if they just really want to match it. There is also a Baksha option still available for Geltec. Kyoei has previously used it, but again, there's a Gord already, and
yeah,
I think they will have eventually more answers to that since we don't have the gold lane for Galaxy Phoenix just yet.
Yeah, there's a combo in the Kimmy and the Fredrin, but then with the Alice and Gord, it might be tough. Not impossible, and it wouldn't be a bad pick. It's just more of like, if you go jungle utility here for Geltec, you are choosing to have a more difficult time.
What else can they... I mean, if it's... the Olus is also still there, if it's Comfort that they want to go for. Suyo is gonna be the jungle for GXP.
So it's Alice EXP for the Esmeralda. Alright, they just choose to sustain the lane and just hold down the fort there. They have the damage profile to deal with this already. So you can just double down on... I don't think they need to go pick off, but if they go for... Oh wait, no, Kaja and Kalea were all both taken out. You don't need to go Cho.
No Marcel.
Yeah, no Marcel available. Coelho. Hilda's not gonna have a great time unless you just want to match the center speed.
The Matilda's there.
So you double down and just pick up like Matilda Barrett's.
Matilda Barrett's.
Or any combination similar to that if you're not gonna be going for the assassin.
Oh.
But they want to go assassin, just match it.
Whoa.
Oh, they still go for the pickoff. They find the Franco instead. Ooh, with the Alice, with a Gord, with a Khalid, having a roamer that's very static once the ultimate is off for the Bloody Hunt. Theoretically, you could see the damage-centered mindset for Geltec. But with the Alice and Gord and the Khalid already there, I think Galaxy Phoenix cannot go wrong with their last pick.
And the burst damage you have to anticipate.
Yeah.
So you really have to build defensive early on, but you also have to build like maybe a Winter Crown or so, just so you could ensure that your Bloody Hunt eventually gets through. So it's going to be a tough position for the Franco right here in this game, no matter how you look at it. And the carry is actually still... Oh no, it's on the other...
it's on the other side.
Claw is going to be next.
You mentioned it.
Yeah.
All right. You know what? I'm much happier with the Galaxy Phoenix draft now. The Alice into 3 actually salvaged it for themselves. Geltec picking up the Franco out of nowhere. I think we're going to go 1-1 after this.
Head back into Flying Cloud. It's Galaxy Phoenix versus Geltec Cyber Team. Now, going back in time, Geltec did in fact win map number 1, which puts them up 1-0. Now, 1 map away from being up 2-0, and therefore potentially being $50,000 richer. This matchup means a lot. Pride is on the line. Do you want to go home without the podium finish? You've got to make that decision as a competitor. We head into map number 2 between Galaxy Phoenix and Geltec Cyber Team. Mirako, Gideon, take it away.
Here we go. Oh my goodness. Did Geltec Cyber Team just say we're better? Is that what the idea was with the draft? Because I thought with the Kimi and the carry, they would build up for more of these tanks up front. but then they pick up a Hayabusa and a Franco to round up the drafts.
That's the thing. That's the Osprey, man. They're making sure they're giving you a 1-2 punch, but you don't see where the diversion is coming from. Now, as the early game continues to progress here, Lima is going to start off figuring out exactly where Kiowe is going to start on this map. Looks like both sides will end up towards the EXP sides of the map as well. But hey, you know, early aggressive plays, and most importantly, Lima just being an absolute nuisance has costed first blood in the mid lane.
Maybe that's the vision. They know Lemma on a Khalid will probably be rotating and, you know, utilize the early advantage. Ling just takes a free turret shot and a few more hits. This is going to be very punishing.
They're still trying to get on top of Sanj, and again, Lima making attempts like this. This is an early game that's not great, but they still get Sanj back. Now, trading for trades is still good, but Sophia did lose that flicker early on. The early game plays that we were expecting, not exactly as traditional as we thought.
Nope, but it all just worked out for Geltec Cyber Team, especially with a Bargain Hunter on the hands of Sanjika.
Oh man, that could be the... Oh man, these emblems, if only we knew slightly earlier, but even so, it's still pretty good. At this point, GXP, yes, mistakes have happened, but it's not the end of the world. It's not as vicious as it could be. I'm just more worried whether or not Sophia can actually hit level 4 on time.
Huejo hasn't missed a single hook, missed a projectile.
It's all good. And first blood, and now 2-2 even score, all within the first minute and a half here, not even at the 2-minute mark, as both sides want to look for that. I really thought that the EXPs were going to be like consistently moving around the map, but they're all proxying each other, and they're all looking for one thing, this very first turtle.
I think it's a bit of a misstep by Ling, though, to rotate so early and actually, you know, take some of those shots. Because I do believe Ling is going to be behind of Yubon. She's going to hit level 4 first, especially with XP Crab control over on Kiowe, who's already there. Pa's going to try to take that away. Both hit level 4, no problem. Now it's all about the mid lane, and it seems like Sanjika is the one who won't hit level 4 after that death.
It's a little bit of time, right? Yes, time, you know, EXP over time, they still managed to get it through, waiting for the opportunity, but Sanj in a lot of trouble as Ling is able to peel all 3 of them from the turtle side. They don't have the angles to get in as Lima is covering the exits. That's going to be first turtle for GXP.
Oh, missed a projectile on the Gush as well.
That combo not going to exactly land efficiently, but Kiowe has an opportunity to maybe make something happen. Ooh, sees 2, decides to pull back. Good decision by Kiowe.
And once again, it's GXP early on. This time, though, with an assassin, with something that's more comfortable on the hands of Fa. Lemma is going in deep.
All right, now they go with the Yoki Shadow kill, straight away flickering away to try to create some distance so they don't get run down by Sanjike. At this point, I would have imagined that the lead would have been more towards GCT, but at least GXP pull it back with that one play. Whoa! Throne Ruin coming down hard onto Cuervo. Can he get out of there? Can they punish this even further? No. The Iron Hook, too much of a threat. They back away.
See, this is the GXP I was expecting from game number 1. None of that Akai stuff, right? I mean, obviously for Fi, it just seems like the whole team as well, they're able to capitalize on that aggression that we saw. Sophia's still very much as trigger happy as she was in game number 1, but it's just, there's something now that can come in to help her out, even with Lemma on the Khalid.
I think this time around, at the very least, it was GCT who made the initial mistake here, but I think that GXP recovers a lot better as now they get the full combination onto poor Cuervo, and they've zoned off Sanjike as well. They're not going to be able to set up for a dive, but still pretty worth it. 3-2 now is the kill score.
The problem was just the picks, man. The problem was the picks, because now with all the aggressive picks in their hands, with Winnie back on a comfort pick, fun fact, the group stages, all the way to before semifinals, to the quarterfinals, that means Winnie only played 2 heroes. It was Harith and Claude. So the fact that she tried her, you know, luck with the carry, and the whole team tried their luck with a different kind of composition was kind of strange, and Iron Hook whiffs.
At point blank range, Traction Pulse also being utilized here as Fa, not 100% sure, will get right on top, hopefully making the call. Buddy Hunt onto Lima's side, it's good, but still able to power through with the help of Ling. They get away with the Throne of Ruin, but can they peel back as Tokyo now gets into the middle with the light wheels, gets one into Fa, Blazing Duet comes out from Winnie, but doesn't have the Trinity to guarantee the kills. Lima tries the trade, ends up dying to Kiowe. An unfortunate 2-for-0 in favor of Geltec.
You cannot overchase, not against this composition, especially in a choke point with Sanjika on the gimme. The immobilization field could hit them all, and Liuban as well, catching Fa with the Falling Star Moon as she walked up, blink forward with the Blade Surge. No more mobility resources to use, and GCT are back in an okay position. I wouldn't say back in the game just yet, They just have more chances now to come back, and it's Kyowe who's waiting for a possible steal.
I mean, it looks like it's going to be a 50-50, but they give it up entirely. They look for a wombo combo here, doesn't find it. Little disconjointed, Throne Ruin flickering forward just to make sure that Sanjike goes down, executed by Fa. And now Lubon gets into the back. At this point, Kyowe right on top of Winnie. It's perfect, but the flicker out into the teammates to protect them. Locking them down with a bloody hunt here. Unfortunately, still no trades. Winnie goes hard with the blades to weapon. The raging Sandstorm connects on the 2 Lima. Takes out Lubon. And Fa chases, takes out Kyowe as well. With mid-tier 1 down, GXP has ripped this game wide open.
Fundamentally, GXP are solid, but where they shine most is when they can shine on their mechanics, just going for these chaotic brawls and duels across the map, thriving on mechanical skill, and they got exactly what they asked for. GCT, try to go and fight fire with fire. It seems like GXP's flames just burn a bit brighter this time.
Oh, but we can't count Galtech out, right? Because inevitably, the one game that they were able to take from them, from Na'Vi, was because of the way they played mechanically. GCT on the opposite side, I think they got to get into those brawls, those big scrums. However, find those choke points. It's about positioning. It's about finding the quick way to push them in together, pinch them close.
Let's see this diamond bottom lane, an attempt.
Happens every single time. The Blazing Duet comes out. Traction Pulse as well. Winnie having to flicker out of there. It's a guaranteed kill as Guejo just walking impending doom. But because of that death, they do not sacrifice bottom tier 1.
A sacrifice for the bottom tier 1. I mean, that position is just all too relatable for me, man. You know, gold laners in the bottom lane play safe. Kyowe!
Getting chunked down to 10% of the HP. I mean, I don't know. You would have given up the tower, would you not?
No, I would
die for it.
I would die for it, bro. Turret more expensive than my life. At least in this position as well, because they have map pressure now because of the turret still alive. Doesn't allow GCT, especially on the Franco, to go and look for these positions in those bushes.
Oh, it's dangerous, but they now know that they now know that Kyowe doesn't have her shadows for at least 6 more seconds. They're gonna try and rush this down to Kyowe. Get it up in time, and yes, they do. Kyowe gets the steal. Sophia now in trouble as Newball is trying to push him out. Ling, unfortunately, at 1 HP, can't sustain through the power of Tokyo, cutting them down with the true damage. Thank God for light wheels.
GCT coming back straight up right after Galaxy Phoenix got a big team fight win, and it was through playing it a little bit slower on the skirmishes. They know if it's just all about speed, GXP would win. All out, all their resources. It requires these cycles to land perfectly with the Mystic Gush. And even, I mean, the Throne Ruins. And, oh, Iron Hook from Guejo!
It hits, it's good. Bloody Hunt on top of it. They're going to run down Faz. There's no more cooldowns to get away from this. This is starting to turn into a boxing match. GXP want to get a little messy, want to get real close. GCT, they got to throw those jabs out before the haymakers come through.
Seems like there's no jabs being thrown at this point. It's all about pointing in the middle of the ring and slugging it out. Guejo just has that reach advantage.
Oh, and it looks to be good. Lima going to try their best, but again, with the fleeting time, that Bloody Hunt just comes off too soon. Wait, the quick set God keeps it alive long enough for the counter engage by Ling. The Throne Room was good, but they want to get out to Guejo. Hit by the Traction Pulse once again. Sophia looking for combos, and it hits, but no follow-up damage. When he's thinking about it, but with no ult, they can't do much. Fa in a 1v1 against Kyowe, gets hit by the Oki Shadow Kill. Can't get out. Damage as good as Sanjike is able to back it up. GCT, these prolonged fights is exactly what they want.
Oh my goodness, the Ice Queen really living up to that title. Cold, composure, all throughout. These retreats have been perfect. Every single time it's a 50-50. It's not. It's 100-0. Kyowe just wins it. Even on the purple buff, wasn't able to win it out, and it was just Kyowe with the purple buff steal, baiting out the Soul Sever, taking it away. Guejo just looking for the Iron Hook, doesn't land it. The projectile lands, the Traction Pulse.
It's looking bad, and now with the Bloody Hunt into the Winter Crown to make sure that Lima can't go through. The Mystic Gush comes through, and Guejo must give up her life. Sophia finds it, but at this point, GCT, the mid lane is already getting attacked as they maintain the position. Ling fails the engage, projectile connects, and GXP, they've done what they can. To the Lord they go now.
And it's back to GXP now with an advantage. It really is a slugfest of a boxing match here in game number 2. GCT trying to play it a bit slower, but GXP just finding the ways to gap close. Kyowe held that bush. Good read by Lemma to walk up on it. Now it's all about the Lord. GXP have lost out the neutral objective battle to Kyoei, and now it's Lem on his own.
Oh, here it comes. They go attack the backline. Lubon tries their best, however, doesn't get the clean hits as Tokyo takes out Ling. And on the opposite side, without the Oki Shadow kill, Tokyo able to take out Fa as well. No more combinations as they have broken the formation. Sanjike somehow survives, but the Bloody Hunt will guarantee as Tokyo flicks hers forward. Iron Hook, right direction. Unfortunately, just not long enough.
4 members down for the Lord. That was all good for GCT. It looked like Kyoei was zoned away, but it was just perfect because it bought enough time for GXP to utilize all their resources to secure that Lord. Then they saw the opening, they chased down, and GXP just did not know what hit him.
Yep, with the Holy Shielding down on top and mid side, GXP make another attempt. Throw the Ruin flickering forward as well, taking it. The combo's good as all 3 members from Galtech get beamed down, and they might actually find a 4th one. Unfortunately, unable to get the stun. However, they're going to still chase it to the ends of the earth. Sanjike, no passive, doesn't have that max range. 4 for nothing.
Big Sky Piercer stacks as well for Fa on the Suyo. We've seen this plenty of times. The gold lead basically non-existent at 11 minutes of the game. It's only a 2,000 gold lead. They do have an advantage on the far lane, but GXP, that's what I'm saying. When it comes to just these chaotic skirmishes, they just find a way to force even the most technical of opponents to slug it out.
That's the thing. It's about these combination punches that they throw. They manage to sidestep this. Thankfully, don't get hit by the Iron Hook. GXP can't afford to get hit by these big spells as they want to get it. Oh, wow. All right. Committing with the Oki Shadow kill, forcing a lot of the members to actually get on out of there. And now the counter engage, they might be looking for it. Lubon, he wants it bad. Falling Star, move on to the back line. It's Tokyo takes out Ling. Lubon buys just enough time as they back away. This pick is good, but now you can see, look at Fa, looking for a counter engage. No, decides to go into the mid lane as GXP is on the run.
It was supposed to be a boxing fight. GCT just threw a kick on GXP. Unexpected, another big blow to GXP's comeback run, perhaps. It looked a few times a bit too good with the Sky Piercer stacks falling into Fa and them getting back map control. But it's all about that overextension, right? When you're a chaotic team looking for brawls, you tend to also push that a bit too far sometimes.
Look, if the rules are starting to bend in this boxing match and bringing in their feet, they're going for those ankle kicks. And eventually, eventually, it's going to snap in half, man, if you're not trained for these types of attacks.
Those obliques, man.
It's tough. It's really, really painful to get hit by one of those. And not to mention, GXP, as the combination punch team, really needs to make sure that they hit some good targets. And arguably, I want to say they got to take out Koiho, but so many times we've seen the counter engage from GCT to be much better, even without the Bloody Hunt.
So now it's about building it back. GCT finally get some space to play their own game, that slow macro style. Playing behind that jab, up top is the jab. They have that forced error built up, slow push coming in. GXP are gonna have to look for a gamble, a wild haymaker to turn things around, a wipe in the skirmish, or a Lord take where they don't lose anybody.
Yeah, look at these aggressive positions that they're holding him in no man's land, trying to make sure that they have that first setup. However, the backup is so far away that this could be an overextension, and I think that GCT might have just figured it out, but luckily they got into lane, forced them out entirely, and now they have a power position over this Lord. Should be pretty free overall, right? I don't see any contestation because of this forced mistake, and now GXP, they're not really going to force this. They've already used the conceal, no position to fight.
Be careful, Emma. Kuejo just needs one Iron Hook. The GCT chooses to play it safe. BOD built up for Kyoei. Take a look at the items. Chastised Pauldron as well. The Wind of Nature being built up by Tokyo. That'll take all of the threat of the Claude and the Suyo. The two heroes that can actually dive together with the Alice out of the skirmish already. Is that a holy crystal that Sanjik is building for?
Yeah, I think so. That's, I mean, that'll hurt. It's going to hurt for sure, but at the same time, I wouldn't blame the decision because based on what we've seen so far, Sanjik usually isn't that... Wait, hold on. Throne Ruin does connect, Fa able to combo perfectly, but luckily the winner crown coming from Kueho is good enough. Thinking about the Bloody Hunt, they get it on towards Lima, and unfortunately Fa with too many stacks able to make it happen. Lubon, Falling Star mood, they were targeting the front line, but now Sanjik flickers forward to try and ensure this. Lima will try their best as well to peel them up, but now in the back, Kyoei finds him with the Oki Shadow kill, and it's just too much damage for Sophia to take.
Kyoei found the angle through all that chaos. GXP thought they had GCT. because they saw them split up, and now it's GCT looking for the end. Possible match point. Immobilization lands.
It's good, it's good. However, they need that wave, and Ling is able to delay this wave for as long as they can. Traction falls again, getting thrown out. Nubion trying their best to try and pull some attention to their side. The OK Shadow kill might just find one. Unfortunately, RNG isn't on their side. Nubion needs to take out Fa. Fa gets on out of there just in the nick of time as Ling gets on top of it too, and the peel should be it. This is when Nubion should fall, when you have a raging Sandstorm, and especially with so much pain. And yet they don't give these kills over to Winnie.
How the heck did Galaxy pull that defense, not losing another base turret? It still stays just one base turret down. It was from the prior push, GCT. They have to push it a bit further. They have to be wary of these crazy, awkward engages from Galaxy Phoenix. They're caught behind the ropes right now, on the ropes.
It's about that body motion, right? They gotta dodge. They don't mind getting nicked, and that's the truth of it. Getting nicked is okay, but as soon as a haymaker comes out, you can see GCT, they scatter.
They're swinging wild, that's for sure, man. Leaving themselves open, but that's what you gotta do. Throne of Ruin again, the haymaker landing.
It's not good enough this time with Winter Crown. Alquejo can't seem to get out there. Has to use the Bloody Hunt, and it's going Winnie. Goes down as Killway finds a double to that front line. A single Oki Shadow kill was good enough.
Winnie got one shot. Oh my goodness, the red tree from Kyoe plus the shadow kill took everything out of the quad. And now it's just Fa and Sophia to try to delay this game.
Inhibitor open, Fa looking for an opportunity. One minion, they just need to clear it up, and with the red tree they will. Sophia out of position, and now the next wave has spawned. Not sure why Sophia decided to walk away like this, knowing that Fa can actually delay these waves. However, topside, there's just not enough manpower. 4 more seconds until Ling comes back up. 6 more on Lima, and 6 more on Winnie, as I need to defend with everything they got. Throne of Ruin is out, but it's too late. That's the end of the game here in the game number 2. Galtech Cyber Team 2-0.
That's match point. To do it with a composition that threw most of their main winning conditions that we saw from the group stage all the way to the semifinals out the window, to say, no, I'm just better. If you want to brawl, if you want to go and slug it out, we can do just that.
We haven't seen a flex like this in a while, to say, you know what you think at the meta? We don't care about that. We've got our own playbook, and I'm starting to like it, I'm not gonna lie. I love the way that both of these teams, their scrimmages are ridiculous.
These ladies are fierce.
We need more of this. We need more of this everywhere. We're going to be throwing over to our studio to break this down for you. I'm sure they've got a lot to say for such an exciting game, but only after these messages.
Galtech Cyber Team, they want 3rd place. They want the $50,000. The question is, can Galaxy Phoenix dig deep? They're making too many mistakes, and now they're down 2-0 in this best of 5, which means Galtech is officially on match point just like that. Hey, welcome back into our studio. Guys, it started off bad already, right? Let's go back to that first minute. Galtech finds the mid laner exposed. They take advantage of it, and from there it snowballs into Galtech's hands.
Yeah, Sophia, Lemma, they were slipping in their position and they're trading at the center of the map early on, and it didn't take long for it to be translated to a small early lead. Credits to Galaxy, they were able to recover, and again, which is why personally I preferred their draft over what Galtech went for. When it was going good, you could see it happen, but then Mirko posed the question, is it because Galtech are trying to say with their draft that they're simply better? It's been answered, yes.
Yeah, from the Olos to now the Franco, some of the most unexpected heroes that are not entirely part of the meta are actually made work here by Galtech time and time again. And I agree, the beginning seemed a bit too sloppy for even both of their sides. I was expecting it to be a bit more difficult, especially for Galtech, to pull off this entire idea of a Franco. But even then, you see how they started moving. They were always together, and just by them doing that, it's crazy. I feel like Galaxy Phoenix have always been scrambling around the map.
And again, even going into the unique heroes, I mean, 30 unique heroes. They are the second most moving team when it comes to hero selection, which is truly impressive. Again, going back to that first minute, though, let's take a look at it because this is where things truly started off bad for Galaxy Phoenix at a time where they needed it to go well, especially given the fact that they had just come off a loss from map number 1. We go back in time to the first minute and take a look. Again, the mid laner getting exposed. I mean, we're just 40 seconds in.
Yeah, where was Lemma in that situation? You have to be helping your mid laner clear. I think she overthought it and thought that, hey, maybe the Franco's gonna be going into the gold lane. Nope, and that just left you vulnerable in the center of the map. You lose your mid, you lose your roam early. And with, as you mentioned, coming from a loss, knowing that if you lose this, you're gonna be down match point, you need to have a good start or it's gonna influence the rest of your game. You're gonna be sloppy, you're gonna be taking unnecessary risks.
Yeah, honestly, if you try to look at the different angles Lemma might have considered as to why she just went straight to Kyowe, you would kind of understand her, right? Maybe there was a potential early invade 2 from the Franco, maybe there was a potential that the Franco could go gold, or not entirely in the mid, because that's not where you expect the Franco to really unleash the early game potential, but it's that's why just so much matters when it comes to these early decisions, because as we take a closer look to whatever escalated after that, it was much faster this time around for Geltec Cyber Team.
Yeah, and Geltec obviously uses that advantage. They take that momentum and they just apply it to the rest of the round. But you're right, though, Rinmar. Like, it was, in fact, of course, Galaxy Phoenix did, in fact, have some comeback moments. We now go a little bit deeper into round number 2, and we do see that it's relatively even based upon this action, right? I mean, they do start coming back. Galaxy Phoenix is looking a bit more solid, but still not so comfortable at this point.
Yeah, this was when it was going good for themselves, and you see the beauty of their lineup.
Yeah, I think it is also a moment wherein you get to see how eventually Geltec Cyber Team can be caught off guard, but if you prolong the team fights much to a point where you don't get to burst down anyone from Geltec and they just keep on throwing out their skills, then it becomes a favorable position for them as well, considering the carry also got the late entries.
That's right, and even at the very end, Galaxy Phoenix, you can criticize how they defended their base. The pressure from Geltec was tremendous, and as they started pushing into the base, you can notice Geltec clearly was looking incredibly strong. We take a look at that action, Rinmar.
Yeah, this was right after they took an unnecessary go or a fight. I believe it was in that upper Lord pit. Ling comes out. You see the idea with the combos, with what they can dish out. And with what I said earlier about mentality, at least Galaxy Phoenix, they were still willing to fight. And if you see them, when you do it layer per layer together as a team, you find your moment, it looks good, but they just couldn't do that consistently all throughout game number 2.
Yeah, it's always Geltec being able to get away. I mean, I don't blame it. It's a Hayabusa. So probably the next best option really was the Franco, which is why they tried to burst her down multiple times in a row, force out the Winter Crown, and in some ways it became a bit favorable for them. But you also have to take into consideration that whatever you do, Liubon is still going to be there. She's still going to be in your face.
Well, Miracle and Gideon are calling the action, and they're doing a phenomenal job. And we happen to be recording them. Let's see what kind of antics they got into during the commentary.
Well, it's dangerous, but they now know that they now know that Kyowe doesn't have a Shadows for at least 6 more seconds. They're gonna try and rush this down. Can Kyowe get it up in time? And yes, they do. Kyowe gets the steal. Sophia now in trouble as Liubon is trying to push him out. Ling, unfortunately, at 1 HP, can't sustain through the power of Tokyo, cutting them down with the true damage. Thank God for Light Wheels.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
It's always entertaining seeing the commentators explode with energy. Bria actually made a comment about you when we had your hey, it was okay. It was a good moment, right? When you were up there commentating. Because when you're up here, you know, you're all poised, professional, wrapped up, right? And when you're up there, you just explode with this ball of energy.
I can't help myself. The games yesterday were very explosive. I think we would all agree to that. At least for today, they have been a bit one-sided though, so I'm really hoping we get a bit more of that same level of explosiveness in the next few games.
Sanjike was getting a lot of attention and for good reasons. Game 2 stats.
90% kill participation. That shows how well gelled together Geltec was. They played together as a team. They played around their Franco. They knew that they had 2 carries to work with through the Kimmy, through the carry as well, and they played around each other so well.
Yeah, there wasn't even a Sky Piercer in that lineup.
Yeah,
I think it was just pure team fighting and winning out, and that's what gave them the advantage.
Man, Geltec is on fire. Coming into this, quite honestly, I thought Galaxy Phoenix was probably going to be the favorite, but Geltec says otherwise, and they have been looking phenomenal. Hey, we've got the EWC survey on your screen. Scan that QR code and give us feedback on what you think about the broadcast. What do you think about the Esports World Cup as a whole? We would love to hear your feedback because, again, for you all out there, you're the ones that make this worth it. We go back to our stage, and it's now serious business for Galaxy Phoenix. They're down 0-2, and they are forced to come back. Geltec is absolutely on fire. Little mistakes here and there, maybe hero selections going bad for Galaxy Phoenix. They've got a lot to fix, and they've got to fix it quickly.
Yeah, I hope they can shut up the haters and just prove, no, they're not better than us. Maybe equal footing, and then eventually get to the point where you can prove that you are better. Because so far, I have not seen the Galaxy Phoenix that wowed us, that gave us that surprise joy of, wow, where did this team come from? For a while now in this tournament. They do have to dig deep and just remember who they are and play together, play great as individuals.
Yeah, and they played 2 very different games already. Like 2 different lineups, 2 different approaches, but none of them worked just yet. So we really are looking for that same GXP that we saw in the first 2 days.
Sophia got isolated. She got punished. Again, we go back to the main storyline, and it was the fearless Queen of Fa. Is she starting to finally feel fear? Is she able to bring this team back up? Her stats were incredible. Arguably, she was better than Kiowe in the statistics category. It's not all on her, of course. It is a team effort, and I understand that. But if we're looking at Fall to turn things around, what does she need to do?
Well, has to start telling her team, I think it's time for me to take over here.
She should be the star.
Yeah, she should be the star. And it's this weird, awkward spot for them where it's like, allow Fa to be the star while at the same time telling each other, can we not go too far away from each other?
Yeah.
Can we time ourselves a little bit better so that, okay, if one of us decide to go and make that play, there's a lot of us that can get together and just answer it right away.
Yeah, because Geltec's the perfect example of them just being together.
Yeah.
Right? They're always moving as a group, and we saw that multiple times, even on a Franco lineup that they did field out earlier on. So I agree, Fa might want to take charge this time heading into this draft.
We had broken walls, flying cloud. Now we're going to get some dangerous grass. Now, based upon that map pick, how do we think about Geltec closing this out 3-0? Or could this play into the role of Galaxy Phoenix?
Ooh, if it's dangerous grass and Geltec that we're talking about, I might as well think that this will also be one of their more favorable maps if they were just to talk about their sheer rotations and abilities to move around the map and just catch Galaxy Phoenix by surprise, because they've been doing that very dominantly in the previous 2 games. And now I'm just wondering if they will just allow the possibility of another assassin type of comp to come through for Geltec.
I have one very simple suggestion for GXP. You're going up against a team that are playing around each other too well. They stick together a lot. I know Gord is great, but can you please pick up a Lilia? Or even consider, hey, if you want to go for something greedy and you play for a little bit later in the game, maybe pick up a Sicilian. Okay, that's like my bias for the pick alone, but come on, a Lilia, please.
Okay, Eve gets picked up here though, so the range will definitely be a problem to deal with for GXP as they get to decide on what their first 2 picks are going to be this time. I feel like this should definitely be the time to Claude, right?
Yeah, you pick up the Claude now, you get that comfort pick, and then you pick up your assassins and a diving EXP laner, or maybe just an EXP laner that can hold really well, help dive alongside whatever the assassin for Fa will be. You don't need to pick it up this early. Just get the Claude, get the Lilia.
We're waiting for them to get these 2 picks that they could center their draft around. But that also leaves us with a question of, do they leave Fa's pick for second phase all over again? Do they rather flex Fa in the jungle rather than put her on a pick that's comfortable and play around it? But they get the Harith.
Just get the glue, Giltech. Get the glue, get the Phoveus, one of those. Even the Esmeralda would be great. You have so many options available to answer.
And that's also knowing you're playing into an Eve lineup too. The Eve is the first pick. You see what mid lane, what box could potentially be established for Geltech, but this is still the route. I think they have counter engaged. Yes, they go for the Khalid, but even this hasn't really worked for them earlier on. Now it's more and more boxes. It's a Hylos and an Esmeralda.
Again, Geltech, they play together as a team. It's so good. They have pretty much won the first phase of the draft. Well, I don't know what's going on. Okay, at this point, please, a Lilia. Maybe I would be okay with the Valir, but I would love a Lilia at this point.
Yeah, so you have also a bit more of the burst damage. Yeah, you have the Khalid already.
Yeah, it's constant damage. You can dish out slows. It's not just a stun with true damage. It's constant little bursts of damage that makes fighting around your own personal box as GXP even more dangerous. Then pick up a CC.
I think matchups we see in the EXP lane are already slightly or they attempted to at least balance it out through the CC, but I feel like it's still gonna be tough either way. There's just so much to think about. You pretty much put both of your XP laners or both of your fronts forward.
They have to make the tough choice now of whether or not they can go for damage in the jungle or just accept that you're gonna have Fa once again playing utility for the team. They'll take out the Claude, would have been great, but you still have picks like the Moskov, picks like the carry still up. If the carry gets through this draft, I don't know anymore. But then the thing is, you still have a Clint option as well for Tokyo. So whatever Geltech is left with, it's just great for their playstyle. Whether they go for the carry or the Clint, it's very them.
They banned out the Gord. Arguably so. Of course, that's additional layers of shred, but with the amount of fronts and with the amount of sustain that you're already seeing from Geltech, I think they're very flexible to choose around the jungle. Like, they have options to play around with, considering that they have both Eves and Hylos in the draft. So I doubt Kyoei would have a tough time deciding whatever pick she wants to go for here.
You know what might be tough here for Geltech? For Galaxy? If ever Geltech, just pick up a Hanabi or something. If we're looking at it from like a team fighting perspective, they don't really have a lot of hard CC. The Hanabi with her own personal shield, paired up with an Eve. You have the Glorious Pathway as the Hylos. It seems like it's a good time to be a Hanabi. But again, it's at this point, Tokyo will just pick whatever she wants personally. For the jungle, okay, maybe once we see Red 4, we can have a better idea of what they might want to lean into jungle-wise.
Yeah. Because as of the moment, it seems a bit too broad. Just take out the Ling, so even one more of Fa's comforts get taken out. I am looking at what other picks she previously used, but it's just mostly the Yi Sun Shin that's left that kind of worked out for them. Because you might not want to see the Akai a second time around in this kind of scenario. It, on paper, might be okay. But if you're looking at how Galaxy Phoenix have been working around the sequence of the team fights and the layering overall, then that just puts more and more pressure on their draft.
I'm glad they finally picked up the Lilia, but that definitely should have come in sooner. And look how quickly Geltic Cyber Team picked up the Granger. They know that their box is way too good. If ever the Akai comes in for Galaxy Phoenix, I think it might be tough for them because it's sort of counterintuitive to what they want to be able to do with the Lilia and the Harith. You want things to be coming together, not getting pushed away, unless they are really good with being able to build down the members of Geltic. And here comes Leomord for the first time in MWI. Oh, is Leomord gonna carry Geltic to victory and all the way to the third place?
It's Hylos and Leomord too.
Oh yeah, it's the double horse combo, courtesy of Team Liquid, the men's side. Well, this could end up very, very fast. I think it's funny, the Kai looks good because you see the Leomord, but then with what you have, it just looks so counterintuitive to your own goals.
And it's devastating because they're in last pick again. And the last time we saw the Akai come through in last pick, it didn't really pan out well for Galaxy Phoenix overall. Their third game in the red side, but despite that, things haven't been going their way, so they just lock in the Suyo to wrap up this draft.
It's not just Fa, the rest of Galaxy Phoenix, the whole team need to make some magic.
There is no mercy for third. Geltec Cyber Team have put themselves in a winning position. In this best of 5, they need to win 3. They've already won 2. Is one more in the books for them to close this series out 3-0? Or does Galaxy Phoenix have more life left in them? Can they go map by map to provide the reverse sweep? It's up to them to decide. But for now, Geltec Cyber Team look absolutely incredible. It's time for map number 3 between Galaxy Phoenix and Geltec Cyber Team. Mirko, get in. Let's get it started.
The question's in the air. So far, Galaxy Phoenix haven't been able to get a single game after making it to top 4. In a best of 5, they just struggle. Do they have the mental fortitude to come back? Because GCT, they just need a game to finish it off.
It's match point, and that's the high pressure, the high stakes that we've all been waiting for. And especially if GXP is going to climb out of this hole in this best of 5 series. Overall, I am a little worried, but at the same time, there are some interesting adjustments, right? Adaptations that we are seeing. 31% first blood rate compared to 42 on the opposite side.
You got that increase, you know, the first blood earlier could be first blood here, but Lemma flickers out the safety. That means, though, mid-prio will be pretty good, but Fa, sneaky, straight up into enemy jungle after sending Lemma up top to delay Kiowe.
And that's the thing, we were talking about it in game number 1 and 2. We recognized that the attention span seemed to be all over the place, and in game 2, they started to weaponize that attention span. Now, it's about dealing false information, feeling like you're really about to catch somebody, and then you notice, where's all my camps down on the bottom side?
Top 10 unpleasant surprises of all time right there. Bargain Hunter for Sophia, and it's double sprints for GXP. Not the vengeance you'd expect from Ling. I understand it, though. You really want to try to utilize the mobility to rotate around. Kiowe is just desperately looking for level 4, gets stunned up by the Blade Surge and chewed away from a possible level 4. That means Kiowe is going to have to look for a kill. Lemma doesn't have Flicker, but GCT cannot threaten Lemma enough.
I don't know. Now, I think everybody's getting a little antsy. That's a very early retribution. For what? Even. For what? And no need to use it for now. GXP on the opposite side. Let's look at the EXP, because so far, it doesn't look like he is able to be able to deal with Lubon just yet. Not until we're expecting to see that War Axe or maybe Anti-Heal. Really depends on the scenario. But this very first turtle, seems like everybody is looking for a piece of it.
Kiowe's going to have to go for this Lizard before level 4. But GXP are taking a bit too long to set up for the neutral objective just because Ling was behind in level. At least Fa's got a level lead with the Suyo, so it's a Soul Sever plus a Retry advantage. GXP finally utilizing this lead right now to go straight for it, but Kiowe's finally hit level 4.
Ooh, it's a good curtain call here, lockdown 2, and even the Revitalize being thrown out. Quail trying to get on out of there, Ling able to find and gets the trade. Can she survive it? She does, saved by 5. Now the real one manipulation, able to clean up 1. Lima, quick sand guard, keeping him alive. Kiowe in trouble! No! And Lima still finds it. Lubon can get it, able to flicker forward. 2 2 for 2. Despite everything that happened, 2 for 2 trade turning into a 3 for 2 trade, and now Winnie able to get so much money down on the bottom side.
It's almost like it's deja vu every single game. Galaxy Phoenix go for Turtle 1, they get it, but the team fight is lost. Then you see Winnie, who doesn't rotate, get goal down below, but this time Tokyo got a kill and an assist. A few of the other times, Tokyo hasn't been able to be active now. It's a dive perhaps on Winnie. Zaman Force already utilized. Now Lemma can't get close.
It's a little dangerous there. There was a moment I was thinking whether or not they were going to use the Glorious Pathway early on, but they just use it as a disengage mechanic. At least before, in the previous game, Winnie got dived instantaneously after that turtle. This time round, a little bit more counterplay for the laners. Sophia making sure that Quajo just taking so much damage, already chunked to 50% as Lima continues to make Kyoe's life difficult. Already with the Phantom Steed, but that's only going to trade ult for ult.
So annoying. Lima on the lead. It happened as well earlier in game number 2, and they actually won the early game. So it's the same story here with even more mid-pressure because of Lilia. Last game, I'd say Lemma did a good job, but unfortunately Sophia was left all alone against that Franco, and it got GCT a bit of a leeway in the early game to even out the odds. But now with the Lilia, it's just so safe, especially with the sprint and the black shoes, so everybody can do their own thing while Sophia just clears out mid.
I mean, Sophia's just the tax collector as well, right? But Quajo alongside with Sonjike, as soon as they start leaving.
And I finally got to 1500 ELO. How much longer do you think it'll take me to be a Grandmaster? I'm 15, by the way. Hashtag on the grind. Okay, listen, I love the positivity you have, and I love how much you want to become a Grandmaster. It's amazing. There's a long way from 1500 to Grandmaster, but you just keep playing, and we'll see where you go. But it gets exponentially harder. But don't let that stop you from achieving your dreams. If you want to become a Grandmaster, keep going, keep grinding. You have, and I love how much you want to become a red thread, which is that everyone just wants to improve at chess, and everyone is stuck at just not knowing how to improve. But I think that, I mean, in real life, most people are not that great at chess. So if you just reach like 1300 online chess rating, you're going to be better than all your friends, and already that is a great flex. If you're able to just pull up a chessboard and challenge all your friends and destroy them, who cares if you're 1800 or 1300? You're already flexing on your friends. Just watch master players play, watch games, try to improve from your games, watch a lot of videos, and just become better. Okay, final question. Could a noob beat Magnus Carlsen if they had like 30 queens? You, my friend, are very lucky because the Esports World Cup just tested this. Click here to watch the video.
Everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now. The Mid-Season Cup at EWC makes its 3rd appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points. MSC opens with the group stage, where 15 qualified teams and 1 team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. Both groups will compete in a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than ever, the knockout stage puts everything on the line. In this single elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, one final battle remains, a chance to secure a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the 3rd place match. Here, one moment can change everything. One mistake ends the dream, one clutch play creates a legend, and at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. One final series in a best-of-7, all for the grand prize of $1 million. One chance to rise above the rest. Who will become legendary? Who will prove unstoppable? 2 champions, 1 game. This is MSC at EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
時しようよ準備開脚早まだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみたすんだ
It all feels extremely familiar. I've been here before. I've been here for such a long time. This view of the Eiffel Tower, this rooftop, it all feels so similar.
Chris, wake up! Wake up!
Who the hell are you?
What? It's Eterna! We were just talking a few minutes ago. I know my hair's a little messy, but I'm still the same person.
Is this Dota?
No, we're moving on, Chris. We're moving on to the biggest mobile esports title.
We are. You are right. You are right. I've snapped out of it. Yes, this is the mid-season cup for MLBB here, and we're so excited to get into it.
Super duper, and especially now that it's going to be collaborating with EWC 2026 here in Paris.
So excited. Let's jump into a quick explainer for the club championship before we get things started.
Sixteen of the best teams in the world have gathered in Paris, France for the MLBB Mid-Season Cup at the Esports World Cup 2026, and the action for day one begins today. Chris, you are not dreaming. We've got a lot of action here on Stage 3. The Lenovo Legion Gauntlet welcomes you back with Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and I'm so excited to get started. My name is Rain Day. I will be your host over these next 2 weeks, but I am joined by a slew of talented, professional commentators that really, you should already know. They need no introduction, but let's introduce them anyway. It's Mirko and LaFell. What's up, guys? Mirko, how you doing?
Bro, I'm feeling excited. As you can probably hear from my voice, maybe a bit too excited as of the last 2 days.
I mean, like, for me, you guys know about the moon? I'm over it.
Yeah.
I'm over the moon.
Dang.
That's like a different way to say excited. We're ready, y'all. Is your ears okay?
My ears are good.
All right, perfect, and we're ready.
If you can't tell, these guys are going to be having fun throughout the entire time. It is going to be a blast, and MLBB been one of the most enjoyable games I've had a chance of learning, and we're so excited to dive in. Everybody who is a fan of this game, welcome again. You are going to love it. And also, we've got a chance for you to engage. Yes, by watching, yes, by chatting, but also by making your tournament pick'ems. You can decide who you think is going to win. You can go to esports.com/play, esportsworldcup.com/play, or scan the QR code on your screen for your chance at $300,000, and of course to see if you get these pick'ems right. So make sure to check in with us and let us know in the chat if you're doing well. Mirko, you got your pick'ems in?
I got my pick'ems in. I had to, redo his fantasy picks.
Hey, wait,
later.
Hold on.
My picks are way better.
Man. Hey, no, bro. Come on, bro. You got to think of, you got your boy, I got my boy, man. I got to be loyal.
That's true. That's true.
I can't have a team without Story Me in it, all right?
Okay, fairs.
Plus, Grammy has that killer instinct. That's why I had to have him over Sanford. I do have to say, based on the meta, we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah, it's clearly going to be interesting because there's so many good players, so many young players today. Stories will highlight from all around the world, and of course Southeast Asia, which has dominated MLBB for so long. Will we see some new champions rise? Will we see some old teams come back and defend their title? We'll find out in just a moment, but we're not alone. We've got more talent with us. You saw them briefly in the intro. Let's go introduce themselves fully. It's Chris and Eterna.
So we thought you'd give you a little bit of an introduction to us. I'm Chris. I'm going to be covering all your needs when it comes down to the club championship here at EWC.
And I'm Eterna, and I'm... What was it again?
We talked about this.
I don't remember.
Right,
but I was
remember
Descos
what
before.
I told you. Remember what I told you.
Okay. I'm Eterna, and I'm going to be the reporter. So I'm going to cover player interviews, just getting the back scoops of everything, and perhaps maybe even get some coaches.
Yeah. What am I doing again?
I don't know what you're doing.
I don't do much.
Remember what you're...
Okay, I've remembered, thankfully, exactly what I'm doing. It's going to be covering everything to do with the club championship. So when you do have teams competing in all their respective games over every single stage here at EWC, they are accumulating club championship points. And I'll be keeping you up to date with everything that's going on with especially teams like Team Falcons, who are going to be vying for the win here in the MSC.
Chris, don't forget the defending champions.
And Team Liquid, of course, the favourites coming in this tournament. They'll be looking for the 1,000 points that you get for finishing first. But that is going to be our job, so we're going to be covering all of that with no bias whatsoever.
None. Right?
None.
$75 million, 25 tournaments, over 200 clubs, only one club champion. The club championship is the beating heart of the Esports World Cup. Over 7 weeks, esports clubs send their players to compete. Every placement, every win, every podium earns points for their club. At the end of 7 weeks, every point counts. The club at the top walks away with $7 million and the title of Best Esports Club in the world. It's not about being the best at one game. It's about being the best across all of them. Depth, versatility, consistency under pressure. One championship trophy, one title. Who will take it? Watch history unfold in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026.
History certainly unfolding here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and MLBB is set up for a mid-season cup that will not disappoint. There's so many through lines here from obviously last year, but also the wild card to get here. And I think setting up that story is one that we've paid special attention to. Falcons MENA made it through a 10-team gauntlet that included teams all the way from East Asia, Mekong, Thailand, MENA, Turkey, EECA, Europe, the Americas, to finally outlast and battle to get here, guys. And it's a journey, but now they have their first chance to make it on this MSC main stage.
It was crazy. I mean, it was a brutal journey all throughout. I'd go as far as to say that Falcons MENA, nobody really predicted them to make it through, especially with their curse in the wild card. They always seem to fall flat in the wild cards. But again, they were able to really capitalize on the utility jungle meta. So a big question mark here coming into MSC would be, has Boyet adapted to the assassins in the jungle?
Yeah, it's almost to the point where the meta has shifted so much that some people might say like, oh, they're slightly at a disadvantage because we've seen a lot of their a lot of their meta during wildcards. But the thing is, a lot has changed that maybe they won't even be using the same heroes.
Well, it's a really interesting conversation because last year, as you guys mentioned, they did not make it, failed to qualify, and they were not expected to make it in this one. So Falcons MENA, by qualifying, they've actually given Falcons, our club championship back-to-back winners, 2 teams at MLBB. So twice the amount of chances in this 16-team group. When you look at the split, Group A versus Group B. LaFell, I know you've got your eyes on Group A. I want to hear from Group B as well from you, Mirko. But LaFell, Group A obviously has some great stories there. True Rippers is coming up in my eyes. Guangzhou Gaming. What are you seeing here?
Honestly, when it comes to Group A and Group B, I feel like it's a no contest that Group B is the group of death. So for Group A here, I want to see the teams that are here actually maximizing their chances to actually get quite a few more metas in. Like for teams like Team Vitality, Falcons, PH, even Team Spirit are probably one of the favorites to make it through out of Group A. I want to see whether they just going to go all in, use their best strat, or they change it up.
It's crazy to see Group B, though. I mean, Group B is ridiculous. LaFell's already mentioned it, but we have 7 champions in Group B. Only 1 runner-up. And it's crazy to say, but Onyx is the one that feels like the odd one out here up against all these champions.
It's an incredible slew of teams, and the reason it's so important and the reason that they are here is not just because of the pride, obviously, regionally to prove that they're the best, but because of the life-changing prize pool. $3 million on the line from MLBB here at the Esports World Cup. $3.5 million total for all competitions. $1 million for the first place winner. So everybody, whether you're here, is not done with their journey. Remember, nothing is granted, right? And so you have to find a way to earn this moment. And if you do, Mirko, it is life-changing.
Absolutely, man. Especially considering if you look at the format of this event, man, it's fantastic. We got the group stages already with a completely different format to all the other MLBB tournaments, and then single elimination bracket in the knockout stages. If you lose, you're out. No second chances. I love MSC EWC.
Yeah, one of the great things about this too is that right now we don't have to worry about losing any team. We actually do have our schedule for today because it's going to be group stages for the next 4 days. You guys are going to see teams battle against each other, and I love what LaFell said about this because you get to experiment. If you're in Group A, you might have a little more leniency to save some strats for later on if you know you have a weaker group in some people's eyes. But we'll see a lot of teams here. Team Vamos, Team Falcons Mana, Team Falcons PH, and Guangzhou Gaming right after that. Vitality will take on True Rippers, India's first chance at an international representation here at MSC, and Team Spirit versus Ignite Gaming. LaFell, all great teams, and obviously games that are going to give us our stories that are going to help shape this tournament.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially because for now, sure, there are some mismatch in terms of who they're facing up against. I'm looking at Team Vitality because True Reapers, yes, is the first India experience here at International, but Team Vitality, honestly, one of the favorites to win it all. So this is going to be a good test for True Reapers, but also for Team Vitality, because I feel like in that matchup, it's not enough to win. You got to win very convincingly.
Yeah, both teams have so much on the line. Coming up next, our first matchup of the day, Team Vamos and Team Falcons Meta. It's time to narrow in on what will be our first set of the day. Mirko, Team Vamos, Team Meta, obviously two teams with a lot to prove. Maybe two teams that people didn't expect to be here, now here, fighting for a chance at $1 million like everybody else.
Absolutely. You know, I'm sorry, LaFell, I'm sorry to all the Malaysian fans, but I'll say it. Vamos look uncoordinated, they look chaotic, they look awkward, they look weird. But funnily enough, that's exactly what you need in this meta. With the Assassins, I actually think Error 404, not GOAT, I should say, will do really well.
Yeah, no, actually, I'm there with you because I feel like everyone has their doubts for Vamos, but now we're looking at Team Falcons Mena. They already quite a lot of the doubts come wildcard because, again, people thought maybe they'd be top 4, maybe at most top 3, but they made it all the way through. But again, like you said, that was the tank meta in the jungle. We'll see how Boya adjusts when there's a lot more Assassins.
How do you guys feel about this meta report here? 84 unique heroes in 69 games at MWI, Mirko. Healthy?
I think it's very healthy if you look at MWI, but just like last year, I feel like if you look at MSC and MWI, we're going to be seeing completely different metas here, especially when it comes down to those weird picks like the Hanabi. Yeah. I don't think we're going to be seeing it here at MSC. I think we're going to see many more Assassins and less healers.
Yeah, this is why I'm actually looking forward to this one and why I see in Group A, there's a little bit more room for you to test out new things, because here's the thing. It does seem like there's a meta where with 16 different teams, everyone can have their own identity and possibly not get punished that much. The only thing that I feel like would be super punished if they have 0 early game, right? All mid and late game. Other than that, I'm actually looking forward to how the meta shapes up.
I'm really looking forward to how this is going to work out. And obviously our first match of the day introduces Team Vamos and one of their stars, their youngest stars here in the tournament, Error 404. We had a chance to catch up with the man who was so aptly named based on maybe a little bit of a mistake, but now it is caught on and caught by fire here in the MLBB community about how he's feeling going into the first match of MSC.
We're now back here with Error 404 from Team Vamos. This is your first international. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling a little bit nervous but excited at the same time.
Nervous but excited. But more nervous or more excited?
But I think more excited.
More excited. That's what we want to hear. Because I heard, back home, in MPL MY, your heart rate's always off the charts. It's always above 130. Is that true?
That's very, very true.
That's true. Why? Why is it always so high?
I think it's just the adrenaline of the game.
Adrenaline of the game. What do you think today is going to be for you?
I think it's going to be high also.
What do you think? 140? 150?
140 maybe.
140 maybe, 130. But of course, we do see a shift in meta. It looks like the Assassins might be back in the jungle position. Are you excited about that?
Yeah, I'm really excited because it patched back to Assassins, right?
So you like the Assassins?
Yeah, I like.
Are you good at the Assassins?
I would say definitely better than the utility. Yeah.
Okay. What's your favorite assassin?
For now, I think just Fanny.
Fanny, okay. We're going to keep an eye out for that. Do you have any message to your opponent today, Team Falcons Mena?
Good luck, especially to my ex-coach, Coach Pao, and let's give a good match for the viewers today.
All right. Thank you so much, Error 404. Over, back to you.
Well, loves the assassin jungle instead of the utility. That's exactly what this meta seems to be offering up, guys. LaFell, your thoughts on here in Era 404?
I mean, like, first of all, good shout out that Coach Pao that used to coach for Vamos is now in Falcons Mena, so he should know quite a lot about the kids. And I gotta say, something about Era 404, we know a lot of energy, right? Marco, you would understand this kind of energy where you're all in a hotel room and you know where each other rooms are. He will go to your room and just keep on ringing it, and then when you open, he'll come in, he'll run around, jump on the bed a bit, and then get out.
He's got that energy for sure.
He's done it. He's done it to casters, he's done it to some of the players. So they're like, you know what? He's a good player, but oh my goodness, is he annoying.
So that's why he's got the beats per minute that high. Dude, just running around jumping on everybody's
always
bed.
140. It's insane. During draft, 140.
You don't realize mobile games, you could just do a lot of physical activity, unlike just being at a PC. So, one of the benefits is that he could still be ranking up at that point. He's that good. 17 years old, the star of Team Vamos. We'll see what he can do. But we also had a chance to catch up with Team Falcons Mena. This is a team that, again, did not make it last year to 2025's MSC and did not come in as the expected winner of the wild card, but somehow they are here. We had a chance to catch up with Boyette about why.
Hey, Turner here for a pre-match interview with Boyette right before his match. So, quick checkup. Boyette, coming from wildcards now, going into the first day of groups. How is the preparation like for the team?
For the preparation, we don't know because we never practice because my teammate go to their home and try to study, and me, I'll go back to Philippines and try to fix my visa for this wild card, for this EWC.
Okay, so you don't have as much time to practice, but obviously you do have a hold of the meta, right? You have a hold of the meta, right?
Maybe.
Maybe. Because in wildcards we saw a lot more, tank junglers, and now we're seeing a lot of assassins. Well, we're getting rumors about more assassins. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, I'm familiar because I'm playing around game before we come here. So I think the team pretty much know about the meta.
But it's all good, right?
Yeah, all good maybe.
Maybe. Boyette, you gotta give us something here.
Because we never practice. We just met when we arrived here. So, and this is the first time we play.
I wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you.
Good luck for this first match. Okay, I'm gonna give you a handshake here. Good luck.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to say to anyone before your match?
To anyone, mostly our supporter, keep supporting us, and we'll try our best this MSC. And to our enemy, Vamos, good luck, have fun, and let's give them a fans a good match.
And good match we will see. Thank you so much. Over, back to you.
Well, looking to give the fans a good match. That message goes out to anyone. And I love that MLBB has such fun commentators and players to work with. Mirko, you're nodding there. Special message from Boyette.
All right, Boyette, the message to anyone, I like that. I like the anyone message. But who the heck was that? To your opponents, good luck, have fun. Hey. Where was the Boyette from Wildcard, bro?
Bro, they gotta step onto the stage, okay?
No.
Eterna was there. She was making it nervous. So she's like, I'm good, maybe.
Eterna has been making people nervous, I think.
That's true.
That's been happening.
I'm nervous.
Eterna, you gotta stop, all right? But I think Boyette and Era 404, one thing I want to see for sure isn't just the assassins, but I want to see the taunt. I want to see the emotion. These two players bring out the most out of a match by yelling a lot of I love yous.
A lot of I
love yous in Malay and in Tagalog. So if I don't see that, I'll be very disappointed.
And Mirko can't yell right now, and so that's why he needs you to yell for him, because he's kind of living vicariously through your yell. So make sure you do it. By the way, make sure you also get your pick'ems in, guys. It's EWC 2026, so you already know you got to be a part of it. You have $300,000 that you could potentially earn your share of, so make sure to get your pick'ems in for this match. It's open now. Get them in very, very quickly. All right, gentlemen, I'll go with you, LaFell. What's the biggest story here? Who has to get going? We talked about Era 404, we talked about Boyette. Who needs to be the star of this game for their team to have success? Let's start with Team Vamos. Is it all Era 404, or who else needs to support him?
I mean, here's the thing. Yeah, it's a good thing I'm doing Vamos because they're my boys for this one.
I know, yeah.
So Vamos, the story coming in is there's always a lot of doubts because right now everyone has the same idea that Malaysia should only have one representative, and that's SRG, because they are far ahead against anyone from Malaysia. So Vamos coming in, Era 404 is the new generation. He's supposed to be the new face, the young guy coming in, but then the rest of his team, a lot of veterans supposedly there to support him. So I want them to be able to prove all the doubts wrong and actually show up and make it to the knockout stage.
See, we got all those wise words for Vamos. I think for Falcons Mena, it's kind of sad, but it's true right now. It's just play your game because it's so weird. We heard it in an interview with Eterna earlier. Boyet said they didn't practice. I'll give you another fun fact. I got this from Boyet and Sanji, not the mid laner, the XB laner for Falcons. He said they didn't practice for wildcards either. They're coming here with just the power of friendship, dude. Like
The
pure power of friendship. That's what Falcons Mena have. So at this point, I'm thinking, how do they synergize together?
Gentlemen, before we get started, it's tough because we're coming in first day. We haven't seen the meta develop. We have ideas of it. Any predictions heading into this one?
I think
close set. Are we seeing?
I think close.
Close.
Full 3 games for me.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like that definitely can be the case in terms of the heroes. I'm looking forward for Vamos to use a setter for supply, something like an Arlet, and then come into the in the jungle. Either a Ling or a Nolan. It's kind of like Arrow for style of play. I'm thinking more of the Nolan to be safe, but if they see an opportunity, I would like to see the Ling.
I would love to see fast from Air 404, but for Boyet, maybe he actually takes this assassin meta to subvert our expectations. Maybe he goes for the utility jungle because we've seen a lot of it already at MWI.
Well, high expectations. That is one way to describe what MSC means to these players. Another way to describe it is what is at the end. $1 million and a chance at glory, regional pride, and the moment that every player dreams of capturing a championship. Let MLBB begin.
Welcome to MSC at EWC 2026. It is amazing to be back. And ladies and gentlemen, for another year, Rose and Milosh are your hosts for this year of MSC.
What incredible time we had. There you go. That's all the fans out there. Last year we had a lot of fun together on Heroes. This year we get to do it again. And every summer is MLBB season. We had it earlier on where only last week MWI wrapped up and Team Vitality were victorious, but it does not end there for MLBB. You continue on and start off with MSC.
You know what, Milosh? Today we have 16 teams, the best in the world, battling it out for their nation's pride, prize money, and of course, club championship points.
A lot on the line for all of these teams, as you said. So how about we bring them out on stage for you? So big introductions. First up with Team Falcons Philippines. Flap, Kyle, Hachi, Super Marco, and Okwen.
And up next, we have Guangzhou Gaming, Modi, Recall, X-Ying, Mei, CY.
Hometown Heroes Team Vitality. Shogun, Nile, Moreno, Eamon, and Finn.
Making their international debut, True Rippers. Rehansha, Ians, Asuna, Kimi, Garcia.
Please welcome Team Spirit. Kid Bama, Czar Egoist, Sunset Lover, Hiko, and Sao.
It is time for Ignite Gaming. Diablo, Kelvin, Roy, J, CS.
GK Esports. Aizen, Zeno, Quanok, Yaga, and Shen.
Please welcome Pro Esports. Sorry, I'm Felix, Coily, Sa, PP, and Kuzen.
Joining us on stage, it's Aurora Gaming. Lunar, Tenzi, Rosa, Sigibum, and Pagu.
And of course, it is Onyx time. We have Lutpi, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, Kelra.
It's in the name, it's Entity 7! Akashi, Hide on Bush, Shin, Doom, and Vakoon.
And please welcome Yangon Galacticus, Ying, Han, Kaiser, Blink, Sanji.
The Huff and Puff, it's Selangor Red Giants. Cram, Stormy, Innocent, Yums, and Sakai's.
And of course, for our opening match of the day, we have Team Vamos. Sapat, Error 404, Klokun, Zikif, Natko.
It takes two to tango, so please welcome their opponents, Team Falcons Mena! Sanji, Boyet, Cuffin, Sano, and Troll.
And you know what? We mentioned 16 teams, but now only 15 are on stage and we don't even have a trophy yet.
I think that's coming in a special way, so please join me in welcoming our MSC 26 trophy held by our MSC 2025 at EWC Champions, Team Liquid! Sanford, Carl TZ, Sanji, Teddy, and JP.
In pursuit to defend their title, Team Liquid is in the arena. "16 of the best teams in the world, eyes on the prize." And of course, as we head into the land of dawn, only the best will prevail. It's time to rise above.
Bloodshed, tears, and glory. Bloodshed, tears, and glory. The land of dawn calls for contenders once again.
Against all odds, GK Esports is here to win MPL MENA Season 9.
Guangzhou Gaming! They go straight to the main stage. Ignite Gaming! MPLSG Season 11 crowns a new team. True Rippers are your champions.
The place where a new chapter begins. The newcomers.
MSC at the EWC Paris. For many of us, this is our first. We may be the underdogs.
We may have sacrificed everything to come this far.
We'll prove why we belong here.
It's the first MCT Grand Finals and Entity will be your first champions.
Bro! Esports is the reigning champion!
Team of Falcons will push forward to the main stage of MSC.
Congratulations! Vamos as you punched your ticket to France for EWC!
Breaking barriers, defying limits. The aggressors come with nothing to lose.
We carry the expectations of our country, our families.
The fans who believed in us.
This is the stage we've been working toward.
Maybe this is where a new Dutch house is born.
Aurora Gaming have wiped the Young Gun Galacticos out.
Megatron have not merely joined the Kings, they have become the Kings. And the Dragons of the North defend their Empire spirit.
Challengers of the throne, the Titans stand ready.
We have already achieved what many thought was impossible.
Whether it's defending our regional title
or taking down the champions of our region,
we're here to break curses and set new milestones.
Falcons AP Runner moving on through the grand finals. Slangor Red Giants are your new champions.
MSC 2023 champions! Honor!
Team Liquid is your grand champions!
The names that shaped history, the kings and legends.
It's been a while since we stepped foot onto the world stage.
It's been a while since we brought home an international title.
Our fights continues because our story isn't finished.
Our legacy awaits.
The journey to rise above begins.
And Team Liquid bringing in the trophy, letting everyone know that they have been put on notice. They are going for the defense of MSC. What a journey that was, seeing you guys were hyped on that. Yeah. Before we even jump into this game, the draft starting soon, just Mirko, what does this mean for these teams coming here to play for MSC?
This means everything, man. This means everything for all the players, not just playing for EWC, going to Paris for MLBB. You know, I don't think any of these players, I think I speak for a lot of the talents as well, no one expected this game to bring us all the way to Europe, to Paris. To compete here, it's an honor for them, and to represent their regions, their organizations, it means everything in the world and more.
Gentlemen, you know what I saw there? It's a lot of motive. But before that, this is my champion's pick.
Yeah, and it's 2 champions, 1 game. My champion's pick. The event is now live from now until July 27th. So make sure to get involved. Lafel, you were saying.
Like I say, man, watching that video, it was so high because the thing that I got out of that is the motives, man. Like everyone here, there's more than one reason why they are here. They got the spirit. They got the energy. They're fighting for their family, their friends, the pride of their country, and also just to take down the final boss. And Carl, like, that was such a hero shot by saying, try. I'm here. I'm waiting. If you guys can't stop me, I'm going to win it over and over again.
If we were to tell a story before it happened, and we were going to give a little bit of a prelude and an idea of what could be the story for Team Vamos or Falcons Meta before they jump into the draft, Mirko, what would it be? Would it be rising against the unthinkable odds to secure what no one expected them to have? In your words, how would you put what begins right now?
Absolutely. I think especially after that opening, you saw the peak of MLBB. Now we go all the way down to surface level. This is where Vamos and Falcons Meta started. Heck, Falcons Meta had to start below sea level.
Jeez.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Everyone has proven that they're good enough to come here at EWC. But once you're here, good enough is not it.
Nope.
Even being your best is not enough. Even being perfect sometimes is not enough. You have to somehow break your opponents in the process.
Nothing is granted.
And good enough is not good enough. I like that. You got to somehow be your best, but you have to also let all the things that happen in a tournament happen and still survive those bounces. We've seen it in the World Cup that just ended. The ball doesn't always bounce your way. You have to navigate those moments where things feel good or they don't feel good, Mirko. And as we do narrow in and we see the big picture, we get a chance to now kind of focus our attention on 2 teams that are climbing that mountain. And in this way, as we take a look at the map reveal, it starts that mini moment of, hey, this is going to be what we're playing. Broken Walls looks like it's going to be the map. Lafel, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, one of my thoughts is this might be just a little bit better for Falcons Meta here because they might go for a composition that has a tank jungle that can go for an early invade and able to get out of that scot-free. And Broken Walls may not be the very best for picks like the Fanny or the Ling. We'll see whether even in that situation, Air 4-4 will still go for those picks.
And as we do look at these picks, and again, narrowing down, we see the map. Now it's time to almost start looking at what is the composition, because this idea of the jungle has been something you guys have been discussing in the green room quite a bit. Mirko, for those coming in, do you really expect to see a lot of, I guess, the unique heroes that we saw at MWI increase because that jungle has become more available?
I think we're going to be seeing a lot more unique heroes, but not the ones that we saw at MWI.
Okay.
A few of those heroes we already saw at MWI. Again, a lot of utility jungle usage all the way to the grand finals. I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot more aggressive picks here. Assassins coming down, and even maybe a bit more diversity in mid. We've been talking a lot about the jungle. I think now we need to move our focus into the mid lane. In the last few years of MLBB, it almost seems like it's just been 1 to 3 heroes in the mid lane. I think the meta has opened up a lot. I think a lot of picks that you guys back at home aren't expecting will be coming out because of the assassin picks. Those vulnerable heroes like the Yi, like the Farsas, or even the Gorge that have been meta for a while may not see the light of day. Heck, we might see more heroes like the Kadira, the Eudora to deal with the assassins.
So that entire meta shifting because there's more pressure.
Yes.
From the dangerous jungles.
It's volatile.
That'll be interesting to see. And, you know, I want to go back to it. Star players. I mean, we talked about Arrow 404, but Zekeef as well has been somebody who has kind of been that new version of Team Vamos trying to claim that youth. Lafel, how do you feel about just this team, Zekeef, Arrow 404, their synergy coming into this?
Their synergy is amazing because the thing about Zekeef is he's almost redefining how you should be playing the roam, which might be quite interesting in this current meta here because he can play a front line. He can be the toughest guy just to get all the ults out and then let it be safe for his team to go in. But also, sometimes there's a situation where he has to be the carry where he use some damage dealers where, sure, eventually he will toughen up, he will be that front line, but in the early game, he makes life hell for the opposing jungler. So I want to see if they want to go for that kind of strat here. And Zekiv is one of the new prospects coming out of Malaysia to be a top roamer here in the international stage.
Expect a lot of that, by the way. Hirara, Fanny, both banned out. From what I've heard, those are two most prioed heroes. The Atlas is first pick prio for Team Vamos. This will erase a lot of that pressure and actually a lot of the comfort picks from Falcons Mena. They've been playing utility jungle with an Atlas here. It's going to be very, very tough to pull it off. So they might have to already move in a different direction.
Goya and Sanji trying to do their best with the 2-pick response. But that's what you hope a first pick does, right? Mirko just kind of sets the team picking second on the defensive end, so they don't get to set the tempo of this draft.
Yeah, especially because I feel like for now, in terms of the roam, there's not a lot of counters for it. It's a very safe early pick. It's really the EXP as well as the jungle that can really get counter out. So I kind of feel like that's something that Vamos wants to be careful of. If they see certain picks coming up from Falcons Meta that makes it much easier, then they will go for it. But look at this. Falcons Meta already picking up the Arlet as well as the Valentina. The Valentina, I think, is just an overall okay pick, but also maybe to deny supply of a potential pick for the Sora. But the thing is, Paquito is still there. Esmeralda is still there. There's still good picks for Vamos here. So the Arlet, I think maybe just to take it away from Silpai, but also doesn't it show that Falcons, they want to pick up a Nakai later?
Could be. The Guinevere gets picked up though for Team Vamos, so they need a little bit more damage in gold or mid. There you go, the Eudora! I called it. I was going to say, against the Valentina, this is an amazing pick, and I've been hearing a lot in scrims. This hero isn't just in the meta. It is prio. It is a first phase pick. Falcons Meta lean back to their comfort, and I'm so happy we get to see the Eudora straight up because I've been talking about it behind the scenes.
And I gotta say, even as a tank, it's surprising by how much poke damage that she does, not even by using her ult. So this is going to be very interesting. Right now, we're looking at the opening picks coming in from both teams. Rather similar, except for Roam as well as EXP. We see here for Vamos and Falcons Mena, they have their junglers as well as their mids. For Vamos, they have a roamer, and for Falcons Mena, they have their EXP. For now, Falcons Mena, it does look like they're going for a more team fight composition. A lot of crowd control and a lot of AoE. Coming in from Vamos here, there's a lot of, I would say, crowd control coming in from the Atlas as well as the Guinevere. And now Falcons Mena, they understand how important the EXP is, so they're taking out the Yuzong. And for Vamos, they want to make sure that the side lanes is not going to go crazy, so they're going to be banning out the Moskov. I wonder if they will ban out the Claude as well, considering I feel like they might have an okay draft for a Claude.
LaFell, you know this team very well. They're from Malaysia, and what would you like to see from them to complete this draft? What's somebody you'd like to see picked up here to complete this lineup?
I want to see something fast that can invade the jungle coming in from the EXP, something like a Paquito or Esmeralda, because the thing about how both Era 4-4, the jungler, as well as Zekiv, the roamer, how they like to play is a lot of forward momentum. They like to be in the face of their opponents because they know they have the strength, they have the firepower for it. But for that to happen, if their EXP wins the lane, they're going to try to end the game as fast as possible by 14 minutes, 12 minutes. Like, that's how they speed up the tempo.
And I feel like, especially for Vamos, having a person like NatGoat in the gold lane makes it a lot easier for them to move around the map. Like, they don't need to go just for neutral objective fights here, because, again, Falcons Meta, they kind of have a combo to control neutral objectives. So who's to say it's all about neutral objectives at this point? You have a winning matchup in mid with the Eudora against the Valentina. You have a very, very mobility-centric composition with the Guinevere and the Atlas. I think they might go strong side gold here. They ban out the Moskov. The Claude could be an answer. They go for the Cho to deal with the Atlas. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a Bruno here for Vamos.
Yeah, honestly, like Natko, as long as he gets a pick that can survive a lot of engage, which, by the way, I kind of feel like, sure, these are 4 scary heroes for Falcons Mena, but I feel like there's quite a few gold laners that can survive that kind of onslaught. So now all we're looking for Vamos here is the gold lane as well as the EXP. The Esmeralda is still up, but they do need a little bit more damage, so I wonder if they want to go for something else. In terms of Natko, there's a lot of picks in the gold. There's still the higher of the Claude, and like you said, the Bruno. I feel like none of those are bad choices here.
Well, typically, you know, we've talked about kind of coming into this, the difference between the aggression versus the calculated approach of these gold laners. Natko being, as Mirko had said, just very, very aggressive, wanting to push tempo, but Sano wanting to take his time, get to that late game. They're getting their last couple of picks here. How do you feel this has set that storyline up between two different styles in the gold lane?
I feel like having a weak side Claude here for Natko is going to be amazing, especially because it really does feel like they're going to be playing a lot of 4-1, maybe a 1-3-1, but I'm really feeling like a 4-1 formation here for Vamos, letting Natko absorb maybe two sides or two minions in the gold as well as the mid, and now a Bruno for Team Falcons Mena. I gotta say, for Vamos, I'm liking the idea here, and Falcons Mena, it looks like a very easy to execute draft.
Yep. For Vamos, I think it's also pretty easy, right? It comes down to who executes better right now. If Vamos can play the strong side of the map, play around those neutral objectives, win out the skirmishes early on, and it's going to be great. But Falcons Mena, I feel like they have more ways right now to play around their gold lane if that neutral objective loses out.
If you think somebody won a draft, is it leaning towards Falcons for you?
I'm leaning more towards Vamos.
Towards Vamos.
Yeah, same.
You too, LaFell. It's obviously a great showcase of two teams coming in with different strategies. Natko and Sano in the gold lane trying to go toe-to-toe in terms of their dynamic. Will aggression win over calculated patience? And will Error 404 find a way to be the young star that he is? It's our first game of MLBB MSC at EWC 2026. I know two guys who are ready to call the action. It's Naisu and Gideon HQ.
It took us weeks, if not months, for everyone to make their way here to the Mid-Season Cup in Paris. And we're going to find out the next champion for MSC here at EWC 2026. It's me, Naisu, Gideon, to bring you the action to start off our group stage. Gideon, we have to talk about the Eudora.
Oh yeah, this is interesting. This is really interesting to see because most of the time, most people wouldn't even consider Eudora to be part of this particular meta, and Clockwood has already missed a couple of minions, which is already pretty bad look for the start. But the laning phase is by far the hardest part for the Eudora.
The Eudora, it went through an interesting change, man. I mean, when it was its older self, you know, she kind of had a one kind of trick, like, here's my ultimate, here's a bunch of damage. But now I know LaFell mentioned it. You know, you can actually do quite a bit of damage just with her first skill even.
Yes, yes. That Fork Lightning is now interesting. Now that they've kind of revamped the way that her passive works, especially with the Superconductor. Now, if you look over Troll, right, he's got that little indicator, and that's because that's the Superconductor stack. If he's able to hit with another ability, you can empower it to do some things. Now, Fork Lightning is particularly interesting because now you can start getting some movement speed on top of extra DPS, so you start kiting around these people if you can apply it more effectively.
Yeah, one thing too is we got a chance to go ahead and call the games during the wild card. You know, we got to see Falcons Mena make their way through that gauntlet that it was. Again, even those best of ones were pretty brutal. We know that they developed over those weeks, you know, or that week, those days that they had to play. We heard that they didn't even have much practice, you know, but they managed for the first time to get to the points in the group stage here for MSC after all that they've been through. And again, this is a team that we talked about that has this kind of innate synergy between each other, right? They've played together so much on the international stages.
Is it going to happen? Error 404 is waiting for 30 full seconds until level 4 has been hit. Straight away with a combination, but it's going to get disengaged instantly. Landshaker will buy a little bit of time, allowing Error 404 to get on out of there, but the final slash will put Sabat in a compromised position with no flicker. First blood, achieve fatal links as well to combo in, and the power of friendship nets them 4 kills in the first 2 minutes of the game.
Hey man, forget the turtle. Let's just go get some bodies, and they'll do just that. First turtle's going to be theirs as well for Falcons Mena. What a start. Let's take a look at the replay here, brought to us by STC. I mean, again, man, this was a setup waiting to happen. A flicker, a stolen fatal links for Cuffin was the setup.
Yeah, great eyes on Cuffin, actually, because he saw the angles. Like, maybe I can actually get a little bit more. They could have been happy with just 1 kill, but they decided we're going to go above and beyond. And now, unfortunately, that wasted 30-second angle that Arrow 404 was sitting up on that top side forward to try and unlock Sabat has now failed, and now has put him significantly behind, because if you look at Boyat, he's already level 6 to Arrow 404's level 4.
Yeah, this is one of the things, again, where, you know, if you're able to go ahead and get these early starts into this game, the current meta that we're seeing, snowball potential can be quite insane, and you're talking about a 2,000+ gold lead already at this point, nearing that 4-minute mark. You're setting yourself up successfully here for Falcons Mena. And across the board, too, Troll, again, one of the, I would say he's a prominent choke player right? This is probably his best or one of his best picks that he brings to the table. It's what he kind of made a name for himself in their first international experiences. And, you know, now that you have this lead, you can take that chance. Try to set things up. Oh, Troll.
Speaking of setting things up, they already have the wombo combo of a lifetime, but Troll, they don't have enough base damage to kill him just yet. Luckily, he is rocking the tank emblems, able to keep him alive for the time being. But for now, it just goes to show they're just getting stat checked early on in the game.
Stat check for now. Here's another.
Oh, now once again, getting the superconductor off, but Boyette, well-timed heavy spin. Now, this is the big issue that I'm seeing, right? Because Vamos, they've got a lot of wombo combo tech. If Falcons, Mina, are in the right place at the right time, that heavy spin kind of counters everything. Same can be said about the final slash at the end, but the fact that everybody has flickers, it really goes to show, yo, we are here to fight, we are here to combo, and that's it.
The heavy spin's so good, man, and that's why the Akai, over the course of the past weeks, if not months up to this point, he's been taking a value in terms of hits. Whoa, Troll, I was waiting for it.
Already had the way of the dragon, but Sapat manages to get on. Do we see the punish? And yes, it is good. It pulls one more over the wall. Almost unintentionally, but they already saw everything. This is one back, a double kill for Vamos to pull him back into a better position.
Hey man, Vamos brings himself back into this game. They should be able to go ahead and take this turtle as well, so they'll even out the objective. Turtle takes really good counter punch. Again, this was Troll starting that fight up, but Vamos saw it coming and they responded exactly how they needed to. Now after the turtle, they'll rotate down to the bot here. They want to put some pressure on Sano if they can.
Very, very nice. I like the way that Vamos is taking advantage of this, right? Initially, the game plan is if he just gets Sapat a slight lead in the lane, that lane should be basically done for, and then we can go straight back into team fighting and play for our strong side like Miracle mentioned earlier.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
Oh, wait, the dragon. Onto Zeke's side?
I don't know if that's who you want to kick, you know? I mean, yeah. Here's what... You're just saying hi. Here, I'm going to kick you in the air, you know? I know you're an Atlas, but he might have wanted that here. Oh, on the turret?
I don't know. He probably would have wanted the way of the dragon. It'd be nice if he had it, but Nako still has Purify, so it doesn't really matter. Very surprising to see that despite Nako not exactly having the greatest of matchups into this Bruno, that he usually, Bruno usually is the one who takes down the first turret. This time, it's Natko.
And Natko's up 700-ish gold, almost to the 700 point, right? This is, yeah, again, one of those cases where you see a lot of gold laners, they just kind of sit in their lane, they do their thing, they get farmed up. I call it the gold lane experience. And for a Claude especially, you want to hit that power spike, right? Those 3 items. Bruno hits it a little bit faster because of just the nature of the hero. But, you know, right now, both gold laners are set off in a really good momentum in their own. This is Zeke actually looking for a potential pick, but not going to happen. Now Natko can just go ahead and switch over sides and continue to farm up.
I think what you meant was actually Claude's the one who gets it faster. His items are significantly cheaper compared to like Berserker's Furies and Haas Claws, right, coming in from Sano. So the fact that we're seeing Natko already doing so well, oh boy, this is dangerous. Final Slash coming through and Zeke getting wombo combo to the ground. But let's see whether Falcons can reach for a little bit more. They decide not to after using 4 ult and they back away.
Okay, so no flicker burn. It looks like Falcons Mena. Do they still want to put some pressure here, Troll?
They're trying to call it. I think that at least for Troll's ult, it shouldn't be anywhere close. I'm not 100% sure. This Coffin definitely can steal an ult.
Do a little look there at Boyette. Here we go. Turtle, 3rd one of the game. Last one here. Fighting for space.
Already, spatial migration is good. Now into the Blazing Dew. And Nako somehow is the one who actually takes away this turtle. And now they're on to Boyette. A double kill for Nako so far, and they're not done. Do they have the Fatal Links actually pulled? They've delayed enough time, and Sanji, unfortunately, cannot outplay into 4 members.
Okay, the firepower seems to be there for Vamos. They get the turtle. They're looking for more fights, potentially here.
Ooh, and now underneath the turret, stolen Fatal Links on towards Nako, but it doesn't matter. He has Purify, gets out of there quick, and now, in fast succession, from that bot tier 1, they've taken away the purple buff. They've taken away the mid turret on top of defending their own jungle.
Vamos is taking a whole lot, man. I mean, think about it. Just minutes ago, you have that 2,000 gold lead for Falcons Mena, and it's changed so quickly. You know, the pendulum has now swung over to Vamos. They're knocking down tier 1 turrets now, taking what they can to set themselves up for that first Lord here in about a minute. Looking at the items coming into place. Again, look at the lead between the gold lane.
Yeah, it's actually kind of ridiculous. I'm not 100% sure. I think maybe one recall is what I spotted out in the laning phase, but then after that, not 100% sure how badly it went for him. But it's great for Natco. Like, this is the gold lane experience that every gold laner prays for. Let's look at the gold distribution for a deeper look. Oh, wait, hold on. Immediately, we find a pick off the support side. The Fatal Links eye catches onto 3. Heavy spin from Boyette. It's good. They're thinking about it. The combos are just too much. Sanji able to find it into one more. They need to get the last two, but Clockwind and Echo have lost their front line. Beautiful train.
What happened to Vamos' positioning on the map, man? I mean, again, we were just kind of talking about how they had this lead. Let's take a look at the replay here. Once again, they just catch out Sapat. The rest of the team gets... Oh, they got heavy. They got heavy spun on, man. That's what happened.
Big heavy spin. No way to kind of buffer the spatial migration. And worse yet, it was literally at the edge of the mid lane wall. So a little unlucky. I think Vamos, no sweat to break, but it kind of evens out the gold.
Yeah, that's... essentially brought it to an even game for this first Lord now, as both teams fought for position. If you want to look at the upper hand for Vamos, it's they've got a couple extra turrets down, right? So they got a little bit more space to work with on the map. But Lord, and the fact that you also have Anakai in the hands of Boyette, and you have this kind of tanky front line to deal with this, you could potentially set things up off of your own initiation, depending on what Cuffin decides to do with the Fatal Links. He's got his own, so they're going to take their time with this.
Oh, look at this. Even Cuffin, Troll is looking for a flank angle. He's sitting around the purple buff, and the rest of the Falcons are actually dancing around this Lord. They don't actually want to take it. They just want to open it up. Fatal Links into one so far, right into the spatial migration. It's great, but that's already 2 fat ults already gone. And I'm not sure whether Air 404 is going to get it back up in time if Falcons do decide to rush this.
Yeah, it looks like they want to. It's half health on this Lord. Troll still trying to zone out here.
Oh, the way of the dragon already good. Fatal. Oh, wait, Air 404 gets pushed out of it, but he's still with the spatial migration, gets the Lord in time. Sano in the back line gets caught by Natco, and by then, this fight is already over. They chase the last remaining members, and even with a lightning Truncheon, it might just not be good enough. Cuffin, no more ways to dash. Zeke kills him, and now the score is 9-8.
Wow, what a fight from Vamos. Not only with the Lord secured by Arrow 404, but you got to give it to Sapat, man. He zoned out the proper members from Team Falcons. Natco followed through after that. You're going to look at the replay here. Keep an eye on this setup. Again, Lord is secured, even amidst all of this. But then where Sapat goes, he even burns the flicker, zones out Sano. So much of your damage profile is gone there. Natco was sticking to him, and that's how he's capitalizing on the kills.
What I'm most surprised of the fact that they were able to steal the Lord. Like, everything that could have gone right for Falcons was already in the mix of this piece of bread that they were trying to bake, but unfortunately overcooked. And now Natco getting attacked by the epic spin. Luckily, the Winds of Nature keeps him alive long enough where the Dragon's going to kick him down, but the rest of the team can't seem to finish it off. Sanji gets him at the very end. Now Clockwind finds the trade. Subpot gets them back, and with the damage dealers gone, this allows Vamos a free in on the attack. With stolen Fatal Links onto 3, but Cuffin can only do so much before he dies. Subpot takes him out, and it's over. Sano takes out one, and this might be it. Sano finally is skilled just enough with no ults and nothing left. That should be it for Vamos.
Ooh, did it cost them though, Gideon? I mean, they lost that base turret. It's a good thing. Oh, are they going to chase down Air 404?
They can punish this. Yup, into the Violent Requiem. Sano forgot the alt timers.
All right. It was going so well until it wasn't, man. I mean, Sano had the space to work with. Like you mentioned, he hit that power spike where he's actually being able to do some damage. Again, he was, what, 2,000-3,000 gold behind at Natco, and, you know, that's really what they had to lean on. So, yeah, he's still quite behind, but he's starting to at least do some damage. The problem is, in that fight, you know, Vamos lost Natco, but they have enough damage to actually pull through the fight, enough kind of durability to still duke it out, and that's also partly due to the lead that they have. Oh,
Fatal Links onto one so far. They haven't forced this. Sanji is able to get a really good final slash, but doesn't get that backline. Sanji has no way to reset. Tries to get out of the fight, but it's too late. Lapu's in the wakes, and now the heavy spin, unfortunately, can't do much about the scenario. What a catch here, and a lot of battle spells just gone.
Yep, that was the mark. Troll found the mark. Purify wasn't available because it was used in the last team fight that they had trying to defend the base, so they knew right to go for Natco. They took him out. Essentially, what does that do? It buys more time for Falcons Mena to kind of get back into this game. They've whittled down a gold lead a little bit, but essentially it's if they can find a pickoff, sometimes it might even be popping that Purify, you know? And that might be the case. If you can get these battle spells down, then your game plan for Team Falcons can be executed faster or better. And that's what Troll has been trying to do here. Now this Lord is up. Second one of the game. Troll's going to zone out Clockhoon.
They've already used spatial migration at this point. How are they going to close the distance? The backline needs to get zoned out. Sapat jumps in with the bravest fighter, but they're immediately focusing their energy onto Sanji. 50-50 here. Who's going to get it? Sapat flickers forward onto Sano. Blazing Duet as well. Right onto Coffin. Stolen. Fatal Links pulls him away, but that Lord falls into the hands of Clockhoon as they clean up the rest of Falcons who have to run back and defend the base.
Oh man, again, Team Falcons, it looked like they didn't know exactly how to execute the team fight there. And you know, if Sano is just zoned out the whole time by Sapat, what are you going to be able to do there with your damage? But right now, base turret in the mid will go down.
Oh, now trying to make this play. Clockhoon even flickering forward and trying to make the wobble combo. Cuffin goes down, and now nobody can clear the wave in time. Sanji, he has an opportunity. He's back up with Troll. They're looking to clear these minions as soon as possible. He's thinking about it, but he needs the help. Final Slash comes on through, but how long can you sustain before it all turns black? Vamos closes out the game 18 to 11. I'm not gonna lie now, Naisu. I see Vamos as these young guns, but this is the first time I've seen them so eager to win.
Yeah, this was a game that they knew they wanted to cap out as soon as they saw the light at the end of the tunnel. For game one, anyway. You know, it was very quick with how they shifted things in their favor. They adjusted their fighting prowess around the objectives, and that was the main thing. They also really excelled on punishing some positioning mistakes that were there for Team Falcons meta. But again, game one, it's only day one here, the group stage for wildcard, you know, or for MSC. You have a lot of things that can be adjusted from this as we take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think there were a couple of missed moments from Vamos, right? Their over-eagerness did eventually cost them some pretty big timers, like the Winds of Nature that was early purchased by Nako after the Trinity. For the early game, obviously they had some sort of a plan. Unfortunately, wasn't able to execute it perfectly, but they always managed to kind of push the agenda. And I think that's the really beautiful thing from both of these teams.
Yeah, again, fighting around objectives was the main thing for both the compositions that were brought to the table, but I think a big part of this, you know, you mentioned it, Claude, the power spike that he was able to hit faster than the Bruno, but also just the amount of lead that he had. And being able to follow someone like Sapat on that Lapu Lapu really gave you the space to just do so many things. And again, looking at these highlights, especially this team fight, Team Falcons meta had the idea they had to get rid of Natko, they had to pop the Purify, they had to get him out of the picture, but even then I feel like they were just not able to go toe-to-toe in terms of team fighting, even if they got Natko out of the picture.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the hard stat check, you know? You can't keep up with somebody who's got more items than you. They're naturally going to beat you if they have more numbers. But I think that Falcons have some really good ideas, and Vamos is not invincible. This over-eagerness to try and, hey, we can win this fight. I'm going to start things up. You guys have to follow up. And unfortunately, they fail to forget that these are some of the best teams in the world. They're not going to miss that opportunity to sucker punch you when you're not looking.
Yeah, one of the things here, that's game one. We're going to be throwing it over back to the studio.
You and Gideon, great commentary on that game one. And Vamos takes the win, and they were... And LaFell to break down the action in game one. Mirko, Vamos had a lot to say in that game. Sometimes it went well. Sometimes you couldn't really understand what they were talking about, and they let some of that lead go, but they ended up closing it out.
Yeah, as Gideon mentioned, man, it's just classic Vamos. Over-eagerness to make plays, over-eagerness to be aggressive in the early game, trying to utilize that composition. Got them in a few dicey situations, like that crazy miscoordination by Sapat and also Error 404 up top. But, you know, all is good. They were able to come back, you know, recover from that and do really, really well in the mid game by taking those neutral objective fights as expected.
Yeah, I feel like in that game, one of the reasons why the eagerness wasn't that punished that well is because really what Vamos was trying to do was to disrupt the tempo, because they understand the timing for Falcons meta where they like to set things up. So Vamos did not allow for the setup to really happen. In fact, there are some situations where they disrupt that setup by Air 4-4 going in. Even though he's the jungler, he's the first one to go in. And I feel like for Falcons, the reason why it didn't look all that well is because I don't think they utilized the draft that great. They weren't able to get the catches. There are some counter engages that was good, but not enough.
Yeah, Sapat on the Lapu Lapu, obviously a big initiator and helped that team zone out. But also, I mean, in terms of the storyline there, at the M6 Swiss stage, I mean, we were kind of prepped on what this matchup means. Most of that team not here, but Sapat, one of the only members of Team Vamos when this team was formerly named Twisted Minds. The majority of this Falcons Meta team took them out of M6. So Sapat maybe still has something to prove, maybe a little bit more to his match than some of the others, and he certainly did it in this game.
Yeah, he recovered really, really well, and they were able to come back in this game from that early. Wait, how bad was it? Was it like 1,000 gold lead early on, right? The four-man pick.
It was almost 2,000.
Yeah,
it was almost 2,000, and then it goes down to 1,007 to 700, and then over to Vamos. I gotta say, Sapat, the biggest change a few years back until now. Those years, he was doubtful. He was like, I don't know if I can do it. But now he's like, you know what? I don't care. I'm the underdog. People don't see me as the potential champion. No pressure. I'm going to go in fearless.
Yeah, and sometimes that, like, kind of being in the moment, losing out on it, but sticking through it, it makes you a little fearless. You're like, what else can go wrong, right?
Morale is very important, man. Having that confidence, as this guy's doing 6-7 as well. Yo, Vamos right now, if I look at them again, if I look at Falcons Meta, I think it comes down to also Falcons Meta leaning towards their utility jungle picks that got them the wildcard win. The Akai pick was fantastic in the wildcard. Here as well, you can see why they picked it up against the Atlas. But I feel like if you look at this game again, you see that massive gold lead. You see that massive XP dip between the junglers, and you can see why it's going to be very hard for an Akai this meta if you fall behind. If you get all this early neutral objectives, all G, brother. But if you lose just a bit, which happened, I don't know how that happened, by the way, Natko stole the turtle once, and then the second or third time was Eudora.
The only reason I don't want to clip it is because there's so many times he just retreat early. He literally retreat early, and there was like about 100, 200 HP left. Yikes. Eudora stole it, and Claude stole it.
Well, you actually looked at a couple of clips that caught your eye. We have some telestration you're going to do for us, Lafell. Break down what you saw on that game one.
So I got two clips here. First of all, we got to look at the first mistake that really happened where for Vamos, like I said, over eagerness. Right now, I want you guys to see here the positioning of Air 4 as well as Sapat. They're not on the same page. It looks like they're going for different targets here. Maybe the idea was Eric could solo kill the EXP lane here, and then Sapat, he just wants to zone away, making sure that the two members of Falcon does not arrive. But the problem is, as we play the clip here, we can definitely see the damage is not enough, as well as we see the Akai really pushing Sapat out of the way to the point there he had to use his flicker. And this is all while the turtle is going to be the next contest. This is not great coming in from Vamos, but it does look like they have a good idea that we just want to win the fights. We don't care about the neutral objectives at this point, and we can see it's heavily punished here, where looking at Falcons lineup, you can see that they are a more team fight heavy composition with a lot more AoE and a lot more crowd control. So that's the first clip here that we see, but we also got to look at the second clip of where Vamos really turned things around, but it is also off of the mistakes coming in from Falcons. Thank you very much, Marco, by the way.
Yeah, great assistance there.
Yeah, right now we see Sapat already use his bravest fighter, so he actually doesn't have a great way to engage the fight. But look at Aero 404. At this point, it really does look like Vamos, their idea isn't for those neutral objectives. They just want to go for the kills. As we play the clip here, we see that Troll is moving forward. They don't have full information of where everyone is, and then they just go for Troll because they want to eliminate the crowd control. That's the biggest aspect of why they lost in the previous fight. So they go on to this, and then we'll see here, actually Boyet had a slower retribution time. If I can release for a bit, hold on, 1, 2. Okay, hard for me to pause during that moment, but you can definitely see Vamos, they got the turtle, but that was not their intent. Their goal was to get for the kills, and they were able to do that. So good on Vamos, and then I feel like that's just something that Falcons has to look out for.
Great showcase and great assistance there. Assist of the game. We don't have MVP right now. We do have an assist of the game. That was Mirko, assist of the studio segment. Guys, I mean, that was to me also kind of the thing that Vamos made sure they were going to do, which is set the tempo. Yep. And I like how they also went to their strengths, which is we may not have the best team fighting team, but we can get individual picks really well. And when we do that, we can win the team fight.
Yeah, I think also, if we're talking about that team fight composition from Falcons Meta that Lafell pointed out, we have to take a look at Falcons Meta's eagerness to be the proactive team. team. It seems like for the entirety of that match, they were just leaning towards, all right, we're going to punish Vamos when they make a mistake. A few times it happened, but a lot of other times you could clearly see when they needed to push that turtle fight earlier, they didn't want to. On the Arlet, on the choke, you need to jump on the Guinevere before the Guinevere jumps on you. And because they were just too reactive, it caused them to lose a lot of those early fights that got the Akai super far behind for the late fights.
All right, well, we'll see what they can do to change things up. Coming up, though, for you, just a reminder that we've got Rhino Day. 2 games and 1 champion. Sorry, a brand new interactive effect. That's what it is for Rhino Day. And it's now available. Check it out and join the celebration. So a brand new interactive effect. Rhino Day, baby. I love it. So it's close to Rain Day right there. It's not.
Yeah, you know what?
I was like, am I doing something for MLBB?
That's you.
That's you.
That's me.
Rainy Day.
Well, I'm definitely down. Go check out Rhino Day. That'll be fun. And I think Mirko, too, when we start looking at game 2, what can we look at Falcons Mena bringing into this next draft that helps them in these moments? Because clearly they didn't suffer from having a good composition, but they did suffer from being able to execute it. And how do they solve that problem?
I think it comes down to, again, in the game they were too reactive. I feel like in the drafts they were also too reactive, right? Instead of going for their own prio picks, they were just reacting to it. They see the Atlas, they go for the Cho and the Akai. They see the Claw, they go for the Bruno. They're just trying to counter, getting these good matchups, but ultimately not having a composition that works together overall, or not even playing into the metagame that well, right? So I think the big mistake coming into game 2 that they should fix would be try to be the proactive one. Steal these prio picks away from Vamos before they get their hands on them.
Prio pick's going to be important here for Vamos and for Falcons Mena. Vamos in this best of 3 have a chance to close it out right after this, but of course Falcons Mena trying to push it to a 3rd game. They're going to have to come with some adjustments for sure. A lot of time to check things out too, and when you're on a stage like this, LaFell, we mentioned the stakes and we also mentioned the bigger narratives of these teams. Wild card was not easy and they got here. They do not want to go home or at least lose this first game on their first time at this stage 2-0.
Something that I do have to say is a lot of teams, they suffer from the fact that there's 16 teams and sometimes you can't have the same mindset for all 16 teams, right? For example, we saw just now that Falcons try to play more methodical, play more slowly, play more reactive. But against a team like Vamos, this is a game that who starts first, they will most probably win unless they just miss a lot of ability. So I kind of feel like it's difficult, but you can't look at Vamos like Team Liquid. You can't look at them like SRG. Maybe against Vamos, you have to be slightly bit more disrespectful. Be like, I'm just going to go fight for you because you're not that good enough, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, again, not to throw shade to Vamos, but this is the reality. When you're going up against competition where many different teams are here, you can't have the same mindset. You can't have the same strategy against every other team for the simple fact, not everyone has the same habits.
Broken walls. Again, Mirko.
Back to back. Oh, I don't know. I mean, they played it so well, Vamos, in that game. They even like doubled down on some of these ganks as well. So I think go back to the drawing board, do exactly what you did in game number 1. And for Falcons Mena, again, it's all about stealing those picks, maybe even stealing blue side, which they did. Fanny Ban and I believe the Hirara. This is the question though, right? Do Falcons Mena play the Hirara? If the Hirara is left open, I feel like first pick should be the Hirara, but then Vamos just get their hands on the Eudora Atlas.
Yeah. I mean, like, here's the thing. Even Hirara was open. I don't remember them actually using the Hirara.
That's the thing. I mean, Wildcard was different, though.
Yeah, no, they would use a Hayabusa. They would use a Nissan Shin, maybe even a Nolan. So, yeah, we definitely got to see how it really shapes up here. For now, Falcons Mena looks like they're on the same side for Vamos when it comes to Phoveus. Phoveus is something that they do not want to deal with. And now Vamos themselves ban out the Atlas. So they're really respecting Troll here, making sure that Marcel and the Atlas is not there. And I feel like that's setting up just in case if Aero 404 does want to use a more assassin-based hero. But I gotta say, shout outs to Aero 404. He is basically an assassin main. But going into the competitive scene, he was very open to use utility junglers, use fighters in the jungle. And I feel like that really stepped him up in terms of his career growth because it makes it so much easier for Coach Valdo to draft for the team when you have such a willing player to do whatever it takes, whatever hero he needs to win the game.
And for Valdo, it's looking like more of the same, I would imagine, Mirko. Try to get Vamos in a similar position where they have control. You're noticing that ban right there. What are you seeing?
Yeah. Hirara banned out.
And that means they can't use it.
That's why.
Yeah.
They banned it on first phase and on red side as well. It's a big question mark now. I mean, even if they get past Vamos, right, all the other teams will be looking to abuse that later on. So Falcons Mana, what's first pick? Is it the Guinevere take now that the Atlas is gone?
I honestly don't know. Like, the thing that I was kind of surprised at was that in the early phases, we don't see any Eve at all. And I still feel like Eve is one of the stronger picks here.
Juicin actually could still be.
Yeah, but the thing is now Hilda has been banned, right? Hilda, Atlas, as well as Marcel. I'm really looking at Vamos like they want a very fast game.
And this is just already very, very tough. They banned out the Fovea, so at least they can pick up the Freya here and flex it to XP Gold. That's what I'm thinking right now. Vamos. They clearly did that intentionally. They also have an Esmeralda to play with if they want to deal with the Freya. There you go. Freya first pick for Falcons Mana. Now Vamos. Do they still go for the Eudora though is the question.
I feel like even if the Eudora may be the third pick here, because I feel like whenever Freya is present, there's really no mid that's completely safe. You know, maybe a Zushin can protect yourself, maybe an Eve can protect yourself. Eudora, you're probably hoping for your roamer to back you up just a little bit so that you have enough damage to make the Freya a little bit scared. But I haven't seen a scared Freya in a long time.
It's hard. I love that character. Actually, one of the few I've got some hours on in this game. And
Pro Freya.
Yeah, Pro Freya. Sub me in, guys. No, Team Falcons Meta going to handle this one themselves, but obviously a lot of presence there from
very early.
I love it. And the Eudora. See, I know it sounds strange to the people watching, you know, but I've been saying, I've been talking about this Eudora pick, and I've heard, shout outs to my source, that this is first pick, like this is first phase prio. It's not just that one time on blue side. It's really good against assassins, so you also want to snatch it away from your opponents if you want to go assassins, and that's what we see here with Ling and Eudora.
And I feel like that's also just a takeaway just to make sure that this Ling is going to be able to survive. So this is very, I would say, interesting coming in from Vamos. Looking at the bands, you know that it's going to be Assassin. You're just wondering which one. And considering it is Broken Walls, they still go for the Ling. I'm very excited to see how Air 404 pilots this because it is one of the heroes that he used quite a lot in his amateur days, but we haven't seen his Ling on the pro field just yet, just because Ling hasn't been meta for a very long time. And now the Cho, I can understand. But the Valentina, quite early on, we'll see how this works out.
This just seems like an easy Belleric pick for Vamos, right? Oh no, they just go for the, obviously, just the winning matchup. And
just all the power picks for Vamos here.
Because I'm thinking Falcons Mana could still pull off a Yi Sun Shin and then flex the Freya into gold. But maybe Vamos are thinking we can also flex the Esme to gold. We'll just match it wherever the Freya goes. So, all right, fair.
Zekeef, Nako. Obviously, two important players for Vamos. They both had good games, a good game in game one. I feel like Sano's pace. How do you feel about this, Lefel? Was it enough for you? I mean, obviously going against Nako, it's a tough matchup, but different styles. But I think in general, Team Falcons Mana was a little slower in terms of those fights, despite starting off with 4 kills. What do you think they need to get Sano going?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like maybe 2 more gangs they'll be able to deal with Nako. I mean, like, it's a good thing at the end of the game that Troll with the Cho was able to catch Nako a few times, so Nako wasn't that big of a factor in that one. I feel like it's just in general, Falcons Meta in the first game, they look, for lack of a better term, like scared to do anything. So I feel like hopefully in game number 2, they're like, okay guys, wake up, you know, game number 1, it's whatever, it's a warm-up game. Now we actually got to lock in. With this kind of draft, they have a Freya. Any draft that Freya, you're supposed to be a little bit more aggressive, so that's what I want to see. But I think Vamos already knows that, and they're already having a lineup that can fight early, honestly.
Could also be the Harith pickup for Vamos later on, a signature pick for Natko. Moskov gets banned out again. The Claude Snatch Away is also still there. I think for Falcons Meta though, again, Belleric, I thought it was going to be red 3. They eventually ban it out. They know how much of a threat it is to their composition. All very short-ranged. So this comes down to this. Do they want to go Yi Sun Shin on Boyet or no, right? Because if they don't, that means they're going to have to go back again, maybe on a Guinevere or some utility, another utility pick. They ban out the glue, so I think it's kind of like a, are they going for Fredrin?
I honestly,
I don't like it.
I hope not. I hope not, because then if they pick up a Fredrin, their mid trio doesn't really have a lot of kill pressure, and now the Minotaur is there as well. This is going to be pretty interesting because Minotaur is strong, but he's kind of strong when he has the Flask of the Oasis. Before that, he kind of feels like he's mostly just a support, which is funny to say because the Flash of the Oasis is, the heal is great, but the more important thing is actually that cooldown, right? Once you get a little bit of cooldown onto Minotaur, then it feels like a real hero where you're chain CCing with your team. So now Vamos, I feel like they have a pretty good pick. If this Valentina was swapped with the Zushin, I feel like they could have dealt with the Minotaur much easier.
And it's so good because, all right, the Harley comes around, and Vamos were leaving the... Yeah, okay, so it is a Freya in the gold lane. Alice goes to XP. Now, Vamos, do they answer the Freya with a carry, or do they flex the Esme into the XP, or sorry, into the gold lane? Oh!
Wow, okay.
Okay, this is crazy because my boy told me that this was showing up in scrims. I didn't know we were going to get to see this early.
I mean, I also heard it's good seeing a few in-ranked games, but yeah, I honestly, this is a big surprise for me. I want to see how this Melissa really turns out.
What's the expectation kind of with the shock happening? Why is Melissa showing up here and making a big impact?
Firstly, that's my favorite hero. Secondly, they're all melee here, so they can't get past this ult of Melissa to go away. It's such a clean front to back with a little bit of spice to enter the back line.
Yeah, the thing that I like about Vamos Drive is that they have multiple win conditions. If the link doesn't work out, you got the Melissa. If somehow the Melissa doesn't work out, you still got the link. So it's very interesting.
Gonna be tough for Vamos to lose this one based on the draft. The studio likes it. We'll see if our casters like it as well. As game 2 underway between Team Vamos and Team Falcons Meta. Vamos, if they win, they take the win overall.
Hey, we like it just as much, man. Me and Gideon also looked at each other at the Melissa last pick, but we're talking about Ling, Eudora, and Melissa in this game 2 from Vamos. Gideon, is this very Vamos of them?
This is the first time that I'm seeing it, honestly. And if Vamos want to take this angle, I don't think it's actually that bad. I agree with what LaFoe's been saying. Look at the emblems. It also reflects the exact same thing. They want to make sure that this early game actually goes well. What I am curious is about Hawkwood as well as Zcreef. They had a bit of a tough time at level 1 and level 2 in the previous game. And then by early mid-game is when you're expecting them to start, winning out on these fights and looking for these lane ganks. I want to see whether they can improve upon that.
Ooh, nice little aggression here from Troll, but Error 4-4 is going to be fine. Again, the Ling has popped up a few times now through the course of, especially back in MWI, right? We saw the Ling come through. Oh, okay. And it's one of the things, again, where you can actually kind of hyper snowball on this hero, and it's sort of a risk in itself. But, in this case, I feel like it's supplemented really well with that Minotaur pick, even hell, the Eudora pick, because like LaFell said, once you get that Flask of the Oasis locked in and you do get a little bit of cooldown reduction.
Oh, the Deadly Magic, it's almost there. One more auto attack, but he can't actually get it. And now the Tempest of Blades comes down right onto Boyette. First blood instantaneously. Arrow 4-4 showing some mechanics. Traded flickers, but we're not going to punish that. That one, that's just ego. That's just by the way.
Yeah.
We both don't need this.
Let's just hold on our flickers. Let's use them, right? But yeah, it's one of those things where, as you saw, the support from the whole team synergistically for Vamos is what's so important. They really have to work with their kits together to make this, where then again, you kind of just rely on Natko to do his thing in the lane, scale up on the Melissa. We don't see the Melissa often, but we've all been there. Once that Melissa scales up, gets the items that she needs, like, it is very annoying to deal with her. That go away ultimate, pushing people away, especially the melee heroes that we talked about.
Let's see how this fight. The Deadly Magic's already out. Sipot takes the damage, but Throne Ruin catches onto 2 in the backline. Clockwood in trouble, can't run away. No Flicker dies to Sano as they start running down the individual members of Vamos one by one. Arrow 4-4 thinking about it. Oh, the getaway just in time to deny the angle, and Sanji has to get away. Despite everything that happened, Vamos actually now have primary position over this turtle.
Vamos should be able to get this. Boyd's trying to get his purple buff. I'm not sure if he's going to get in range here. So turtle secured for Vamos. They'll win the objective, but there is some fight here from Falcons.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see. Again, especially, I'm curious about what Natko is going to go for his build, because he is doing phenomenal in this lane, like really surprisingly well. I would have imagined that when you were on that Freya, especially when you start thinking about the later stages of the game, the added range that Freya gets after using her ult actually is just a little bit bigger than the get away from me coming in from Natko. Well, unless they start spacing them out, but he's playing this lane perfectly.
Yeah. So support, Troll wanted to visit, gets spotted out. The rest of the team from Vamos down there protecting Natko. Again, one of their winning angles, and there's multiple of them that they can play into throughout this game. So we got to see Team Falcons Mena kind of come up with their own game plan. Where is that game plan, I think, is the main question here, Gideon.
Well, I mean, the arsenal is ready, the flickers are up. I think it's about finding the picks, right? Because here, Natco can only trade back against Sano for a certain amount of time. At this point, Sano should be strong enough to win out these trades. His natural base HP is pretty high, so he is strong side. I think for Vamos, it's about trying to deny Troll. If they can put Troll, make him lose his like flicker, kill him early, get the way of the dragon out, it becomes a lot easier to deal with some of the other problems like Boyet or in particular Sanji and Sano.
Part of that game plan for Team Falcons Mena also might be, again, for Cuffin. This Valentino was talked about quite a bit in the draft, you know, now that's come through twice. And, you know, most likely from the other side, what ultimate's he going to take? Probably the Minuan Fury, right? Try to set things up. Not sure if there's much else that he can utilize there, but that's one of the things. If it's Troll trying to get a pick, and let's say he's, hold on, bottom?
Yep, this is guaranteed kill here. Natco tries to get away, but Sano says, it's all right. You know, I can still throw my abilities through your shield. It's not considered an auto attack. It's good enough.
Yeah, as soon as I said, if Troll can get a kick, he gets a kick on Natco. So good play made there down in that bottom gold lane. Perfect timing for this turtle to be up too. He's going to be back up, but they'll try to blitz this.
Oh, Troll right immediately on top of Clockwood, even though he had some peel, it's just not good enough with Throne of Ruin on top of him. Air 4-4 now cannot join this fight. He's thinking about trying to go for the steal, but he's getting blasted between the walls in midair. Now Tempest of Blades already up, looking for a trade onto Sano's side. The kick already came back up, and immediately Natco gets punished for it. They're looking for anything, but unfortunately the timings are all wrong. Suppot getting dove by 4 underneath the turret. Oz Esme, and finally Cuffin secures that kill.
Phenomenal fight there from Team Falcons, and I don't know, man. Natco's got to be feeling it. He's been kicked twice now by Troll. Definitely not feeling too good. And just when we thought, you know, as we look at the replay here by STC, you can see how this fight breaks out. You even come to this fight, Natco just revived, dies again off of the kick, and so now you're further behind. So that same scaling that we see in Game 2 is not going to replicate what we were able to see from Natco in Game 1.
Yeah, I think that Vamos might be allergic to getting Purifies at this point, right? Everybody needs that flicker to make a play, to get out of some pretty tight situations. The more reliable spell usually is supposed to be Purify, but at the same time, that makes you a susceptible target. Everybody is going to target you as soon as your abilities are down. And that should be said about everything, because now with quick rotations here, Sano should be able to take this top tier 1 without much contention.
Okay, turret down, Sano is able to do that. He is a menace to deal with. He's even got the Vengeance, which kind of just helps him, you know, dealing with if he decides, like what we've seen with the Freyas most of the time, they're able to go 1v2, 1v3 in some cases, and you get a start like this for Sano, you're going to be a big obstacle in the way for Vamos to deal with when it comes to these team fights breaking out, especially when we get past this next turtle, then the Lord. So now it's Vamos' idea to, you know, how do we make this work? Troll has been doing a great job just either zoning out, like being a threat, utilizing his kit, and whether he kicks someone or not.
Oh, wait, Tempest of Blaze, they've already thrown out some good abilities and a combo Boyet, and then into the Minoan Fury. Oh my god, it's a massacre! And now Sano looking to clean up the backline. Throne of Ruin does not connect, and Zeke, if he knows he's done for, gets the heal just in time, and now Suppot and Air 4-4 need a 1v2. Sano and Sanji is trying to peel them up, but luckily they've got the DPS from Natco's side. Oh man, the reinforcements from every single angle. They might not be a professional team, but afterwards they should be paratroopers. They are dropping in hot.
Oh man, they have the clear signal to drop in. They went through. Unfortunate, they could have capped out the kill. Last one on Sanji, but he is an Alice. That is a quick turnaround for Vamos. I mean, granted everything that happened there, they did have to expend a whole lot. We're talking about battle spells, the ultimates that they needed. They took him to the bouncy house, right? That's what the Minotaur does, man. He sends everyone into the air. You get thrown up there. That's a clear signal for Arrow 404 on the Ling to come in with that Tempest Blades and pick up some kills. So again, it's the nature of making these kits work synergistically as they now focus on Sanji here.
Look at this, look at this, look at the way that they're zoning out. Like, what is Sanji supposed to do? If they play a traditional front to back, Vamos wins that every single time. So Falcons are trying to just snap their elbows, break their joints to kind of open up the formation.
Yeah, a whole lot being broken here at this point. An attempt from Boyette.
Oh no, the flank, it's good. Sano's trying, but no Infuriate to try and buy a little bit of time as Nako repositions. Subpot trying to peel the best of these camp, but they've already lost Clockhood, and now Arrow 4-4 needs to make the difference. Way of the Dragon already kicked, and the Terrify as well, but luckily able to get the Blade of Tempest in time. Nako needs to be a threat. They take out Troll, and they should walk away from this, but they get Sano on the way out.
Oh man. It was almost so good of a team fight there.
Oh, whoa. Throw the Ruin into 2. Can he actually get enough to kill him off? 1 HP! And Sanji gets Natko.
What happened with that fight, man? We went back and forth. I thought Vamos was going to go ahead and disengage after that. They end up going for it again. So Falcons Mena ends up capitalizing a couple kills. That's better for them than that would have been, but still. What a bloodbath it's been. Lord's coming up in 10. Both teams showcasing they just want to fight it out. This Throne of Ruin initiation able to go ahead and take out Natko. Delaying them a little bit more was crucial here for Falcons Mena.
Man, that was definitely a never back down, never what moment. Both sides just refusing to let the kill score get anywhere past them. 1.4k, no big deal. But if they get one more kill than us, nah, we're gonna throw everything and see whether it sticks. Wait, Troll actually spots him up. Can they actually intercept this? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to. I think they just have that vision on him again. Trying to keep tabs on Arrow 4. Mind you, he has not died. Look at this.
Oh man, it's gonna be Bruiser, Harley, and finally some damage, and that's the third item with the Divine Glaive. Let's see how they play this out, because Arrow 4-4 is definitely going to be able to get that Lord first. Considering the positions of Falcons, like, they've got a widespread net, but they also understand the main damage dealers just don't have enough stats to finish the job.
I just can't picture that Brute Force breastplate under that wizard robe, man. He's like, I can't be getting all these hits.
How much you want to bet it's underneath the hat?
Probably is, for some odd reason, right? So Lord secured, it's going to be marching its way with Vamos here in just a bit. But that's something that Falcons Mena can go ahead and defend against. They have to be able to go ahead and clear this out. Do they have decent clear? I think that's the big question. When you look at the heroes they have, how long can they clear out waves and defend? Maybe this one's fine. You know, first Lord push, they will lose some tier 2 turrets. But ultimately, defending in the base, is this a composition to actually capitalize on that?
Really, it is, and I think the only one who has decent wave clear in the later stages has to be Sano, but that's a big risk. He's melee, right? So if he goes up to touch that wave, Vamos is looking to capitalize on that wave. Wow, how did Troll get there? Why is Troll sitting in the mid lane here? He's got a bit of a flank. He's trying to make it happen. Conceal. He finds it. Nakto's head. Throw the Ruin onto 4 straight into the descent of Valkyries, and now the backline's getting attacked. Arrow 4-4 looking to try and get something underneath the Vamos banner. 10-10, and now it might be 11-10 here as Boyette finds Subbot.
Hey, Troll does it again, man. Troll goes off on an angle you wouldn't see.
Oh my goodness.
With the conceal as well. Finding Natko again. You know who? There is no go away from me if it's Troll's Cho.
Dude, Troll, he is a sniper here. He is just finding crazy angles. And for now, I would say that these two teams, the power of friendship is strong in both.
Yeah, right now too. Lord was basically dealt with. It did get the shield, you know, but ultimately Vamos on the first Lord wasn't really able to get too much off of it. Much better for Team Falcons Mena that they were able to go ahead and stop that push from happening. They do maintain the tier 2 mid turret for now, but off of that, again, leading into this next objective is where they want to go ahead and focus on. A Winter Crown is picked up. Sanji has been doing a phenomenal job on the Alice, man. He's been able to set up Troll again on the hunt.
Oh, man, they find an insta-kill, and Natko just disappears into dust. His Clockhood is the only damage dealer next to the Blade of Tempest, which you haven't seen me use yet. Arrow 4-4, he was too busy clearing those waves, and it's forcing Falcons to make a choice. There's no wave to deal with right now, and they might lose an inhibitor on bot side for nothing. All for this purple buff.
Okay, choke out where you can, continue to find Natko. Vamos has to do something about this. They can't just let Troll continue on coming off from that backside and just kicking Natko. When you lose your gold laner like that, your damage is really expended. Yes, you still have a Ling. Yeah, you still have the Eudora for that magical damage there, but man, losing the Melissa, especially if you're supposed to be popping out all of that damage in these team fights, it's a big problem to deal with. And Troll's been just everywhere. When you don't even expect him, he's just giving information like this to the rest of the team.
Yeah, they got to bring those phones closer to their eyes, unfortunately. It's really tough to see the conceal, especially when you're so close to a wall. It just looks like just a moving shadow. Arrow 404 losing 50% of his HP. Not great. He needs to heal back up by auto-attacking.
They want to blitz.
Oh, here comes Throne Ruin. They want Blade Tempest already comes up, and they called it with a flicker. Arrow 404 does fine. At least the Lord, but Nako, he's able to start kiting them out. This was the problem, and Owen Fury catches onto one, but the backline Asano needs to get at least one, but it's too late. Clockun, really good peel. No flickers being used by Zkeef or Clockun as the rest of the team now takes advantage of Falcons.
Yeah, again, I don't know if Falcons meta just kind of got scrambled around with trying to keep tabs on Arrow 404, or, that's the nature of having the Ling, but then this was a really good play. As we look at the replay here brought to us by STC, you can see this. They blitzed that Lord. They made the quick decision to go for it. That Goemi was already dropped down. That is massive in that fight there to keep Natko protected finally.
Yeah.
And to be able to stay alive. Again, that's what I was talking about, man. The damage.
Look at the poor man. He's just, he is force-feeding him water, but luckily he's still Hey, look, there's a very different sound here. I'll tell you. Wait until Gore gets picked up and I'll show you the Mystic Gush. But in the meantime, this is the big problem with sieging, especially with Melissa. One of her greatest strengths is throwing muddles past the wave so that Falcons can't walk up and you can poke them out early. Conceal out, okay, Deadly Magic too, but Zkeef, he's already in that front lines. He's paying attention.
Okay, Cuffin's got the Minoan Fury. They're going to go for this mid-turret.
Minoan Fury coming out. Oh no! But the back line getting attacked already. Zkeef is already dead. Throne Ruin is great, but the Blade of Tempest might just be a little bit better. Boyet down to the ground, and they're looking for one more in Alice 2 for the triple.
Oh, it's only Troll alive. He's going to try to clear out the waves. He kicks Arrow 404. Uh-oh. There's nothing he can do off that.
No, truly nothing. And that's the danger of Ling in these assassin matchups. Ling is so good at one-shotting you. You can be the most mobile hero in the world, but if you don't got those iframes, it's a dangerous game of ball.
Very tough first match there for Falcons meta. Off of it, Vamos, they knew the game plan. They got stalled out a little bit. But it was just one of those cases, again, where this composition, man, worked out in their favor. You're talking about a 10-0-4. This is probably, in the past couple of weeks that we've seen the Ling come through, this is the most deadly Ling we've seen.
Oh yeah, no, this is standard military practice versus guerrilla warfare here, right? The rigidness of this composition is what makes it so good. But on the opposite end for Falcons, they gotta figure out ways to really get creative in getting those backlines. And to be fair, they were great. Sanji and Troll, by far, amazing engages into the backline, and that's what dragged this game out for so long.
Yeah, this is, they had their moments in the game. As you're looking at the highlights here from STC, there was multiple moments where it looks like they had this game in their hands. They were able to go ahead, take the team fight over to Vamos, but then they also got into these instances where I think their head was on a swivel too much. They had to look around too much, and then they just got in this position where it was like, man, how do we keep track of Arrow 404? Because when we're caught in this team fight that's being breaking out, as you see us looking there, it's like, hey, we forgot there's a Ling on the other side. This guy's going to shred through us, and we're so hard focused on Natko. But then, again, when Natko can survive, and Arrow 404 can roam around and do his thing in the skies, basically, you have free reign.
And that's the thing. I think that right now in Mobile Legends, the meta needs to understand, yes, it is risky to have a singular win condition. We need to see multiple win conditions in a composition baked in naturally.
Well, let's go ahead and throw it over to our interview for this matchup.
An amazing opener match coming up from Team Vamos, and right now with us on stage, we will be having a quick chat with Error 404. How are you?
Very good.
Okay, now, you know what? Let's talk a little bit about the game, because prior to the game, we saw an interview with you and Eterna, and you looked very stressed. You looked very tense. Now that you won your opening match in MSC with a 2-0 clean sweep, how are we feeling?
I feel very relieved because we got to close the game 2-0.
Now, I'm sure a lot of the Malaysian fans back at home are definitely happy with your win today. Now, let's talk a little bit about the game. We saw that in your opening match, you picked Eudora twice, and the Ling came out, played perfectly. Talk to us about the Eudora pick first.
I think We got it from other teams in scrims, so we just started practicing it, and we use it today. Yeah.
Do you think it's going to be an effective mid laner moving forward?
I think it's a really meta pick right now, Eudora.
Okay, now next question. The Ling. How are we feeling about the Assassin picks making a comeback this MSC? I know that you're an Assassin user yourself.
Yeah, for me, I'm happy because I'm an Assassin user, so it's my time to show my heroes.
Ooh, I cannot wait. Is there anything you want to say to the Malaysian fans watching back at home?
Thank you for all the support, and I hope you guys can support us for the next match as well, and we will do our best.
Aw, thank you very much, Era404. I'll see you on your next match. That's it from us. Let's show it over to the studio to break down what happened in this amazing clean sweep match. Throwing it back to you guys.
It's my time to show my heroes. Error 404 puts that on the screen of every single player from Team Falcons meta, because there's something that they just could not compute in that win. Unkillable was the Assassin heavy jungler, and they take the win 2-0 Team Vamos against Team Falcons meta. Mirko, Lefel, and I'll go to you first since you are our Malaysia man here. I mean, that was a team win for Vamos that was, to me, it left no questions, right? Even despite a lot of people thinking that it was going to be, look at these predictions, 92%. Vote for Falcons coming up, but it was a 50-50 for ours. If you didn't see that, most people thought this would be a lot more even, and Arrow 404 showed that's not happening.
Yeah, for sure. People do know me as the Malaysian man, as they call me that for
MM.
Yeah, MM for a few years. But yeah, I gotta say that was exhilarating because I think, Mirko, we're on the same page here where we haven't seen the Assassins for a good 2 to 3 weeks. Seeing how Arrow 404 pilot that link, that was refreshing. That sets up MSC so well. We see tank junglers like the Gwyn, it works out well. And then you see the link, and then after that first match, that's the best way to open up MSC because now you know it's uphill from here. The meta is gonna look so good.
And you gotta remember, it was a Fanny and a Hirara banned out. So already 2 Assassins banned out. Then we see the Link contested as well. We don't get to see the items here. I actually came into it. All right, so we got in game. I saw the Melissa pick and I was like, all right, Melissa. Then I went in, I saw the battle spell and I was already disappointed because, hey, usually on Melissa, you go Inspire. I would know. I'm a one trick. Not really, but I play the hero a lot. But then we look at the game again and we see the build path and it's different. It's no longer just the 3-item power spike of attack speed.
Here it is.
Here it is. He goes for... So it is. Wait, he still goes attack speed, but I've heard that in scrims, the reason they don't go for Flicker and Purify is because they go Corrosion into crit. So I don't know if in this case, they saw a lot of tanky guys, so he wanted a bit more shred, or what's the case, but... Again, if you go crit, if you go Flicker, Purify, then we'll see. I guess we'll see. Because I still think it was interesting to see Flicker instead of Purify anyways against the Cho.
I mean, maybe also because, again, it's their first match. It's one of those things that they just forget to change. Because,
maybe.
There are some human errors. But
true.
I feel like after that game, maybe Coach Valdo is talking and is like, that was fine, but against other teams, we might get punished. So let's remind ourselves to change the spell when we get into the game.
And I feel like now the interview with Boyet, it strikes us a bit different. Now it's like, yo, you didn't have enough practice. So if you didn't scrim too much, you don't know what the meta picks are, right? And the Eudora, the Melissa, it definitely messed with them.
And when you know you're getting kind of beat in the macro and kind of the decisions before the game, you're kind of like, wow, wait, are we ready for this? And now it does kind of make it seem like they knew they were going to have to go back to the drawing board, study up a little bit, and get ready for their next match. Good thing is we still have more games for Team Falcons meta. They're not out yet, but it's a great start for Team Vamos as they take the 2-0. Team Falcons PH and Guangzhou Gaming. Well, you thought it was 92% to 8% that Guangzhou Gaming would take the win over Team Falcons. And of course, Falcons in that 92 percentile. We'll see if that is going to happen as we come up with that as our next match. Of course, Vitality Rippers and Team Spirit Ignite closing out our day as well.
I mean, like, I'm with the crowd for saying 92% for Team Falcons Field.
I agree.
Let's just say they are one of the champions to win it all. I want to see how, with this as a matter here, Kyle will perform, because that's also back in 2024, one reasons why they made it all the way to the grand finals.
I'm just so excited to see Kyle, Niall, Kyrie, all of these guys on Assassins, man. I am so excited, seriously.
It is going to be fun. It already was very fun. And if you've got that right, we want to know. And especially if you want to see if you can get it right next time, join the 92, join the 8, see if you're right. Check out our tournament pick'ems, esportsworldcup.com/play. Scan the QR code. You can let us know if you know who is going to perform in these upcoming games. Up next, we want to show you a little something from our game Acecraft, which has a brand new co-op mode called We Fly Together. Check it out. We'll be right back.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy, house for power, blow the house down! This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Well, not only can you watch EWC and MLBB MSC at EWC 2026 with all of our YouTube and Twitch official channels, you can also become a co-streamer and join in on the action. If you want to do so, make sure to check it out and go to our creator program, which will allow you to not only earn some cool prizes, but also help to build an audience with the great content that is available here to be put on Showcase. So if you're ready to join, check out that QR code, scan it with your phone, and become a co-streamer. We'd love to have you as well. And if you just want to watch, that's okay too. You know, if you want. But hey, we'd love to have you here. Rain Day back on the desk with Mirko and LaFell as we start to preview our next matchup in today's 4-game series. And we've got Team Falcons yet again, this time PH versus Guangzhou Gaming. Fellas, just some initial thoughts on what it looks like to see Team Falcons after missing all of the international events last year, finally back on the stage versus Guangzhou and their first international here.
Well, I think, you know, they fixed a lot of the errors. They invigorated the roster as well coming into this. I think Team Falcons PH are looking very, very strong coming into this. Yes, they did lose in the grand finals, but I think it was also a different meta. In the current meta, I really feel like Team Falcons PH has what it takes to do what they did in the past. MSC 2024, the first time at EWC, they made it all the way to the grand finals.
Something that I do have to say, where I feel like I talk about this backstage, it kind of feels like they're trying to go back-ish to the 2024 meta, right? Because in MWI, even the grand finalists are the same. And that's why for Falcons PH, that's where I'm like, wait, hold on. This is looking like familiar territory for them. So I'm actually looking forward for Team Falcons PH to be surprisingly, unsurprisingly good here.
So same finals, but a different champion this time in
Maybe.
MWY. So,
Maybe.
Falcons, SRG, and Falcons winning this time?
No,
Is that the script? Is that the script?
Hold on.
Malaysian man.
I mean, like, it went all 7 games, and at the final game, you know, the $1 million pick happened. We'll see if that happens again.
I mean, there's $1 million on the line here as well, so anything can happen. Falcons PH about to take the stage. This roster filled with great players who want to make their mark here, especially at MSC. We mentioned Guangzhou. We'll talk about them a little bit later. But for the 92% favorites from your votes in the chat, it's time to hear from Flap as we got a chance to catch up with him prior to the start of the set.
We're now here with one of my favorite EXP laners. It's Flap. Welcome back.
Hello, guys.
How's Paris treating you?
It's all good.
Did you like the food? Did you like the hotel? Everything okay for you?
Yeah. This is the best.
Oh, this is the best. And we are with one of the best, right? So, Flap, we haven't seen you in quite some time. I think the last time we saw you on an international stage was MSC 2024 runner-ups. What's different for you this time around?
The difference is that I'm more hungry to win this championship.
But you had breakfast, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just, making sure. How did you prepare for your next match here against Guangzhou Gaming?
We just trained in the hotel. Yeah.
Train in the
That's
hotel?
pretty much it.
Anything else? So you do specific to Guangzhou Gaming that we should know about?
Nothing specific.
Nothing specific?
Yeah, we're ready. Yes.
They're ready. We're ready as well. Flap, good luck. Thank you so much. Over back to you.
Flap, a 2-time M-Series world champion, M2 and M5. He's got to play a big role in today. Mirko, Falcons are going to do well.
Absolutely. He's crucial to Falcons winning. And what the heck? You might be right. What's going on with these players when they get interviewed by Eterna? Who is that? That's not Flap.
Hey, I mean, like, here's the thing.
Flap does the thing. He always taunts and poses. What?
Eterna's
Who is that?
posing some problems.
Hey, you don't know. Eterna behind the scenes. She's a girl boss. She intimidates
you. You know what? She might have just arm wrestled him right before that.
Oh.
With 2 hands as well. And then he was like trying to catch his breath and just get ready to go. I think that could be it.
That could be it.
That could be it, honestly. You guys haven't seen Eterna. Like, she's strong.
Yeah.
She's like, what, 82 kgs now?
Yeah, she's strong for a twig.
Oh my gosh, we're having some fun here on the desk. We got plenty of time to talk Falcons, and we got plenty of time to talk Guangzhou as well. As a roster, these guys have been really effective, and obviously coming from China, this is a very important story for them.
Yes.
It is their first international event this year, and I think this is an opportunity, hopefully, for them to not only be a hope for China, but also to be starting a path which they hope to finish as they improve as a roster. We had a chance to catch up with May again, so hopefully he can get some words down with Wolf and Eterna.
Eterna here with Team Captain May, and of course we do have Wolf here to help translate this coming into this next matchup. So first and foremost, what was your reaction coming into this, knowing that you are going to be up against Team Falcon first?
我是挺开心的，因为能对阵世界冠军菲律宾的世界冠军，而且他们的教练其中之一是我们 GJG 之前的 coach。
He said that he's happy and he's glad that he's able to go against Falcons, knowing that the former coach of Guangzhou Gaming before is currently a coach of Falcons, which is Coach Ren.
Okay, so they used to coach you. Do you have maybe a message to Coach Ren?
Yeah, Coach Ren.
You have a message?
我希望比赛能互相发挥好吧，就是我很珍惜这次对战。
He said wishing good luck to both teams.
Okay, wishing good luck. And speaking of Filipino people, you also have a Filipino player on your team, right? You have Sai. Did Sai mention anything to, beat the Filipino team Falcons?
西外不是菲律宾人吗？他问这是西外有没有说啥，就想打巴黎的人或是啥。
他说他想赢 Super Marco。
He said that he wants to defeat Super Marco.
Oh, okay. So he just personally wants to defeat Super Marco. Fair enough, fair enough. You're going to get that matchup later on. And of course, as team captain, what are you going to say to your fellow teammates before this next matchup?
你作为队长，你有没有什么想跟你自己队友说的？
我觉得就放轻松一点打吧，因为比赛有很多。
He said that he's just chill and enjoy the game, just knowing that there are going to be a lot of competitions.
Okay, so we can feel confidence, we can feel, chillness coming in from this team. So once again, good luck, and we're throwing it back to you.
I think he passed the Eterna test. I don't know about you guys. I think he did well. But maybe that's because of the translation that had to occur.
He has a friend, yeah.
Gave him a chance, and he had a buddy nearby. All jokes aside, there's no jokes in this matchup. There's a very few tougher opponents that Guangzhou Gaming could face in an opening matchup than the Filipino Titans of Team Falcons PH. But if they are going to prove that they deserve to be on this global stage at this level and that they can make a run, Mirko, some would say this is the type of team they have to beat.
Oh, absolutely. We got to see a glimpse of what Guangzhou Gaming had in their arsenal at M7 wildcard, and they were the favorites to actually win it. Unfortunately, they didn't, but they stole the show a couple of times. Modi, fan favorite of the chat. Everybody loves Modi in the chat. He's amazing on these playmakers in the XP, and I feel like him and Maze, they're going to have to work double time here if they want to get a win against Falcons PH.
LaFell, what's the most important matchup here? Is it Modi and Flap in that EXP lane? What do you think is the need for this game's focus to be on in terms of who wins or who loses this matchup?
I mean, it does look like this is the meta where we're going to be looking at the EXP as well as the jungle here, because here's a general rule for Mobile Legends. If your EXP is losing, your jungler is losing as well, because your EXP laner really opens up the map. And when the map is open, your jungler can get a lot of farm. And by proxy, you're making the other jungler weaker time by time and time again. So yes, Modi is an excellent player, but Flap, man, two-time M-Series champion. Like, that guy is an icon in
Legacy.
the EXP. If somehow Modi can take down Flap, now that's the bigger statement. Like, that's one of the things where even if you lose, it's fine. You can say you beat Flap.
And that's also, I think, the different stages of where these teams are at. So many of the players on Falcons have trophies in their trophy cabinet. It's kind of completing the cabinet now with MSC, because this is one of those trophies that many of the players do not have, right?
Yeah, not gonna lie, a bit annoying.
A bit annoying?
A bit annoying. They have so many trophies. Could,
give us some.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I would like for them to share, but it's okay, because to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Yeah.
That's why they still have to beat Vitality. They haven't done that.
Yes, you're right.
Yep.
Vitality champions for sure. This one
undefeated at EWC across 3 years and M Series across 7 years.
Never lost a single game.
Never.
Wow. Well, and the hometown org at this point, with Paris being the home of this MSC. I mean, that was one of the things you guys talked to me about as well, learning the game this week and having the privilege to speak to you guys about the importance of this tournament. One of the things that was echoed was the fact that this is in Paris now. It wasn't always global. And the fact that it is, it adds even more to the importance and the impact of winning.
Absolutely. I think you heard from the players as well, man. They feel like it's the best. FlapTZ literally said it's the best because, man, I think for them, it's just a dream to visit Paris at the start. They would have never thought that MLBB would bring them here and to compete here at the biggest stage for MLBB in front of the world, in front of millions of people watching. That's the dream. And for Flap, that's why he's hungrier than ever.
And speaking of Team Vitality, speaking of Na'Vi, speaking of Team AG, and all of those orgs, they're playing for something maybe even bigger than just a single championship. They're playing for the club championship trophy. We've got Chris ready to give us an update on how things are faring so far.
2 weeks of competition have passed here at EWC, and the Club Championship is well underway. And well, as you can see from behind me, the totem is starting to fill up. Still plenty of games still to go. None other, of course, than MLBB, the MSC, currently ongoing. So that should be interesting as we do continue on. That's what you guys are all here for. Irrelevant of that, though, we do have an update of how things have been working out across the board the past couple of weeks. Right now, it is Na'Vi who are leading the Club Championship with 1,750 points, but they're only competing in one game this week. Vitality, however, who are currently second, only 300 points behind, are competing in all 4 games. So that's a massive moment for them to potentially catch up and see if they can do something about it. Falcons are another team who we have been talking about plenty, currently only sitting on 600 points, but also competing in all 4 games this week. A really interesting one, actually, that they are competing in, a wild card that came through for Falcons through the qualification stages to get here and play in EAFC is MS Dasari, one of the owners of Team Falcons, formerly a FIFA World Champion, of course. He's going to be going through it and see what he can do when things do come down to it. Let's see how he can do at EOC. That's a hell of a story to continue with. But yeah, I'll be giving you updates across the Club Championship throughout the rest of the week.
Thanks a bunch, Chris, and also reminding us all that Falcons are back-to-back winners of the Club Championship. Will we see a new Club Championship winner this year? We'll find out. Stay tuned for all the action. We'll keep you covered with what's going on in the CC. Now, as we head back to MSC, on the desk, Mirko, as we preview this lineup, what to you stands out as the biggest narrative? Again, we've talked about Falcons being winners. We've talked about, them representing the Philippines. We've also talked about the story with Guangzhou Gaming. What rings the most important here in game one?
I think it comes to just understanding the meta right now.
Both teams.
Both teams. I think it comes down to understanding the meta. We saw earlier a big contrast of one team really pushing all of it, all of the meta picks from scrims that they said as well into the stage, and the other playing it very conservative, playing it with the old picks. So right now, I think it comes down to who has adjusted better, Falcons PH or Guangzhou Gaming.
And you mentioned that the coach of previously Guangzhou Gaming is now the coach for Team Falcons, Vren. How does that play into maybe feeling comfortable, LaFell, that they kind of know what's going to show up for Falcons, or for Falcons feeling that they know some of their opponents?
Yeah, it's good for Falcons for sure, because at this point, they know the identity of Guangzou Gaming, and that's also the other thing. Like, meta is very important, but you cannot stray too far away from your own identity, because you might end up making mistakes just because you're breaking out of your habits. There are some habits that's good for you to break out of, but some of them is so drastic to the point where you're getting out of character, your passion is not there, and your decision-making might be the worst. So for Guangzou Gaming, I do believe they need to follow the meta, because if not, they're going to get stomped. But at the same time, you got to follow your identity. Which so far, coming in from the China region, it's all about that gold lane. They try to make the gold lane the strong lane. We'll see if they can do that.
And that is going to be difficult from what I've just saw. I mean, with Error 404 dominating the game like that, you can just see that Assassins in the jungle, Mirko, I mean, if they're played at that level, they are going to need to be dealt with.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very, very tough, especially when Kyle Teasy's on that lane, that Fanny, any of Assassins that he can get his hands on. Again, we saw Fanny and Hirara banned. If we see a Hirara game, it's going to be ridiculous. But also though, I'm glad that we got to see the Minotaur in game number one, because if it wasn't for that, I think May is going to hesitate a bit on that pick. It is a pick that they've actually found a lot of comfort with, playing it a lot in the M7 qualifiers for the Chinese teams, and coming into this, I still think it makes sense with the identity that they have. Play around team fights.
Yep. By the way, I gotta say, Mirko as well as Rain, this is gonna be our second match, but I'm already seeing that the bans are gonna be something the coaches are gonna have trouble with, because now with the Assassins coming up, a lot of Assassins has to be respect banned, and that will become a problem. When you know a team can't use these certain Assassins, there's gonna be a big difference when it comes to the bans here, where certain teams like Vamos, like Falcons, maybe even Team Liquid, making it so that they're gonna win the draft just by proxy of a threat that's not even there just yet.
The winner of this match will face off against Team Vitality versus True Rippers, our next match's winner, while the loser will face the loser in an elimination match. Remember, we are going into an upper and a lower bracket for both Group A and for Group B. So that will be maybe different if you're used to certain upper brackets and lower brackets that combine these groups. No, it's going to be different. So Group A, the teams you're seeing here, are going to be playing against other Group A opponents. So every single match is going to impact every single other match. There's something to learn from every single game that we're watching here, especially if you're one of the teams that didn't do well. It's going to be waiting in the wings like Team Falcons Meta previously against Team Vamos. Guys, I just got to say, predictions. Do you think Falcons is taking this one to start off? Yes. They're coming in stronger?
Yes.
Yes? Yes. Is there
pretty confident, yes.
Very confident, yes.
Yeah, no hesitation, yes.
If Guangzhou's going to steal it, what do they have to do? Quick thought. Is it just get a better draft?
They got to shut down Kyle.
Is it overperform?
But that's one of those things that's easier said than done.
They got to shut down Marco, Kyle, Haji, Ogren, and Flap.
They got to shut everybody down. We'll see if Guangzhou Gaming can impress yet again as they face off versus Team Falcons PH in our Game 2.
Yes, my friends, that is the setup for our second matchup for today. But first up, quick recap, right? We have two dark horses to open things up for our matches zeros at MSC. And happy for Vamos. They got it in.
Yes, indeed. Hala vamos for the Malaysians back at home. That was an incredible series. 2-0. A lot of amazing picks off the board. But now we enter the second match of the day where we will be seeing Falcons Philippines going up against Guangzhou Gaming.
Yes, this is a pickup in its own right. It's a fight between a giant and newcomers in there. I can't wait to get this one started.
So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Falcons Philippines. The last time that they were on this very stage, they went all the way to the grand finals. Now the question is, this time, will they be able to start their journey on the right foot after not being in MSC 2025?
That is indeed a lot of pressure on their back, but of course, no game is complete with only one team. Please join me in welcoming their opponents, Guangzhou Gaming! From heartbreak at M7 wildcard to the main stage of MSC, their journey has been a treasure to witness. As the rising tide lifts the ships of their region, their goal is clear. Show the established powerhouses that there's new challengers for them to fear.
Ooh, this matchup is going to be interesting because like I've mentioned, Falcons Philippines went all the way to the grand finals, meaning they are veterans, they are contenders. However, Guangzhou Gaming, on the other hand, they are the newcomers. Will an upset happen in today's match?
It's the cool part of it. Everybody loves an underdog story, and this game has it in space. So please, gentlemen, Guangzhou, please place your keys. Please, Team Falcons. Remember, captains, to shake your hands before this game starts, and we'll see it. They're going to go to the middle, and well, the handshake. It's all love and care, but in the server, it looks different. Let's send them then to our desk to get our game started.
Thank you so much, Rose and Milos. Man, it's a fun green room with those two. Some great talent and some great games starting us off here for MLBB, MSC in Paris, France. 16 of the best teams in the world vying for that $1 million prize pool. Now it's time for China to see what they can do against some of the all-stars of the Philippines representing Team Falcons in our second series of 4 for today. As we kick off the draft, we've got Mirko and Lafell with me. Hey. And guys, this is important. If Guangzhou's going to do it, you guys said maybe an uphill battle. The audience thinks so too. 8% only thinking that they can get the job done. They're going to have to do something in this draft to surprise Falcons.
Look at him. He's locked in. Tied his hair real quick.
Right now, I do have to say, if you're new to MLBB, one of the reasons why I feel Falcons Philippines will win this one is, in the current meta, if you lose the first 2 minutes of the game, it's actually very hard to come back into the game just by how the jungle has changed in terms of the values and everything like that. And Falcons Philippines have, I would say, all across the board, one of the best laners in every lane. Flap is amazing in the EXP. Super Marco is amazing in the gold. And it makes it so that winning those lanes is going to be very difficult. And I'm just worried if Falcons just wins the first turtle fight, and then they just start controlling the jungle, and then it just becomes an unfair battle.
Yeah. I'm a fan of that up until, I think, like a point that I want to talk about would be, I think the first 2 minutes. I don't think the first 2 minutes dictates the entire game. We saw it earlier as well for Falcons versus Valmo. So I think we push it back to maybe 6. I think around Turtle 2, whoever gets that, whoever gets snowballing from there, then it gets really tough to come back. But even then, I'm not too sure because we've been seeing utility versus assassin. We've seen a weird, off-meta assassin in the Harley against a meta assassin. I want to see how it looks like if it's like a Fanny versus Ling, if it's a Fanny versus Hirata versus Ling, or heck, even a Nolan, right? Because then I'd say there's going to be a lot of room for comebacks.
I'm just thinking that we won't be seeing the Fanny. Like, unless...
Yeah, probably not.
Unless the jungler is at best a B tier at Fanny, I don't see the Fanny letting out of the bans.
How common is it, as we take a look at the map reveal, hold that question for the draft? Will it be another Broken Walls? Or will we get a mix-up? It's Expanding River this time around. Lafell, your thoughts on finally a new map here?
Yeah, Expanding Rivers make it so that winning in the lanes is going to be that much more important, making it so that you can go to the neutral objectives like the Turtle as well as the Lord much, much faster. So now the lane matchups gets even more punishing, honestly.
So if you're winning lane, you have even more access to the jungle, basically. You can snowball that.
Can rotate around very, very quickly. So I guess we'll find out again what picks get picked up for both the teams here.
very interesting here. Looks like Falcons is going to be the first pick, betting out the Belleric as well as the Claude. So this looks like they got a lot of information going up against Guangzhou Gaming, and I guess that's good for them considering the old coach from Guangzhou went over to Falcon. So this is the advantage that we see, that we don't need to ban meta picks. We just got to ban the picks that you know how to play.
Talk to me about the Eudora. You were excited about that. You got a little inside info on that. I'm not knowing where it came from. I'm not like teasing you about it and saying reveal, but clearly has been an impact. 2 picks already. You've seen her in every game. You expect to see her here?
I think so. If both teams are planning to go for Assassins, it's great to night pick. That's number 1 against the Assassins, but it's also very good against the Assassins, right? You can lock her down. So the Atlas gets banned out there. Final ban. I think we will see more Eudoras. Maybe not first pick, though. I think first pick here. Oh, Hirara got banned. Vanny got banned. Even the Freya. The only pick that we've seen banned out that finally gets open here would be like the Phobius Jusin. So I'm thinking maybe those 2 for Falcons for first pick.
Personally, for me, I feel like the Zushin is still a pretty strong pick, but considering how many dashes, the amount of mobility in this game, it's not a great time for the Zushin. So that's why I'm not going to see a lot of it. Ling for his pick here. We got to see Eudora. If not, this Ling is going to be so free.
Yeah, Eudora Phobius could be the answer, but they go Esmeralda. Esmeralda Eudora?
Yeah, I think they just want to win the lane, picking out the Esmeralda. Quite good in the lane, but is not an answer towards the Ling. So a little bit of disconnect here where unless they win the EXP so hard, you start controlling the jungle, it's going to be pretty difficult. And a very early Harif where, again, coming from the region of China, they do like their gold laners. But my worry is, if they pick up a Moskov, I can see it. But picking up a Harif here, they're not having any crowd control for this Ling. I don't even think they have enough burst damage for the first 12 to 13 minutes of the game to deal with the Ling.
Are you happy if you're Falcons to try to grab Eudora yourself?
I'd say yeah. I'd be down for it. You know, the Eudora...
Just to deny it on the other side?
It's great on a deny, but it's also great with your assassin, right? Because usually when you're on the Ling or any other assassins, you need a bit of burst damage, and I was... Bro, give me some time, friend. I was going to get to the Brody
You got to get your points in,
I'm sorry, man. I was answering the Eudora pick.
I know. That was me. I messed you up. I messed you up. You would have said
it. It's okay. Harith Esmeralda gets picked up. What? This is the question on the Falcons roster. We know at M5 they play strong side gold lane so well, and this is what we've been talking about as well, the Brody pick and the Dyrod. So you have physical shred, and then you have double carries on physical damage.
Bursty as well.
Oh my God.
I gotta say, Raid and Mirko, we're on track for 90 unique hero picks at MSC, because we're already second match, and we're seeing a lot of new picks here. Guangzhou Gaming goes with the Hilda. Good and bad here. The Hilda should be good to pressure the Ling, but going up against a Dyrov likes it when you have a lot of armor, because there's so much that he can take away, and at that point, Ling won't be punished. Ling will have enough damage to take you down.
And it's a winning matchup. I've been saying this from MWI. We've been seeing an MWI CC to answer the Esmeralda, where in reality, for me, I'm like, where's the Dyrov, right? This guy just got buffed. My boy's playing it in ranked. It's pretty good. It just smashes Esmeralda in lane. Even the Hilda's going to find a lot of difficulties walking up.
It's not great.
Your physical defense gets shredded, and you have 2 bursts right there with you.
And you're talking about win conditions. The Dyroth and the Ling, both 2 characters that feel like if they get going, it's going to be hard to stop them. So a lot of...
All 3 of them, honestly.
Yeah. And then the Eudora gets banned out, right? So they're taking away another burst damage hero.
I gotta say, this is one of those games where Falcons can end it very easily, because Brody is one of those heroes back in the day is just a turret destroyer.
Got a world championship skin.
Yeah, world championship skin. Like, here's the thing. The moment your eyes are on lane, you're like, this is a problem. We gotta... Wait, where's our turrets? Wait, why is he in base? Wait, did the game just end?
10 minutes?
Too many things to focus on.
I gotta say, Brody is gonna steal so much turrets. The Link can steal so much turrets. This is already a nightmare in terms of micro, but more importantly, the macro. Like, there's so much magic going to happen in this game.
So you mentioned Moskov. Is the answer something that's global, something that can help on those rotations when you have someone pushing a lane and you need to get over there quickly?
That's why it would have been a better pick over the Harith, really. Because, like, I see the Harith. I see why they went for it. Again, Guangzhou Gaming, they're known for team fighting, but they needed something to answer the side lanes. If you know Falcons, they're definitely going to try to play those side lanes. They're definitely going to lane or play for lane dominance. And they got it on every single lane. XP, it's a winning matchup. Gold lane, it's a winning matchup up until the Harith gets all the free resets.
Rain, I gotta say, for everyone that's not super familiar with the MLBB draft, this is very uninteractive, where you're just picking up heroes that you want to use without considering the opponent's pickup. So it's basically like you're playing rock, paper, scissors, but you only go for rock. You don't change the paper, you don't change the scissors.
And you'll win a little bit of the time. But in a best of 3, when an opponent's knowing a little bit about what you do, it may not be enough. And that's the worry here for Guangzhou Gaming.
I don't think Zushin is the answer. Like, where's the damage?
I think right now Falcons just go for the Gord Kalea, right? Like, you already reveal all your cards here. You just go for extra burst, so it's good against the Harrow. You have that range to bully the Juicin in lane. And it's an answer to Esme as well with the Shred.
So my question is this. You have one more pick, right? And we're talking about them playing rock. How do you salvage this draft? How do you get the win condition? Because Guangzhou needs something that they're going to be able to rely on.
Right now, their biggest problem is early game damage. Like, it's weird to say, the most damage that we'll see in the early game is their roam, is their tank. And sometimes it's enough, but most of the time, it's not. Now they have a Lilia as well as the glue. They already have a damage problem. Now it's worse because the glue cannot die, and Lilia level 2 can take down basically everyone from Guangzhou, so this is a mismatch in draft.
I thought they would take the easy road of just Gord and Kalea. Instead, they read past the pick. They know Guangzhou Gaming only have a utility jungle left in their arsenal, and they go for Lilia, someone that can stay in the mid lane, independent, bullying both, while the glue roams everywhere.
Marco, this is the kind of draft that, in my eyes, creates despair. Like, the more you look at it, the more you fight against it, as the time goes on, it's like, wait, our chances of winning is going down and down and down. This is a draft that will make you feel very sad.
And now it's forced. The Nolan pick out of Guangzhou Gaming. Nolan, notoriously horrible pick against a Ling, and especially a Brody that can kiss you.
Dairoth versus Esmeralda in the EXP lane. Flap and Modi. That Dairoth looking to cause havoc, but if it doesn't, well, they've got the Ling as well. 4 new heroes picked up to add to our unique hero total for this tournament already. Series 2 starting off with a bang. We'll see if it's China or if it's the Philippines who can take game 1.
Thank you so much. We head on in to the land of Dawn, and we're excited to see how this game is going to be played out, because for the first time in a long time, I have never been so confident in Falcons just cleaning up kills. They have so many ways to clean up fights, but it's all up to Haji and Kyle to make things happen.
And I, for one, am pretty sure that they can accomplish just that. Team Falcons and their mechanics, no doubt, they could carry that out, but Guangzhou Gaming, they forced out an early flicker from the hero you expected to be most aggressive in the early game.
And this is the scary thing about this game, right? Because you're looking at everybody, there is no particular winning matchup, right? Especially in those side lanes, unless they find a big mistake. So they do need the extra bit of support. Guangzhou, especially for Mei and Xing, all they gotta do is maintain control of mid, and it's gonna be super difficult for Ogwin and Haji to have that impact that we're looking for.
Yeah, at the very least, they're holding down Mei in mid, so he's not able to really get out of there as much and go into Kyle's jungle. But that's a lot of pressure already on their mid duo.
Beautiful stuff coming out from Guangzhou, right? That's already 2 big battle spells out super early on, and now they can start going for the invades. Look, Kyle is just taking so much damage from Mei.
Never mind. I just said Mei couldn't just really go straight into Kyle because of what Haji and Ogwin were doing, but with the amount of support that they've been providing one another, with this rotation you've seen firsthand from Guangzhou, things to be somewhat favoring their side.
Yep, even the battle spells is also telling us the exact same story. Falcons, they want this early game to be good for them. They want to speed things up. Right now, see, we're trying to bait something out as recall is very nearby, but I'm also curious, right? Because from Guangzhou's POV, I would have imagined that they would have gone for, like, maybe, I don't know, something a little tankier early on. Like, now they're stuck with this Nolan. They, too, have a certain degree of a timer.
Yeah, so maybe that's also why you see them really trying to pick up the pace and make sure that everything goes right in the early game for them, because they somewhat picked up a jungler that also has to keep up, but at least they're holding majority of the positioning here in the turtle so far. Flicker's already forced down! Ogwin actually falls to the hands of Guangzhou as first blood, and it seems to be going all the way over to Guangzhou. It's only Kyle left, and even Kyle doesn't make it out alive. What a start for Guangzhou here.
Zipper, we need a replay of that. That was a beautiful fight coming out from Guangzhou. Like, it is Ogwen was already looking to actually put that final nail in the coffin, but keep your eyes here as Mei flickers out and baits the entire team into an unwinnable fight with Xing, making sure that Lantern Flare was up the entire way. With Turtle in the hands of Guangzhou Gaming, this is by far a really good start.
I wonder what information and preparation they've done, because again, Guangzhou, you know very little about this team. Even the heroes that they've used in their recent qualifiers don't tell you much about their playstyle. But what has changed? Why have they seemed to adapt so well to the current meta despite them picking or having these heroes which Falcons attempted to counter?
Well, I think, it's a lot of research, and I definitely think, the length of the MPL PH definitely played a part of that.
That's true.
Unintentionally, but here, when it comes down to the meta, that's what everybody's trying to figure out. What is not only the meta game for the game, but specifically for the tournament? We need to see that develop throughout. But with the lead that they have, 4-1, I'm expecting Guangzhou to play more reactively, right? Yeah. They want to make sure they punish the Falcons everywhere they go. They need a man-to-man defense and make sure that Haji doesn't scale too fast.
And honestly, that tournament meta, I feel, is something we won't really get to figure out until maybe day 3 or 4.
I mean, we can speculate.
Because day 1, first 2 matches in series have already shown us so much of the more unorthodox picks already.
Well, is it unorthodox or are they just ahead of the metagame? We won't know until day 2 or 3, but in the meantime, you can see both teams high contention for this mid lane. It's less about the side lanes. The side lanes are kind of independent until we can get the mid trio to move in their direction. Guangzhou going to take that first move as they send supports to the top side.
Yep, at least for Falcons and their sides, they're doing really okay. It's a Brody and a Dairoth, which you pretty much expect to win their lane, and so despite Falcons not really winning out massively in terms of their mid, they're not really in need of that much rotations, but that's the thing. Guangzhou might just really take advantage of this entire situation, but it's already Ogwen here up top, already trying to somewhat provide a bit of help. Does catch Sai, but it's gonna be Ogwen all alone this time. Now he's trapped against 3. Do they have enough damage? Do they have enough burst? That's a Crimson Beacon in and a stun. Guangzhou eventually take him out, and Super Marco looking like the next target torn about memory, but he doesn't find anyone. But he still survives. Just a bit, it's an outplay. 2 goal laners go down.
No way! Oh, the auto attacks just weren't big enough. He didn't have the physical damage. It is unfortunately, a magic marksman dependent on skill cooldowns and abilities. That's gotta feel so bad. When you thought you were about to kill him, guess what? Quantum charge, walk away.
Okay, here goes the replay. So he was definitely left all alone there. I think he kind of survived it for a bit longer than we expected him to, but what a play. Even their coaching staff thought it was unbelievable. For the second time around, what? Super Marco not having a great time now.
Recall said, team, we're not going to let this happen again. Let me show you how it's done on a Nolan. But on the opposite end, we're not seeing Falcons waste too much time here. If you notice that the gold lead, despite it being 2-7, for some reason it's only 900. By this stage, you're expecting somewhat of a 1K, a 2K gold lead.
Oh, Black Shoes already forced out too. They get to find Haji and land another stun, forcing out the flicker. There goes Flap trying to defend, and they outplay Mei in mid. A small win for Falcons this time.
Really nice play coming in from Flap as well. Now you're seeing that the traditional lane roles, they're starting to get mixed up a lot, right? What is Dairoth doing up here to maybe try and help Ogwen and Super Marco? He reveals himself, but all of this is so that Kyle can scale up a little bit faster, taking the wave as well.
Yep, they're at the least maybe trying to slow down a bit and maybe go for the farm, because clearly Guangzhou Gaming have taken charge of the early game, and that's exactly according to plan so far. So maybe less of the direct one-on-one counters, and now we see more of the 5-on-5 rotations come into play. Recall though, very confident right now on this Nolan, forcing out the Black Shoes again.
Yeah, and honestly, there's no reason to actually contest for the turtle, because they know for a fact, hey, Nolan, his retribution is coming up, but without his ult, that's fine. That means he can't really get in and out as effectively. But when they're rushing it down, that's where it gets scary, and now they look for the opportunity.
That's the flicker from Ogwen. No Crimson Beacon left for Xing, but Recall! He wins out on the objective yet again. Falcons are now trying to go in. Kyle also using the Tempest of Blade. Super Marco joining in the fight, and they already have taken out 3 members of Guangzhou.
And that's a huge mistake coming out from GZG. Falcons take advantage of the fact that they were just too close together. 3 people got caught in the snare of the globules. The damage is good coming in from Recall. Oh, Super Marco, is he going to burn to death? Okay, he's fine, he's fine.
Yeah, that was close though. And at least Falcons get a bit more space, because it felt like earlier they had to work hard for this space, and they had to juggle between switching lanes here and there just so they could really find some more objectives across the map. But even despite losing that objective, and I believe that was the second turtle that Guangzhou have already secured, they've at least gotten a bit more map control.
And now the question is whether or not they've developed enough of a lead. And whatever they had before instantly dissipated in one singular fight. I love the fact that Haji is immediately going for that Wishing Lantern. It's perfect for getting rid of these annoying pokers like Mei, who wants to be in his face, or maybe even Modi, who again hasn't really been able to participate as much as we would like to see.
Yep, does run the Vengeance too, so we hopefully do get to see him later on in the team fights, because I feel like that will be a great help to Guangzhou Gaming in terms of actually getting the wins. But Flap, oh no, getting bursted down here by Recall!
Oh, nothing that Flap could do. He flickers a little too late, and honestly, I think a lot of his abilities got cancelled out once he got spun into multiple directions. That being said though, Guangzhou looking to try and take out at least one of these turrets, but they decide not to. They give up on it. They see Ogwen and they're like, not again, not again.
Nope. This is such a statement you're seeing from Guangzhou, especially Recall 5-1-2 on the Nolan, when in fact it was a pick who was chosen last. You thought it was just some sort of pick that they were forced to pick up, but the Tempest of Blade just being forced out, and now Guangzhou just confidently standing in front of Team Falcons.
Yep, this is going to be a really awkward position for Falcons, because again, they were the ones who wanted to play for the earlier stages. Now they're highly dependent on Kyle to finish up a lot of these fights, or at the very least, Ogwen to try and create that space. Because so far, Super Marco, he's not getting as many auto attacks as he would like.
Yep, now they're forced to group up. It's always just Kyle away from the team, and that's the kind of play that they're maybe forced to do at this point. But now it's different. There's an objective that's coming up. So Team Falcons would have to be very, very careful about this. Flap cannot go down first, similar to what has been happening a couple times already in this game.
That's going to be the Malefic gun purchase here. Now Super Marco has the range to start hurting people from afar. Question is, are they going to be able to get into the pit? Because Guangzhou, they've got a really good control around it. Oh!
Ogwen goes in, flickers in, but he gets bursted, and now the Salmon Force has a response too from Sai. They're just flushing Falcons out of this Lord Pit, and they're taking control! Black Shoes too, forced out by Recall. Tempest of Blades, but can they get more? They find Mei, and that's going to be a 1-for-1.
Not too bad, but the fight's not over just yet. Guangzhou understand that, hey, all right, we may have stuck a little too close together, but this time around they spread apart instantaneously as soon as they saw Ogwen walking up for a potential engagement. That being said though, at least for GZG, dear lord, where did he go?
How did he know? That was okay. I think Falcons now are at a much clearer advantage.
Well, they may be at a much clearer advantage, but I don't see this being a free Lord just yet. Like, they're going to try for it, and I want to see what the response is going to be. Because for now, CY is in a pretty good position if he can get that Holy Crystal.
Okay, Falcons are starting this objective right now, but Ogwen has a good idea of where majority of them are. Modi jumping in, Kyle just securing it with the Retribution, and now Falcons want to go in for the fight. Sai already using the Salmon Force, but he gets bursted! It's a double kill for Kyle. He's been waiting for this moment.
Yeah, he tried a little too hard. Modi, unfortunately, making the mistake walking into the fight without the Vengeance. And that stun from Super Marco is such an effective tool, if not at least the mini stuns from both Flap and Ogwen. At this stage, Falcons, based on the items that they have, can really start pressing the advantage when it comes down to structures.
Oh, fortunately Haji got to quickly press on that Black Shoes. Mei, though, looking in danger and will go down in the hands of Team Falcons, as Xying only had to Crimson Beacon out and the Lord is still up.
Yeah, they don't have an answer to Ogwen right now. Blue can kind of do whatever he wants as long as he doesn't get one shot, can ruin somebody's day.
Ooh, look at the damage!
watch Recall getting blasted from halfway across the map.
And the black shoes are back for Haji if in case Guangzhou actually forced that fight, but they're not really going to do so. They just focused on evening out majority of their resources across the board. That's going to be all outer turrets already taken down. And in the blink of an eye, you're already seeing a 5k gold lead in their hands.
Now, let's talk about how they're getting this, right? Before this, barely nothing. A lot of team fights, keeping it simple, kinda even. GZG, mega lead in terms of kill score, but doesn't have that 5k lead like Falcons have right now with a singular kill. And a lot of this is about time efficiency. With GZG's movements, they're sticking together. Notice, top quadrant, all 5 of them are there. Nobody's dealing with that bot wave. And that's why Falcons' overall macro is more efficient gold-wise in comparison to GZG.
Yep, that's why even if you thought things were kind of slowing down, that was just Falcons playing their game. And now it's going to be Modi bursted by Flap. Now that you see them grouped up, this is exactly how they want to utilize this lineup.
Yeah, and it's great because, again, the one combination people don't think about is the shred specifically from Flap. If Flap and Marco work together, no matter how tanky you are, they're going to cut your armor in half, if not more, now that he has the Malefic gun.
Okay, Conceal. Could there be another flicker play? And there you go, Mei! Barely surviving this. Winter Crown already forced out, and the flicker too, but they just want that base turret. Guangzhou are not gonna force the chase.
No, they can't. They can't afford to. Unfortunately for Guangzhou Gaming, until Sai is, I want to say not just the Holy Crystal at this point, because Ogwin is too big of a problem. I'm trying to figure out how can they bait Ogwin out, or at the very least burst them down, both of which not very good ideas considering the priority list.
Because at this point, the only heroes from Guangzhou who maybe can go for some backline plays are just really Recall and Modi, or unless Xing just really wants to go full commit and Crimson Beacon in and they just all jump on Super Marco, but will that be worth it? Because at this point, again, the shred you mentioned, the armor just going down as soon as you approach these heroes who could deal massive damage and penetration. And not to mention an objective too coming up just in a bit.
Yeah, this is particularly tough. I will admit that at least for Guangzhou Gaming, they made sure that Haji slowed down, but now we're already in the later stages of this game. Slowing Haji down is not possible. He hurts.
Yep. And look at just how well they're guarding majority of the map right now, but Guangzhou are still pushing forward. Recall, though, is about to show himself up top, and that might be enough room for Falcons to be a bit more aggressive with bursting down this objective.
Oh, it looks like they're trying to sell this fight.
Oh, Ogwin and Flap trying to zone out the members as Falcons just secure this objective, but Ogwin still finds one. Do they want to push through with this fight, though? Haji providing the damage, and it's going to be enough. Super Marco's already called a killing spree, and Kyle on the backlines, finding Xing as they take out 3. It's just Modi and Recall. There goes the fracture, but it's gonna be okay.
They've been dancing around and they know they've got an endgame angle. Unfortunately for GZG, the biggest problem with their composition is they don't have the best wave clear. They have to commit a lot of bombs to make it happen.
And now they surprise with yet another flicker, and Modi could not tank the damage anymore. It's gonna be a near wipeout for Guangzhou Gaming as Recall's the only one left. He's trying to defend, but he can't. And Team Falcons with a 10k gold lead, close out game number 1.
That was clean. I gotta admit, there were moments there in the early stages that I was worried for Team Falcons, but they showed their experience every single time. If you're looking for the most efficient map team for Golden EXP, these are the boys you need to look at.
They were untouchable, at least for the first few moments of the game. So much in the mid took place, but we kind of forgot about their sides, and a lot of how this game eventually would pan out revolved around whether or not the sides got the early that they wanted. At least for them, they actually did.
Well, I thought it would be a little bit more, to be fair, because these are like overwhelming odds with the Dyrelphin as well as Esme, and the patience from at least Haji for taking so much damage from Mei. You can see that in these clips, it's always Mei who's in your face in the early stages of the game, but it didn't tilt them, and they made sure to say, you know what? You're gonna man-to-man defense, we're gonna play your game, we're just gonna play it better.
Yeah, let's just go macro from this point onwards. Everything that they did was macro. And yes, Guangzhou, I think they were winning out big on kills, on team fights, on the smaller advantages on the map, but we don't really see them convert it into much. Like, they didn't really get as much map control afterward. They didn't really get to rotate into or convert it into more structures. Oh, that's us. Yeah, surprised of everything that's happening too, but that, I guess, just goes to show how interestingly, Falcons just really turned things around in this game.
Yeah, it is great. It is great overall, but the question is, what is going to happen in game number 2? We're going to be throwing it back to the desk and see what they think about this.
Thank you, Gideon Brigida. Great cast on game 1. Falcons, PH find a way to get the win, and it was a win indeed. They dominated later on in that game, but it wasn't domination early on. You saw Guangzhou find a way to kind of surprise them in the beginning, and I think that group style of roaming the map helped them early on, but it started to show up as a weakness in terms of the gold and trying to claw back into that game later on, Mirko.
Yeah, it was tempo control, obviously, with Esmeralda again. Early on, the Dairoth had her number, level 1, level 2, but then after that, Modi just constantly cleared out faster, rotated quicker, got that falling star moon set on 3, and unfortunately for Falcons PH, they got caught off guard. But after that, I think it's just signs of an elite team where they're losing early on. They lose out on almost all the objectives, kills as well. At a certain point, it was 2-7 on the scoreboard, but it was only a 900 gold lead for Guangzhou Gaming. So Falcons PH, even though they were losing, they had control over the game.
It never felt like it was an insurmountable issue going up against Guangzhou. Falcons always seemed like they were in it.
I mean, like, I would say that is something that Guangzhou has to look forward to after this, because it's clear that they do have the mechanics, but how do they extend the lead? That is what makes you into a good team, into a great team. How do you make a 200 goal lead into 2,000, right? So I feel like they got very excited, getting a few kills, especially around those objectives. But one of the clips we saw earlier was how the Harif was willing to die to get the kill over to the Brody. It would have been great because knowing that Brody was going to recall anyway, right? If he stays, he's going to die. So instead of sacrificing yourself, clear the minions, get the turret, and that's how you extend the lead. So I feel like that's something that Guangzhou have to look out for, because there was a lot of wasted opportunity where they 100% should have gotten more on the map, but they just don't have that experience just yet.
Those little moments, 54,000 to 43,000 gold. It wasn't that way, but it became clear that Falcons were going to take the lead of this game. Oakwood caused a lot of thoughts to be centered around him and how he, can't believe it, that SpongeBob skin coming in. It's so funny.
Patrick is amazing.
I was like, excuse me? What's going on? I like blue was being played. But obviously caused a lot of attention, and that was one of the game plans. Didn't work out on a few of the dives, but after that really forced Guangzhou Gaming to play around him.
Yeah, all this game, I feel like Oakwood is going to play the distracting game, right? He went for the classic itemization, though, of the glowing one and the cursed helmet, and that's why he was so squishy at the start. Every time he went slam, slam, pass, pass, it would either be I get the mount or I die straight up, right? So he ended up being a diversion so that the rest of the team can actually get a few of these picks here and there. And for the most part, it worked out because Kyle on the Assassin, on the Ling, was sent into these side lanes to farm up so well. That was also one of the reasons why they were able to keep the gold lead from skyrocketing away from Guangzhou Gaming.
How much of this is just a style? Because, we had Gideon break down why this gold lead was starting to happen, and he was pointing out that side lane was not being farmed and that Guangzhou were just grouping up. They wanted to take fights like that. They wanted to roam all 5 on all sides of the map. Is that something they can afford to do against Falcons?
Honestly, no. I feel like you can split the map. Maybe you go for a 3-2 formation, because we saw wherever...
It's simple. Good number of views के लिए चाहिए good video के लिए चाहिए good editing, और good editing के लिए चाहिए a good...
The opponents low enough so that they have to back. There was few ganks onto Flap where I feel like, okay, you got Flap, and now what, right? You gotta either control the jungle or get those objectives. So I feel like that's just something that you have to understand, right? You know that recall can give you the advantage. So what are you going to do with that advantage? Because against a team like Falcons PH, Liquid, SRG, even Vamos, if you give them time, especially up against a Ling, once Kyle got that Blade of Despair, then that was it. The damage coming in from the Ling was just too much for them to handle.
You have to, again, remember that that's the reason he went for just pure damage at the start, right? Very unorthodox Ling build, just going rushing BOD, but it's because you already have physical shred, you already have consistent damage from the Dairoth, and then the Brody, and then the Lilia as well. So it was just a mix of damage, constantly going at it. She just wanted to go for those last hits, and that's why a couple of times you saw some surprise moments where I think Xing just got Blink completely taken out with just one ability, one Defiant Blade. So it's the small things. And I agree, there were a lot of throws from Guangzhou Gaming when they were ahead, forcing in mid. I remember diving onto Haji for some reason. Mei dove in, lost, died there, and completely lost control on the map.
You know, another star, I think, moment, or had a couple of moments from Guangzhou Gaming was Nolan. Nolan actually had a pretty good, he was 5-1 for most of that game. Last person alive, defending the base, tried to make something happen, but couldn't. LaFell you know, he's an important part of Guangzhou Gaming's strategy if they want to win this.
I gotta say, so far, looking at that previous game, the draft might change how this will look like, but it does seem that if there's anything that Guangzhou wants to exploit, it's the front lines. Take down Ogwen as well as take down Flap. Because the thing is, once those are gone, you should hope that the discipline for Falcons PH to respect the damage coming in and not force a defense. Try to use that, because in that earlier fight, I just don't like them sacrificing themselves for nothing.
Yeah, I agree. The sacrifices definitely, they got to fix a lot of those. But I think going back to the Nolan pick, I feel like in this position, it doesn't matter how well the Nolan plays at the end of the day. Because that pick in itself was already forced out, right? We saw all the assassins banned out. Fanny Hirara in the first phase, the Ling first picked, and then the Hayabusa taken out in the second phase, where then you are left to play either utility jungle, which will already be countered by the Lilia, the Glue, and shredded down by the Dairoth, or you go for an assassin, which can clear fast, can get an early snowball, but will ultimately amount to nothing. Because again, in that game, Nolan, you're up against a Lilia, Black Shoes instantly. You're up against a Brody that can stun you and lock you down. And then a Ling who literally is the counter to the Nolan. It's tough.
Day late and $1 short sometimes for that last pick. And I think obviously Guangzhou Gaming trying to pull out, it could be a rabbit out of the hat. They might need more than that. Might need a tank out of the hat to have enough firepower against Falcons, because they came to play. There was no doubt that these players want to show up like we know they can on this global stage. MSC looking for one winner for that $1 million prize pool. Falcons on their way to be it. One more win that will put themselves in a strong position in this group with a 2-0 start. But of course, Guangzhou Gaming trying to come back and claw their way to make it a best of 3 and force that final third game. LaFell, more of what Falcons have done seemed to be probably the plan for game 2.
I don't know if Mirko agrees, but I was hoping for much more coming in from Falcons here, because yes, they win, but even as analysts, we're like,
interesting.
It's not going to be enough just yet, because you got to look at this tournament as a whole. Guangzhou Gaming, they've shown that they are strong, but there are some games you need a statement game to show that you are far above and beyond the competition for you to go to the grand finals. Because at this point, it's not about beating Guangzhou, it's about getting that momentum, that tempo, for you to make it all the way to the grand finals. And I hope this is kind of like a wake-up call to be like, okay, there's mistakes here, 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 and here. We got to fix this before we get to the grand finals. Because personally for me, I want to see a bit more coming in from Falcons.
Okay. Yeah, for me, unfortunately, I see where you're coming from. I agree to a certain extent, but I think just going off of the experience of all these teams, you know, Falcons, PH, TLPH, just the Filipino teams in general, there are so many times where in a tournament they would look weak early on, but then they would just adapt and improve as time passes by and as the tournament goes around. So I think that's another, this should be another example of that. Falcons, PH, TLPH, all the teams, I think here in their first day will still be kind of like reading out and gauging out what the meta really is, and they'll still be going for weirder picks. And then later on, we'll have a much more, we'll have a better understanding on the meta.
Same as Navi in MWI. But yeah, I feel like in terms of the meta, I think it's flexible. True. It's really just about, I guess, the micro and macro, knowing when to go in and out, because Dairoth is not a hero that's in the meta a lot. So it's one of those where you kind of punish yourself.
You know, interestingly enough, a lot of MOBAs have this sense of one really strong counter pick that's like you can't deal anything with. That could change your entire game. Do you feel that that's available, at least in this meta right now, where you could see a lineup come out like Falcons PH, and you see a last pick or 2 last picks from a team like Guangzhou Gaming, they go, oh wow, we can't deal with that. We got 5 good heroes, but we cannot deal with those 2 once they get going? Or is it more of the fact that you're kind of needing to draft this lineup that sets up you to be successful from the very beginning, and then having members of that final pick complement it?
Yeah. I think it's possible that one pick can just be like, all right, we're done. But that's a very rare case, especially on the international stage. So where we'll have that would be usually in the laning phase, right? Like the Dairoth against the Esmeralda. But then that's where the others come in and help her out.
And I imagine that's because, again, this is a much faster game. When it comes to MOBAs that can last over an hour. We had Dota 2 on the stage, right, just last week. It's a different pacing, it's a different timing, and it's a different scale. When you're here, you need the tempo, you need to be available in those first 5 minutes, those first 10 minutes, because those turtles, that Lord, it's gonna maybe change and secure your victory right away.
Though I gotta say, here in the Mobile Legends ecosystem, we have another thing to consider. It's not sometimes just one hero. Sometimes just the draft does not have the answer against the composition that opponent has. For example, we've had teams draft a no crowd control kind of draft, where you're going up against a lot of fast-moving assassin, mages, marksmen, and they're like, how are you going to stop that? How are you going to... They're just dancing around, and there's literally nothing you can do. We've had teams where they have so much crowd control, but 0 damage, so you're just fighting for 2 to 3 minutes, and nothing happens. So that's also a balance we have to see in the drafts.
When you have a team that is so good at being aggressive, do you try to match that and say there is no version of Peel that we can provide that's going to stop them? So the best chance is actually try to hit them back.
Sometimes it's better to fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
Some other times you might have to just double down on Peel, right? And right now, I think for Guangzhou Gaming, the route is double down on meta. Because again, they had a pretty good composition from the start of the game. They had tempo, they had the snowball, but unfortunately, they weren't able to capitalize on the leads because they didn't have any pick that could deal with Kyle on the Ling, constantly clearing those side lanes, right? So again, with the Nolan, you aren't able to 1v1 the Ling in the side lane. With any of those picks, you're kind of like forced to group up. That's why we were talking about the Moskov. I think the Moskov, just that one pick added into that kind of composition, and they'll be pretty good.
Yeah. Dangerous grass picked up for the map. How does that change things, LaFell, if at all?
Well, it really helps out a team that really wants to be aggressive, and it forces you to never autopilot because you're playing a normal map, you know where the bushes are, but sometimes it just disappears in your brain that there's a bush in front of you just forget about it.
Oh, man. Goodbye to Assassins, I'm guessing here. Fanny, Ling, both banned. I believe the Hirara should be coming out next.
Yep, and we have a fun fact here. Sunday, formerly known as Ahao, was the world champion in a different MOBA. And will his winning formerly held Guangzhou Gaming pull off an upset today? I mean, like, it was pretty good at the early. But again, it's all about utilizing the advantages that you have.
And it's also about timing. And I think certain players, we see this across multiple games as well, I'm sure in MLBB, fit different metas better. And you could play the meta, but sometimes it's not the meta you would prefer to play. It's not your style. It's not where you feel at home. So having a winning formula in one game, in one meta, may not translate over to what we're seeing now, which clearly has given us a little bit of a different look here as we see our bands start to come out for Game 2, Falcons versus Guangzhou Gaming.
Yeah, back again to that point though, hey, I've seen a lot of different coaches come in from different MOBAs, and it's always a clear template that they bring into the team, right? Early games, great. They have these templates where this is where you need to group up. This is how you get prio over your laner. This is how you get prio over the map itself. But then it's the mid and late game where we get to see a little bit of that question mark. And it's because compared to other MOBAs, this is a lot faster, like you pointed out, Rain Day. And because it's a lot faster, it's almost like they're coming into it with the mindset of, all right, we're going from gear 1 into 2, 3 constantly. But in MLBB, it's kind of like you go gear 1 and you kind of have to skip the next 4 gears into 5.
Yeah.
Something to note as well, the longer the game goes, the less that the coach can really impact on the decisions of the game, because that's why certain shot callers in Mobile Legends is so highly valued that even if your mechanics isn't that great, but you have a good head over your shoulders, your price is just gonna skyrocket. So
shoutouts to V.
Shoutouts to V. And this is why, honestly, we're going into a game where teams that have incredible mechanics as well as good coaches try to end the game as fast as possible, because I would say after 10-12 minutes it can get chaotic, and that's where the point surprises happens. And Hirara first pick here for Guangzhou, and now an early Akai as well as the Eudora.
Oh god.
We're getting spicy over here. Rara finally let through, and Eudora back again for the 3rd out of 4 games with the early Akai.
Yeah, that's why Falcons were happy with the trade. They're like, all right, go for the Hirara. We'll take the Eudora. We'll lock her down completely, and even the Akai pick. Now, we've seen more Assassins do well, find success over the course of the last 3 games that we casted or that we analyzed for. But the Akai works when it's still against the Hirara, man. It's just so difficult for the Hirara to walk onto these neutral objectives. So, Guangzhou Gaming, I think they got to build for a strong side goal.
Yeah, and also just to note for the fans watching, just because a hero got nerfed doesn't mean it's unusable, right? Akai is still very strong. It's still a top pick in the jungle. Is just not as oppressive during wildcards and basically during wildcards, because during MWI it's already been nerfed. So now Guangzhou answer with the Claude as well as the Eve, and now the Harley picked up. So this is Akai Roam?
I think so.
Yeah.
I like it more than the Akai jungle, not gonna lie. I agree with you, it's not entirely out of the meta in the jungle, but I'd prefer it to be somewhere else, especially considering right now it's all about having those fast clearing jungles, and Akai did get kind of nerfed in that aspect. The Barats gets banned out. Very interesting.
Why so?
Okay, so I've also seen this in scrims. The Barats is usually an answer to the Arlet or the Paquito. So I think Falcons might actually be eyeing an Arlet here, knowing that, again, they already have an Akai. It's very good to stop that. The Brody gets banned out by Guangzhou Gaming, another pick that can actually bully the Claude. But if you see the Yves, you're already kind of thinking it should be no problem.
Yeah.
Either way, though,
They'll need someone to be a proper frontline. If possible, push the Eudora away so that it doesn't become a problem for either the Claude or the Herrera, because they got a lot of damage coming in from Guangzhou, but I feel like if one of those pieces is missing, it's going to be a bit awkward.
Lane pressure with Moskov, able to have that global rotate to join in on the fights. That was one of the things the casters picked up. Gideon mentioned that was a problem for Guangzhou. Grouping together, not being able to kind of 4-1 or 3-2, as you mentioned, LaFell. Moskov going to open up some things and some playmaking potential, as we have 2 more picks here coming from Guangzhou Gaming to close out their draft.
Yeah, especially now we're in Dangerous Grass. They need a dedicated pick, doesn't matter Roam or EXP, just to be able to open up the map, because Eudora as well as the Hardy can take advantage. And there's the Grok. We don't see him a lot. Still a very strong pick.
Paquito.
And finally, the Paquito shows up. Esmeralda is not there to like be a true counter, but at this point I feel like there's still quite a lot of picks that can deal with Guangzhou.
I think it should be just either the Phobius or the Arlet.
Well, yeah, the Fovia is still open, yeah.
The Arlet, you're going to get bullied quite a bit by the Paquito, but then you're just relying on the stuns coming in for the resets with the Akai and the Eudora in your team. If you want to take more into your hands, you would go for the Phobius, but instead, they go for the Sora.
I gotta say, Falcons PH...
Just for dive?
Falcons PH, at least for this matchup, looks like that, like just more damage, right?
Yeah.
A good offense is a good defense. So a lot of firepower coming in from Falcons for the first match in game number 1 and game number 2.
Because it seems like with the Sora pick here, it's more of like, all right, we don't care about the lane anymore. We're just going to go for the team fight, because the Paquito is usually an answer to the Sora in lane.
And at this point, why would they? Whatever works last game could work again. Confidence for Team Falcons PH trying to close it out over GZG. Let's send it over to our casters, see what they think as Gideon and Brigitte join us for game 2.
Thanks so much, Reindeer. Let's jump right into this. We are ready for battle, of course, but right now, it's about trying to figure out how to get underneath the skin of each of our competitors here. And so far, currently at match point, it's Team Falcons who are leading that charge. We want to see how GZG is going to try and turn this around.
And I agree. I would want to see more from Team Falcons as well. It was already brought up by our panelists. Initially, I think heading into this tournament, you were really expecting them to be one of the cleanest, but game 1, GZG pushed them to the limits by just a little bit. So this time around, though, things seem to be pretty different, draft-wise especially.
Oh, what a sneaky little invade here by Kyle. Able to take a camp out. He figured out the starting path and was able to take at least one of these camps. This does mean that it's going to be a bit of a delay. However, we're going to see Recall here going to try and contest this. It's dangerous stuff, and admittedly, they played it well. Even Haji getting into the right position to see it happen.
Yeah, somehow equalizing the advantage in the early game, given that Kyle did take away 1 green cap. But a quick look onto the emblems as well. There seems to be the mid duo taking that PYT.
Interesting stuff, but at the same time, I'm liking the way that Falcons are actually playing this right now. Flap gonna take a bit of damage here. What's that? I felt like that was a kill angle.
Yeah, if it weren't for Oakwood.
Yeah, but even then, I think that should have been a solo kill, right? Empower jab into auto attack would have been like more than enough to take him out here, but now...
Oh, this is something unexpected. Xing did not expect that, but it was still Guangzhou who actually picked up first blood. They find Haji in exchange of Xing, but it's a double kill now for Kyle, and it seems like they got the better trade.
A much better trade, in a matter of fact. And May understood, again, this Grok can be a game changer. The problem is that it's very timing based, right? You have to maintain control over tempo. It's not a fight on a dime type hero. You really have to kind of set the plays and really find the right angles. At the same time, with tempo... Oh, whoa, all right. So we know that Kyle's on top side.
Okay, and now, you know, the Modi's just holding this bush. We're seeing Dangerous Grass in a while, and now it's Falcon starting it up. But Recall and the rest of the members are going to be here too. Flap trying to look for an angle. It's not going to go in for the setup just yet, and there you go. But it's still Recall actually winning out on the red trade battle. Placing to it, already committed here by side. SOD will not connect, but Oakland still goes in for the knockups, and the flicker from Flap! They still actually actually find Xing, but they might just get traded out here. Fortunately, the heavy spin will keep them safe. The knockcaps, however, close call for Ogwen right there.
What a timing by both of these supports. They both knew we're about to hit level 4. Just give me the right timing. I just need to reveal one extra person. The tech charge alongside with the heavy spin. Life-changing spells. And now you get to see how these compositions actually want to play the game now, right? Falcons, understandably, hey, even though it's a skirmish, we can't risk losing these big spells before the most important fight. But look at Kyle, repathing down towards the purple side, knowing that Hirara is on the orange buff side.
Yep, I think the only small win really that we could really consider from that was the fact that Recall still got the objective. Other than that, the team fight, the post-turtle takes seem to have really favored Falcons, especially as Recall has lost on so much resources at this point already. Fortunately though, he's not really as behind, but you can see that Kyle is really having such a good start.
Wait, keep your eyes out here. Flam might find an angle. If he gets on top of Xing, it might just be over. It doesn't reveal him, but he's gonna walk through. Good check, good game sense.
Yep, they're not they could not afford to lose out on any more. At least Modi, I think, would be communicating every single time he feels that Flap isn't within the area. Another gold grab. I think that's the second time Super Marco stole it away from Guangzhou.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Committing it all just for these small advantages. That's what separates the boys from the men. Oh, CY's in so much trouble.
Okay, there's a Purify still, but he still gets caught in the heavy spin nonetheless. The damage from Haji is going to be enough. The question is, does Ogwen get out of this? He might just, but not with the real world manipulation being laid down.
Okay, that's actually incredible. That's actually incredible for Falcons. No RWM. They get to technically contest this for free, but can they do it right now? Flap misses everything.
Yep, he doesn't get to find a setup, and still Guangzhou will be the one securing this objective. Kyle will not make it as he just focuses on this green camp, but that's knowing that they didn't have the real world, and now Guangzhou might get more. They might just find Kyle. Fortunately, is still alive though, but Xing picks up the kill. Now they're gonna go for the chase. It's Mei and Xing trying to get back under their turrets. Another barrier laid down, and the flicker to get out.
Oh, this is ridiculous. That Fork Lightning. Ogwen. Oh no, wait. Does he have? Okay, he does have Body Slam, but CY chasing this really isn't gonna get much until he gets that Trinity build. But my goodness, getting to see the Fork Lightning being spammed like what, 3 times? I know that they changed the cooldowns to it so that you can like chain it together much easier than last time, where you needed to be like level 11, level 10 around there to get it consistently. But now here at level 7, I mean, Haji is doing it consistently too.
Yeah, and at least for Falcons, despite what happened earlier on, they didn't really lose the advantage. Like, they still have the advantage in their hands nonetheless, despite Flap slipping up on that setup and them actually not being able to contest for the objective. And maybe that's one thing Guangzhou can just really try to capitalize on. The fact that even if the Akai is on the other side, the way that they just get in and out of these fights and still have these utilities to really rely on, such as the tech charge and real world manipulation, might just give them the upper hand.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I think GCG, they got the mechanics, and I think they also have great communication with each of their members, but I think Falcons is much better at just playing patient, and honestly, super tactical. Oh,
Flap is gonna be here. Haji flickers out, but they find themselves under the real world manipulation, but they're not gonna fight under that anymore. So that's just resources burned again from the side of Guangzhou pre-turtle.
And here I was complimenting GCG about, great communication, and yet, they could have, I don't know, used their ults at the same time, or find the engagement a little bit sooner, but that's fine. It happens, especially in high-stakes games, and especially when you're playing against a team like Falcon. You know they've got plenty of history.
Yeah, Kyle shows up here in mid, and Ogwen will be at least positioning here in the turtle. But Guangzhou have a lot of information. They know what to expect and where they could potentially come from. But does Flap start things off again?
I think it's about the big question.
Oh, it's gonna be Mei instead who gets caught now. Tech charge does land, but does he go down in the deadly magic? It's not gonna be the case. Guangzhou once again take the objective for themselves, and it's Flap just trying to run for his life, but Xing does not allow him to get away. And this seems like a repeat of game number 1, where it's not Kyle going to the other side of the map, but instead it's just Super Marco at this point.
Only naturally, right? Because when you have the access to the SOD, being able to close that distance with the rest of your team on mutual objectives is sort of the point. But I think at this stage, Super Marco, he's probably going to start rotating after clearing this bot side, rotate over to mid, and then immediately, oh wait, actually, does he need to? Nah, he doesn't need to. The Lord is going to spawn on that top side. He's staying down bot.
Oh, Open half HP. Guangzhou Gaming have been really good in terms of these pokes and back and forths as well. Not really granting the massive advantage to Falcons despite the slight sloppiness, I'd say, especially pre-objectives. But at least they're somehow grouping together and making sure that they somehow, at least, the next team fight we see, get to communicate and layer their skills better.
Yeah, I'm noticing that GCG, like the gold lead isn't too far away from the Falcons, right? You can play a little disrespectful, but I've noticed that they don't really invade, do they? They just sit around the river a lot of the time. Thanks for bringing up the items, because I am curious to see how far along the track they are. Chastised Pauldron already purchased by May, and now that the rest of the Falcons are looking to get this tier 2 side, we're just a little bit of gold off before Super Marco is actually able to complete the Trinity. DHS and he's done.
Yeah, I think the only time we really got to see them invade was when May was on the Hilda, and it was just May as the Hilda. Like, there wasn't really help that came from the other members as much, and that's naturally what you expect. But this time, on the Grok and Eve, it seems to be a bit different in terms of their gameplay, or maybe Falcons too are just overwhelmingly good in controlling the map.
Maybe, but I think the Falcons need to recognize that, hey, GZG are really good at chasing you down, so they cannot take that initial impact. If it's too much damage and they back away, it's just as good as a wipeout. So I think that Falcons are being extra precautious on the way that they need to maneuver around these fights, knowing that the tech charge is probably their best form of counter-engage, and the real-world manipulation, it's a box, so you got to start thinking about angles.
GZZ are just blocking off the entries for Ogun at this point, forcing the recall for Super Marco just to get here, but now Modi all alone. How did it end up like this? There were just 3 members surrounding him at that point, and he was all alone. Now GZG are down 1. Recall shows up. Flap trying to keep him in check. May still has the ultimate, but Ogun uses his first. And now Falcons are just going to go for Hero. Super Marco's here to help. Sai using the Blazing Duet to get away, but the SOD is going to land. Super Marco goes in. Flap 2 helping him make or get some kills. But that's just them pushing GZG out as they focus on the objective.
That has to be one of the biggest whiffs of all time. Zipper, don't put up the replay on that one. I swear to God. Recall dying there? Like, why would you use your iframes to try and bail? Like, you can't stop the spin. That's the problem with a heavy spin. You can't stop it. Oh! Doesn't have enough damage.
Yeah.
But sure, boy, was that flashy. That looked cool.
It was cool. And they got tier 2 turrets out of that too. Unfortunately, you have to take a look at the replay.
God damn it, Zipper! I mean, just look at Recall, right? There's no reason for him to actually dash into this to get the extra little bit of damage. If they wanted to do something earlier, it's got to be the RWM. The order was wrong, and unfortunately for Recall, he should have known. Don't go into the heavy spin. You can't cancel it out as easy as you think it can.
Yep. And now they have to deal with the Lord, who is still up, by the way, marching down bot as Falcons will just try to focus out on the other remaining outer turrets. And Recall shows up yet again in this spot. Fortunately has the iframes, but now it's Falcons winning out big. It's a 5k gold lead all over again. At least they have Holy Shields, because earlier when they had this Lord, their Holy Shields were already down.
But still, it's pretty good. GCG, if they can just clear out these... Oh, the conceal.
Oh, Flap's gonna go in, does find one. Real world manipulation used as a response though. Kyle's just gonna focus on X-King! Deadly Magic definitely gonna take him downside. Doesn't have enough damage with the Blazing Duet just yet, but Recall will finish the job. They find one in exchange of 2. Kyle being chased by Modi, but this is not enough. Super Marco goes in! SOD threatens them and they cannot chase after Kyle anymore. Modi though!
A-Machine says no!
Wow, Ogun picked up an Immortality too. Were they expecting the team fight to last a bit longer than it should have? Another Deadly Magic onto May. But this is going to be a Croc, so they're not going to take him down.
Yeah, typical Paquito things, am I right? You know, it's just like Suyo when you're just about you get that first kill and then you purchase the Sky Piercer. Same goes for the Immos, right? It happens at times. But for the time being, we can see that like they've got good damage here. I am curious to see what they have. Thank you for the item, Zipper. 3 already done. Malefic Gun on the way through. Winds of Nature, good purchase here for Super Marco. They understand that it's going to be up to the Blazing Duet to kind of make up for the lack of damage.
Yeah, so we see that how surprisingly Modi lasted a bit longer than we thought, apart from the fact that, yeah, Haji's skills were mostly on cooldown, I'd say, but this is looking really devastating. The damage that you can expect from Kyle is really massive, and now Etienne gets caught by Flap once again. It's just Flap doing all of this pressure onto the back lines, and he surprisingly nearly took him down. May will be the exchange for this, but Kyle trying to go for the chase in the back lines too. GZG now have left Recall all alone against 5 of Team Falcons.
Literally 1 HP, and the crowd's going wild for this one. Wasn't expecting them to survive, expecting at least a 2-for-1 trade, and they get denied even that. An 8k gold lead as Falcons have taken this mid game all the way to the late and are looking to punch a hole straight through GZG.
Yep, it's just Kyle on the Lord. No threat whatsoever from the side of GZG. At least Sai can still hold on to this Purify later on for this upcoming siege, but it's looking scary. The way or the ways that Falcons can just attempt to go in for a dive.
Yeah, I gotta give it to Modi though. Although the build is a little more defensive, not looking to take full advantage of the kit in multiple different ways, I think getting a War Axe might actually be profitable for him. He's been playing a really good peel. Yeah. He saved the life of Seeing, and I think they got it. Oh!
You just mentioned him. You just mentioned his name, and good he block. Nearly went down.
Don't worry. If it's not for Modi, it's May who's going to block the damage. They are working in tandem with each other.
They have to at this point because they're the only ones that GZG could really rely on when it comes to the all-out team fights. Kyle is going to hold this bush. Recall has no idea, and the Lord is going to march down here as well. They get this turret for free, and now Oakland goes in. Already down half HP though, so you got to respect the damage coming from GZG.
They're dancing around this and they understand, man, the waves are not exactly in the best position, and unfortunately, in comparison to Guangzhou Gaming's lineup, it's a lot harder to get the siege down.
Oh, Recall goes in. Oakland already very low.
They don't know.
They don't know. They don't know.
Gonna back away from this.
Yeah, because the Purify was still up too, even if he went for the tech charge there.
I'm realizing, I thought they got rid of the eye. Or maybe this is like a spectator thing.
Oh,
that we get to see the eye, but they don't.
Yeah.
This is nice. This is a little quality of life change that we've been asking for that now being implemented onto our, at least for our observers.
Did they take out the eye or just the delay when you see?
It is the delay on the eye as well, but even so, let's see where this is going to lead to, because right now Falcons have been bouncing back and forth between top side and bottom side just to get every buff underneath the sun.
Okay, the threat of the tech charge is there, but the damage from side too, shredding down over to bases. Immortality already popped. The setup from Flap, catching two with the follow-up damage coming in from Kyle. They're definitely going to take out more. Modi falls first. The iframes are not going to keep Recall safe as Super Marco ends it from the sides, finds a double, and just waits for the waves to come crashing in the base.
A chop to the neck. Trying to break the neck now, trying to go for the throat. Seeing, what can he do? What did he have access to? They could try, no, not even the RWM is accessible, and Falcons will close this game out with a clean 2-0 against Guangzhou Gaming.
With the wipeout at that to end game number 2. Falcons were just everywhere. They could not find the best setup for Guangzhou. They had to worry about all these backlines, these surprises that had to come in from Team Falcons.
But this is a learning experience. It really comes down to the little things in the game that slowly add up. I wouldn't say that this is a complete defeat for GZG, but a huge learning experience for what is to come later in this group.
Yeah, the fact that Falcons haven't had the cleanest of games in their debut here in MSC already goes to show the potential that GZG actually have in this debut match.
It's some good stuff and a very good showing so far, as our second series of the day has been exciting just to see what our professionals are pushing the meta towards and what they've been experimenting. And I kind of like it because now they're showing multiple flex picks, and even Owen going on the Sakai opens up opportunities for other teams to say, hey, this could be a drafting technique we can utilize.
How long have we been wanting for different picks in the mid lane, right? You get it in the first day of MSC, where the Eudora seems to be showing up more often than we expected it to. And the flex picks on the picks you're so used to seeing in certain roles as well, the direct counters, the draft sequences. There's just so much to understand and uncover here in MSC. What is that?
They get you every single time. You should expect it these days, especially now that the meta is heading towards Eudora. Because now, there's so many things Eudora can do. The extra movement speed, the multi-stun, which has been changing a lot of these fights. Like a surprising amount of AoE that most people don't associate with Eudora because it's been too long. Now, we're going to head on over to the stage to have an interview with our winners, Team Falcon.
Hey guys, Rose here with Super Marco up on stage after a 2-0 lead sweep up against Guangzhou Gaming. Super Marco, welcome back to MSC. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
You're feeling good. He's shy. Now, Super Marco, I want to ask, how different is the Super Marco this year compared to the one we saw in 2024 that made it all the way to the grand finals?
I think still the same because I'm still motivated and I'm eager to win.
Wow. No, that was a really good answer. Okay, let's discuss game 1. Because in the first game, we saw that the first few minutes of the game was primarily dominated by Guangzhou Gaming. So did you guys get shocked, honestly, at how aggressive they were in the early game?
I think they just maximize our errors in early game. That's why they got the advantage.
And how did you guys manage to keep yourself composed and come back for the later part of the game?
We just maximize their errors. That's why we came back. Yeah.
You guys capitalized on the mistakes that they played out in the game, which honestly boils down to experience if you ask me. Now, Super Marco, 2 matches into MSC and we have witnessed some very, very interesting picks that has debuted this year, like the Brody coming out from you. So I want to ask, what made you guys decide to pick Brody?
I don't know. Brody's just meta. There's no other reason. It's just meta.
It's just meta. So why didn't you pick your Brody skin? No? You just don't feel like using it today?
No, I don't want to use it.
Why?
I just don't feel it.
You just don't feel it. Now, I did hear that some players don't like to use their own skin because they said that they feel like it's cursed somehow, that when they played on the international stages, they do end up losing. Is it the same case for you?
Yeah.
There's a curse. All right, we shall not ask further. Super Marco, is there any words that you want to say to the fans that has been supporting you guys?
Thank you sa mga pumunta sa venue tsaka sa mga sumusuporta sa amin dyan online. Sana supportahan nyo kami next match.
He said thank you to everybody who came down to the venue and of course to those watching at home, and he hopes that you guys can actually support them in their next match. Congratulations, Super Marco, and thank you very much. That's it from us here with the post-match winner interview. Throwing it back to you guys at the studio.
Thank you, Rose. Some time with Super Marco there on stage. The fans, you could hear him, they were elated to see him moving on. 2024 grand finalist in Team Falcons, back again to try to claim the title and fill out that trophy cabinet. I'm Rain Day, joining you back here on the studio panel with Mirko and Lefel to close out our second series of the day. Mirko, it was all Falcons all the way. They did do some different things than what we saw Team Vamos do in the earlier set, but it was the same result. Just pretty much a team that seems like it can go far in this tournament right now versus a team that's still trying to figure out how they want to succeed in the meta.
I think it's the same again, right? We saw the early game, we saw the template. When it was still template, early to mid game, they know what to do. They know exactly where to position themselves. They know when to gank, how to get prio. But once it gets to a stage where they have to be a little bit more creative, when it's hands off for the coach, when it's no longer template, they're lost. They don't know what to do. They don't know where to rotate. And I really feel like in this game especially, a bit naive a couple of times, you know, walking past some of these bushes, May not opening up for CY. Dude, CY, that one moment where the Claude walked up through the bush, I was like, oh my God, why is the roamer not opening up?
Mirko, this is why I say in dangerous grass, it catches you whenever you autopilot, because I play as a roam, and sometimes especially I'm colorblind. Dude, I'm colorblind, right?
These are issues, right?
I mean, like, these are issues.
Yeah,
like,
real issues.
There are things that make you overthink. Like, for example, even questions, right? Players are struggling going up against Eterna, and now Rose, even Super Marco's like, I did not get this in PR training. They didn't tell me what to do when they asked about the skins, right? Look at his face. He looked more scared in that interview than in games. Like, oh my God, what do I answer about this kid?
She wouldn't let him go either.
She wouldn't let him. She's
I
like,
know Rose now. She's not.
I got
She's
you.
pushing.
I got you.
Yeah. Why? Say that again.
Exactly.
A little louder, please.
So here's the thing, right? In game, I feel like quite a lot of players have been investing a lot of time in trying to establish the meta and all this kind of thing, sometimes to the point where you overlook certain aspects. And that's why dangerous grass is something that I really look forward to, because especially if the game goes long, somehow the grass just disappears from your mind. I don't know what they call it in science, but it's probably no grass in your face.
Maybe. You know, maybe it's like wearing a watch where you kind of stop feeling it after a while.
Yeah.
Blends into your wrist.
And then you just check your phone for the time.
That's right.
Exactly.
That's right. Wait a second. I got my watch on. Guys, 18-6, 15-minute game. I'm struggling to try to figure out a question to ask you guys that could have an answer to support Guangzhou Gaming or a team on this back foot so far moving forward, because it just seems like there's total control over our leading teams here.
Absolutely. You know, Falcons PH, not only do they have control in the mid to late game, but I feel like in the drafts as well. And now this, I think, brings it back to our questions that we had in the draft. Why not Arlet? Why not Phobius? Why did you go for the Sora? And mainly, they needed a second center. I think in the XP lane and in the roam departments now, we're going to be seeing a lot more CC-heavy heroes, guys that can stay up front, they can be the initiators to open up for the other damage dealers, right? And I think that's what Guangzhou Gaming lacked. Yeah. They went for Yves, they went for Hirara, they went for Claude, and then the Paquito. So it's like, who do you want to carry? Who do you want to initiate? At that point, it was Mei doing everything. Opening up, initiating, peeling. Everybody else was trying to deal damage, and when everybody else is doing, you know, individual tasks, you don't play together as a unit.
Although I do have to say, I like what I saw coming in from Guangzhou Gaming. I feel like those are mistakes that is very much fixable, right? Yeah. Look at other teams play, get some bits here and there, maybe 1 or 2 scrims, and I feel like they would catch up very, very fast. I feel like the micro is there. Now it's all about priority, the draft, as well as how you move around the map, which is a lot. But hey, we're playing for $1 million in the champion slot, so you just gotta go all out, because everyone here is going all out.
It's very difficult to be a team that goes the entire way in a tournament this big and never loses. And so what that means is getting comfortable with taking a big lesson after your loss is going to be important. In fact, maybe necessary to go all the way. And Guangzhou Gaming, and when you look at Team Vamos going up against Team Falcons meta, there were lessons that were applied to both of those teams. If you guys now were taking a different role, so we're going to be switching out our talent for our next series, what are the lessons that you've learned so far? What are your takeaways after seeing 2 series as we kicked off MSC?
I still think it's a draft. I still think it's how do you look at it in the draft, right? In match number 1, it really just feels like they were leaning too much on identity. They didn't really respect the meta. In match number 2, it's more on the side of, all right, we know the meta. We want to go for damage, but it's just too much, and we don't have anything else to fill in the gaps of the composition.
So in terms of the draft, looks like Eudora as well as Ling is going to be very, very prioritized, but also looking at the game so far, the mistakes is going to be magnified by quite a lot, because Vamos, they saw 1 mistake where Falcons made, and then they just roll with it. Same as Falcons here. They saw 1 or 2 mistakes coming in from Guangzhou, and then they roll with it. That's why even in the interview just now, Super Marco was like, they capitalize on our mistakes, but eventually we waited for them to make a mistake, and then we capitalize. So I completely agree with Mirko. The draft is going to be very important, where you can get wins and loses just based off the draft, but also try to minimize those mistakes, because they just make it super big.
A great heads up from 2 guys who talk MLBB for a living. Now let's talk about what's coming up next. For those who are sitting back, relaxing, not doing any work and just enjoying, unless you're, trying to be a co-streamer. If that's the case, then you're scanning that QR code and trying to start your stream up. Team Vitality and True Rippers. This is a true matchup right here. Indonesia coming through, and Team Vitality representing France. Here in the hometown of Paris, France. This is going to be a big one. Team Spirit and Ignite Gaming following up afterwards as well. Make sure if you think you know who is going to take the lead and win those series, you get your pick'ems in. That's right. You go to esportsworldcup.com/play. You'll have a chance to let us know if you can tell the future in MLBB. And if you can't tell the future and you just want to deal with the present, well, right now, there's a pretty cool collaboration that you've been seeing a few teases of in-game. And I'm talking about my boy Guile, maybe some Ryu. It's Street Fighter and MLBB.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
Sixteen of the best MLBB teams from across the world have traveled to Paris, France for a chance at $1 million and raising the trophy, cementing themselves in MLBB history, and hopefully a little bit of glory for whoever they're representing. This one is a big one because we've got hometown Team Vitality going up against Indonesia. Incredible stories here to kick off our third series of the day, and I want to welcome you back to our studio. My name is Rain Day. I'll be your host here throughout these 2 weeks of MLBB action at EWC. And of course, I'm joined by some amazing faces who know this game and you know very well also Rinmar and Trex. Rinmar, it's great to have you here, man. You've been watching these first couple of series. I mean, we've had some great games so far and some strong moments from teams that are clear competitors here.
Yeah, I love what we've seen from the meta. Trex and I were talking about it behind the scenes and on the way here. We were expecting excitement and unpredictability, and we got that.
It is exactly what we've got. We've seen things like Eudora pop up. The Ling is back. So many. I mean, we saw Brody earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, overall, we're at a place right now where the meta can go just about anywhere, and we are literally just getting started.
One of the great things about this kind of conversation too is the global aspect of these matchups. And sometimes you don't get to see these regions go toe to toe. Now we get a chance to do so. And it is our Crunchyroll story of the day that we are going to bring up for this third series because it's India's international debut versus hometown heroes. Rinmar, talk to me about the impact both of these teams have in terms of their fan bases, in terms of this matchup.
Oh, of course. So with True Rippers carrying the pride of an entire region, finally getting representation in Mobile Legends Bang Bang international tournaments. I'm so excited to see them in action. It's going to be a tough one. It is David versus Goliath. It is, who's that guy who rolled up a stone over and over again? It's going to feel that way.
Atlas?
Was it Atlas? Yeah, Sisyphus? I don't know.
He holds
Atlas
the world.
is the one who holds the world, and
There's
that's
Sisyphus?
what India's going to have to do today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're the hometown of Team Vitality, but I'm excited for them, and I'm so happy for India to finally be here. Welcome to International MLBB.
I mean, Trex, it's hard not to talk about some of the bigger picture items here before we start getting granular. You mentioned Eudora, but I mean, really for Indonesia, how big is this moment?
This is huge, right? I feel like they're coming to a place, not just a place of, we know how strong Indonesia is, but Vitality in general. It's the Cinderella story. What were they? I think they were 6 or they were 5th place coming into playoffs, have a lower bracket run, take the championship, and now they're sitting here on the stage of MSC welcoming India with open arms, ready for this first match of today. I mean, it's a big day for them, and it's a big tournament for them, because if they can get great standing in this tournament, if they can win this tournament, it's a huge statement, not just for Indonesia, but for Vitality in general.
Yeah, Vitality coming in alongside Indonesia, looking to represent both dreams and contenders. It's not just about getting here, Rimar. It's about what can you do when you get here. Both these teams now have their work grounded in terms of, can we get a win? Can we jump out to a strong start? Because so much of how you begin a tournament like this can give you the confidence going forward to perform.
Yeah, and for True Rippers walking to the stage, I'm pretty sure they understand the magnitude of the series they're going to be going up against, the competitors across them. But it's good for True Rippers that, yes, they're also representing India, but then they also have 2 Indonesian imports with them. They have Rehansha and Ians, who both came from Indonesia's development leagues. They're hungry to prove themselves alongside players in the region who's been hungry for this opportunity.
Yeah, and Team Vitality also just coming in from, having that org represented here in France. That's got to feel big for them. You see the team members on the screen here as well. We actually had a chance, like before, to have some time to speak with Team Vitality's Moreno to talk about what they were feeling heading into today's series.
I'm now with Moreno, the maestro, for his upcoming match. We're going to talk to him before we get into it. Moreno, you're coming here with so many fans and, expectations from the Indonesian fans. How does that feel for you?
A bit heavy, but I just enjoy it as a team. I don't feel the pressure was so high, even though, a little high, but I'm just enjoying. Because it's our first time to go to international as a main 5 and as a champion also in our region. That's why we go here with our confidence.
He had to slip that in as champions from the region. And, Moreno, honestly, despite you guys being champions, it looks like the popularity, out there from the viewers, it looks like they're still in favor of Onyx. How does that feel for you?
To be honest, I don't really care, but it's just a fully statement for me. You guys cannot underestimate us because our team first timer now, but I think we can do better here.
Beautiful, beautiful. Don't underestimate them. So coming into your next matchup, you're up against True Rippers.
Yeah.
What do you think about the team?
I think they just good because they have Indonesian player, 2 players from Indonesia. We just, for me, we as a team just respect them, but we just beat them.
Okay, respect, but they want to beat them.
Yes.
So I'm assuming you have enough data on them, right? Did you get to watch their matches?
I think, to be honest, no. I think they more data from us. Sorry. Maksudnya,
Yeah, you're right.
Maksudnya,
they have more information on you compared to you on them.
Yes.
Yes. Is that a challenge for you? Do you think that's going to be a disadvantage?
Might be, but like what I said, we don't care. We just focus on our team.
All right. Last question. Any messages to True Rippers?
Good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun.
Okay, good luck and have fun. That's Moreno. Back to you guys.
Moreno, the maestro, representing Team Vitality, MPL Season 17 champions, the first for the organization. Trex, your thoughts on the fact that he knows his opponents have more on them than they do on their opponents, and he's okay with that.
I mean, he has to be okay with it, right? He has to come into this confident, he has to come into this prepared, but there still always has to be a level of respect for these new teams coming in, these new regions coming in. That's where the upsets happen. That's where the chaos can start. And my question is, the question on my mind is, can True Rippers be that underdog, that come in and kind of flip the table a little bit today.
Yeah, and I think the team cams, them in their holding areas, pretty much paints the picture of the underdog story against a big giant in Team Vitality. Team Vitality has an army of coaches, their staff are there, the players are there, and in True Rippers, it's 5 or 6 dudes with the dream and hopes of an entire region who was just begging to finally make it here, and here they are.
One of the things about the story of, Indonesia and this representation finally with True Rippers is that you get to highlight stories you haven't been able to highlight before. One of them that's top of mind today is Sensei Kimmy, who the region refers to him as, who not only is a professional player here, but moonlights, you could say, or his other job is studying physics and helping to educate underprivileged kids. You talk about the impact of winning $1 million. Somebody like that in the position that they're in could help a lot of people, but it's going to be earned as well. And we had a chance for Eterna to sit down and talk with one of the members of True Rippers about how today is going to go.
And we're now with Asuna from True Rippers. Such a fresh face. How are you feeling?
Hello. Yeah, I'm feeling good, I think, guys.
You're feeling good? Feeling excited?
Excited, a bit nervous also, but yeah, that's it.
So are you more nervous about playing or being here on the interview with me?
Think about this interview.
About this? Is it me? Is it me or is it the interview? It's not me, right?
It's the camera and
okay.
I'm just nervous about the camera.
Okay, he's nervous about the camera, but he's not nervous about the game because it's going to be very exciting. You are you are the first representative from India coming into MSC. The fans are going crazy about you. Does that add pressure to you or motivate you more?
It's more like motivating because I think I got all the fans who supports us, like don't doubt us much. So, yeah.
Oh, okay. What do they usually say to you?
Like they always support us, that they don't care about the result or anything. They just say that it's first time for India, just do your best for everyone.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Shout out to all the Indian fans out there. Coming up next, obviously, are going to be up against Team Vitality. I think they are crowned as one of the favorites, and you're a bit of an underdog here in this matchup. What do you think about that?
We'll say that, but yeah, it's a little bit nervous to like play against them, but yeah, we are prepared though.
Prepared. You have a lot of data on them?
What?
Do you have a lot of data on them?
Yeah, we have done many watch their games and everything, read their drafts, and our coach is doing everything really good. Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty
So
confident about it.
you can beat them?
Of course, we can try. We'll try our best to beat them.
Okay. You have a message to Team Vitality now?
I think just good luck, guys. We'll be there.
Okay. Good luck, but you will beat them.
We'll be there.
Awesome. Awesome energy. Thank you so much once again. And back to you guys.
The man was nervous, Eterna, and you made him answer the question 5 times in a row. You could have let him off easy, but no, if you're with Eterna or Rose, you're going down in an interview. That's all I got to say. You're losing the interview. You are not getting out easy. Fellas, I mean, that is kind of the cool part about this because they said, we don't really expect to win. We're happy we're here. We know our fans are happy we're here, and I think that's good, but it kind of also, does it help relieve some tension knowing that what we do is hopefully like a bonus, like we're playing within the idea of like house money, like we don't really have too much to lose because we're already here?
Yeah, definitely. It was a statement just making it here in the first place. Growing up, my parents never told me, hey, you have to win this spelling bee. Hey, you gotta win this tryout or whatever. Just do your best, son. And look where I am now.
Yeah, nowhere near a spelling bee.
Yeah, but I made it someplace,
Trex, what about you?
I mean, I feel like, yes, you come in without any worry. We've seen a lot of teams on their last breath, knowing that it doesn't matter whether they go home or not, do some great things before.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they still have drive, though, because you still need that hunger.
Yeah.
You still got to want to win. And right now, True Rippers are just kind of a blank card for all of us, even us as casters. We don't know how they're exactly going to play. Yes, we've seen some of their games, but what's their mentality going to be on that stage? Is it going to be carefree? Is the pressure going to be on? Are they going to be nervous like they're talking to Eterna? Exactly how are they going to walk out there? And that's going to be, this game 1 is huge on how we see True Rippers for the rest of this event.
It's going to be interesting. The winner of this plays the winner of Team Falcons PH and Guangzhou Gaming, which we just witnessed. The loser plays the loser of that game. So a lot of information being gathered and a lot of information now that we will find out soon. If you think you know better than us or you want to try to get ahead of the guests, make sure to join our esportsworldcup.com/play-pick'ems. You can scan the QR code. Let us know who you think is going to be taking the win here. Before we head into opening up with these teams, just kind of some final thoughts. Again, are you feeling like this is going to be another 2-0 on the day? Do you think there's a chance with True Rippers? Just excited to see what's going to happen.
This feels like one of the setups of many great Indian films. You know what? I am maybe one of those people thinking True Rippers gets a game, shocks the world, but Vitality still comes back and reminds them who they are. 2-1.
I'm an underdog guy from an underdog region. I want to see True Rippers go out there and rip some things up. So hopefully we see it. Hopefully they put up a fight. Maybe even take the series.
I like it, man. It's rare that Americas are an underdog here, but MLBB has just made it happen. Trex and I looking back, we got nice to a little bit, but he left us, with the Philippines. Like, we're losing people here. Guys, if you think, again, make sure to get your pick'ems in. It is an amazing story. The hometown of Team Vitality going up against the new representation from Indonesia. We'll see who takes the cake.
Oh my, that match too was an amazing match to watch, because if we recall correctly, Milosh, Guangzhou Gaming was in the lead in game number 1, and suddenly Team Falcons PH was like, nah, we're gonna clean sweep this.
I'm sad to say this, but the experience won out. Of course, you want to cheer for an underdog, but in this one, it was not meant to be. The beauty of it is, though, underdog stories and dark horses in general do not end with us here in our group stage, especially not on day 1, as we've crossed the halfway point. We're on the way to game 3, and this one on its own has a huge story to tell, I know, for a lot of fans out there.
Yes, sir. So, mentioning a match 3, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming the hometown heroes, Team Vitality. This is a team that trusted the process with a championship that took years in the making. As the hometown heroes make their MSC at EWC debut, their resilience will be tested.
Big day for Vitality and their fans also here joining us in the arena. Today's only day 1, and you can notice they get loud. They did get loud at MWI. They're going to do it again here at MSC 26. Though, the game cannot begin, especially not without the dark horses awaiting in the corner. Let's welcome them, please. True Rippers! The torchbearers have arrived. And from viewers to participants, the inaugural ML Masters champions step onto the international MLBB stage for the very first time. Will their in-your-face aggression be the winning factor? My friends, we are about to find out. Big moment for them, big moment for India also here. First time participating internationally, Rose. There's a lot of pressure.
Yes, definitely. But I feel like this match will ultimately be very exciting because, like I've mentioned, both teams are debuting in EWC. A lot of fun picks to go around that, I'm sure of.
Very much so. So, my friends, please, you may go place your keys. Team captains, please go ahead. True Rippers, Vitality, place your keys in their positions. Take your seat. And remember to shake hands at captains because it's all about friendship and love before we get into the server itself. And there it is. Respect between our two team captains. And it's time for us to get into it. Who can take this matchup? Vitality, True Rippers. We'll break it all down on the desk before we get into game.
Thank you, Milosh and Rose. A big moment for India's first debut here at MSC. And of course, when you look at Vitality, these guys have an incredible sense of, I think, confidence going into this one. But we'll see if that confidence is going to be earned, Rinmar.
Yeah, I think it's great here that for True Rippers going up against a confident team like Team Vitality, their styles aren't so different in the sense of both of them are just going to be looking for aggression. At the center of the map, they love to make sure they get to build advantage, and True Rippers is very familiar with that. Maybe through that angle, they could find a way to slowly chip away at Vitality.
I mean, yeah, be ready to go toe-to-toe. Maybe take advantage even of the aggression.
Yep.
A lot of times you see the more veteran teams that have been doing this longer, try to push in, try to bring that to your face. And if True Rippers are ready for that, maybe build a composition that can kind of absorb that initial shock. There could be something there.
I like the point that you mentioned, though, feeling relaxed and feeling like you've done enough to get here. You still have to somehow combat that with the drive. And as we narrow down into what's coming up next, the draft's certainly in about a minute or so. Rinmar, how do you do that practically? What does a team like this in True Rippers need to do to maybe get ahead of the draft, which is where Mirko previously was saying a lot of these games have been won and lost.
Yeah, when it comes to how True Rippers played in their Master Series, they love to make sure that they have an EXP laner that can get out of lane relatively quickly, go into the river, and try to build some advantage there through the roam and mid, and then just continuously bombard the opponent with, hey, well, how come you're not laning? This is the laning phase. You should be taking more time with your minions. Suddenly they're not, because they know they can get leads through making sure that their jungler is safe and even more dominant compared to the opposing jungler.
Pushing out the space with the XP lane, and obviously the jungler has more room to roam. Same idea for you, Trex, or what is, if you're at Vitality, don't know as much about True Rippers, how are you drafting to make sure you don't fall into that trap?
I think you play your game. I think it's harder to say in draft right now just because of how sporadic everything's been, the new picks. We're going to see exactly how it goes. We do have Flying Clouds coming in as the map choice, but I think in terms of gameplay, they have to just come in confident in what they're going to do and be ready for any surprises that True Rippers might bring. And that's where I think draft is key, because that's where new regions coming into MSC, coming into MLBB, you start to see things get a little crazy. Maybe a surprise pick, maybe a cheese pick, maybe a comfort pick for one of the players that no one is expecting.
MSC at EWC 26 makes history for India and True Rippers as they represent the region for the first time in an international MLBB tournament. In many ways, guys, it's a chance to measure how far this region has come. This is the first draft that they will be able to make, and obviously bans coming out initially, Trex, to get us started.
Yeah, we got a Freya ban from the side of True Rippers, Jushin, Phoveus on the side of Vitality. Nothing too crazy. The Harara coming off from True Rippers as well. We haven't seen the Harara get picked up. It's pretty much been on the ban field so far, right?
Yeah. Question now is if the Fanny ban is going to be showing up here. We were talking about it. Fanny getting banned out more consistently so far in our matches today has changed the picture of the drafts compared to MWI just a few days ago. So that's an interesting element now compared to our previous tournament here at EWC. You mentioned Vitality wanting to play their game, and True Rippers, they're reading into it. They're checking them really well. They've denied the Freya, and they've even banned out the Guinevere here, which in the jungle for Eons could have been an option to mess up what Vitality likes to do. Vitality likes that aggression, and we know Guinevere as one of the best stoppers in the game through the jungle.
It could also show something in the hands of maybe Vitality wanting to be one of the first teams today to possibly go utility jungle, maybe pick up something like the Fred, maybe pick up something that we haven't been seeing too much of that the Guinevere can go well against. First pick on the gun, Vitality. First pick hasn't really been probably anything major. It's been all over the place, right?
Yeah. Been very mixed up. Today we've seen heroes such as Ling get rushed, but we saw this earlier in Vamos versus Falcons. Yeah, the Atlas getting picked up, opening a chance for True Rippers to pick up a Valentina as their response, similar to what we saw earlier in Vamos versus Falcons Game 1.
We saw the Eudora picked up second as well. The Ling also a character that had been hero that's been prioritized. And there's the Ling as well.
Yeah, the Ling has been on fire along with the Eudora, probably the two hot picks of the day.
Are you on the Eudora train? I mean, do you see the...
At this point,
yeah. How can you not be?
It's honestly insane. I'm sure everyone else has been telling you already, but the fact that Eudora is in the meta right now is unheard of. This is... Because the kit, there's no flicker, there's no movement. My only worry about the Eudora and how in the future it could fall off, again, you can't really get the Purify on the Eudora. You have to go for flicker because she doesn't have any type of dash in her kit. Going up against something like the Atlas, there is danger there, right? There's ICC. So how does Vitality counter the Eudora? Maybe that's the answer. High crowd control, and that's the same answer to the Ling, right?
add more dashes as well. You mentioned crowd control, and anything with an Atlas getting rushes the first pick paired up with high crowd control through the jungle, a solid kit in the mid laner who's a mix of crowd control and a lot of mobility through the Valentina. I'm already thinking no matter what Asuna decides to pick up as a battle spell here, it's not going to be a fun time for the Eudora. True Rippers, one thing they could have worked on a little bit more, and hopefully they did leading into this day, is that their priorities in the team fighting, not leaving their backliners a little bit too much. Sometimes their frontliners and their junglers are diving way too deep that their formation gets broken easily. Hopefully they fix that, because Vitality's formation, it's all dive, all aggro, baby.
GZG had a couple of moments in that last game, which they will end up playing. The loser of this will end up playing, where the Mei was pretty isolated. Now, granted, they were going up against a Moskov that could take those isolated fights and kind of surprise you. But that's something that obviously you would think True Rippers are trying to avoid. So just a composition that they can team fight with, but also not get caught out.
I'm liking True Ripper's draft right now. I think it's clean, and I'm not crazy about the Valentina pick, honestly, this early on from Vitality.
Why not?
You still get the stiff arm of the stun from the Eudora. Yes, you have the dashes, but you're not CC immune when you're dashing in on that Valentina.
True.
You don't really have a good ult to steal right now. Yes, you could take the Eudora or something like that, but really the big win with Valentina is looking for these high utility ults, big crowd control ults, something like when you're up against the Farza or the Yve or something of that nature. Earlier today, we did see the Yve go against the Eudora. Don't think it won. Pretty sure it lost earlier still. But I kind of like that answer. Beat it with range, beat it with some sort of control. Vitality, yes, it's a solid draft, but I don't know. True Rippers is looking good for me right now.
Ooh, I feel like the Valentina came out because Vitality is probably expecting that the best options in the EXP lane for Aeons later, Rehansha later on, would be something along the lines of Yuzhong, Arlott, not Arlott, Lapu Lapu, Alice, meaning that's three best options for True Rippers. That's easy steal of ultimates for the Valentina. That's why you see heroes such as the Esmeralda, the Uranus taken away, that if you're left with EXP laners as your best in the pool who have high impact ultimates, then the Valentina pick suddenly looks better. But I get your point, where right now it seems like Valentina might struggle early.
So what do we see from True Rippers? Do they go for something not as high utility, something that's as much to steal? They go for the Alice.
There we go.
Clean pick. A little bit of crowd control to help kind of support the team of True Rippers. On the side of Vitality, they still need a gold laner. Do we see something like the Harith come in here? Is that a possibility? Decent dashes to possibly escape the Ling?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Let's see if they'll be comfortable enough with fighting under the AoE of the Ling and the Alice. Emon could make it work, but I think to be safer, they'd need something with a little bit more range. Even just playing it safe with the Claude wouldn't be such a terrible thing, but I think Emon, one thing he might be saying is like, hey, but if I go in and the Eudora still has her stun up, I'm wasting my Purify. So he said, you know what? All right, I'll give it a crack. Let's try it out.
And the Bakito as well to close out this draft. One last pick here for True Rippers. You said you like their draft, Trex, but now you've seen the completion of Vitality's draft. What does True Rippers need to pick up here if they're going to keep you in favor of what they've done?
Need a big roamer, right? We need a big... Do we go big crowd control? We've seen the Minotaur get picked up, but then you give something over to that Valentina, which we've kind of worried about. Oh, wow. Now that's actually... You're not giving too much over to the Valentina. You have some dash to the back line. You have some possibilities. I mean, it's still, you already have nice crowd control with the Alice, so this could be workable.
Yeah, with the conceptually high diving composition that you're up against, Badang loves going up against those kind of lineups. Yeah, you get that stiff arm. You get that stiff arm up.
Well, those are the set matchups here so far, and it's two drafts that put MPL Indonesia winners up against India's best here in True Rippers, and their first chance at a performance where that trophy in the middle is at stake. $1 million prize pool, but this is just the beginning of that uphill battle. It is going to be True Rippers versus Team Vitality. Let's kick it over to your casters to start game one.
Thank you so much, Terrain Day, and we are officially about to start this debut series from India's finest up against the Indonesian champions, Team Vitality. And it seems like we've solidified the Eudora in the meta so far, at least here in day one, together with the Ling.
That they did. Brigida already an early flicker being burned out by Asuna, but that's fine. You know, that's what you got that for. This is usually what we see in the early game anyway. Some pressure in the mid lane. You want to go ahead and burn out some battle spells, or if you can essentially get a first blood, that'd be great. Let's go ahead and take a look, though, at the emblem setup. So far, again, Ling has been hyper scaling throughout today alone, day one. Paired up with Eudora works so well because you can set things up, but I love the Badang pick. As you can see, even the emblems that is rolling here for Kimmy, like you've just got good movement speed, good setup potential. Speaking of Kimmy right now, whoa, a little bit too much, burning his own flicker, first blood to Vitality.
I mean, the Badang is a really great pickup if you're just really looking to disrupt, if you want to interrupt whatever engages the opponents might do against you. But in those kinds of scenarios where they're just all going in at the same time, it's tough. Oh!
Okay, Jens gets the purple buff. They're going to force this fight, it looks like, anyway. Early on, Kimmy picks up a kill. Some revenge now for True Rippers. They say, get out of my jungle.
And the difference is Kimmy's not alone.
Yeah, Kimmy's not alone.
Kimmy had help there, so with that fist break at least landing and catching multiple opponents, then there was a better punish that you got to see from True Rippers this time around. Handing them over the very slight advantage you're seeing, but that's not a start that you'd want for a Ling jungler, because you really just wanted to interrupt his farming. You don't want him to get those early kills, but now you somehow got him involved in the early skirmishes this game.
Oh, okay. Maestro's up to something. Moreno's got his own Tempest Blades. Turtle's going to be up first objective, but I think True Rippers wants to go ahead and just take their time with this. They know positioning is in their favor. You got half health on your jungler. Ians doesn't want to take this fight just yet.
They're going to hold this though. True Rippers are at least going to position themselves here, but this is an Akai that we're talking about. An Akai trying to fight the objectives, but there you go. Finn finally shows up.
There it is. There's a Throne of Ruin already used. Tempest of Blades comes down too. They'll just go for the fight. Moreno uses his own, and now Niall will lock down in there. Emon comes through with a blazing duet. Couple bodies dropping over here into this fight, but the fight for the turtle looks like it's going to go over to Vitality.
That was too much crowd control from Team Vitality, and we were just highlighting the impact of an Akai in the objective fight. Oh, wait!
He's 1 HP. Oh, Moreno's around the corner, goes in with the flicker to capitalize another kill.
That's a massive win you get to see from Team Vitality, taking the objective and multiple kills across the board against True Rippers. Asuna will be here though. I don't think they will get to find any trades from this rotation that you're seeing. But Vitality are just so quick to convert. They're just so proactive across the map, winning it out. And now you see how much gold they've secured for Eman, which you would assume is not going to be the best possible matchup, considering that he is up against the carry, who, by the way, is also a Master Assassin.
Yeah, wanted to basically go 1v1 in that lane, try to get the upper hand for Garcia, but you know, this is one of the cases, right? When you build this kind of composition that's supposed to snowball, and especially for your Ling, again, if you get delayed, then the whole team's affected to an extent, right? And you're talking about 2,000 gold lead. It's nothing too crazy. It's still early on in the game. But my main concern here, Brigida, is that next turtle that comes up. True Rippers definitely wants to get in a better position when it comes to actually taking the objective. And it seems like Team Vitality is just willing to go ahead and force a fight, you know, try to get the upper hand in terms of fight.
Yeah, because I like that they're confident. They try to position themselves first, but hold on, Garcia's all alone here.
Oh, Garcia's got no flicker too. You're just not going to be able to escape this. An easy pickup there as it goes over to Emon, plus the damage on the turret. Asuna too late to the fight.
All right, so this time around, going back to what we were talking about, True Rippers, at least they do make some attempts. They try to position themselves early on. They have the slight advantage because, again, they do have their very own sources of crowd control. But the thing is, I feel like Kimmy is starting to become a much vulnerable target for Vitality because they have much more crowd control. Hold on, though, Niall.
Okay, I was going to say, what are they up to? They get the flicker out, though, from Garcia. So, again, a battle spell used. It just came off cooldown. And now you're not going to have it. Plus, your tier 1 turret goes down in that gold lane.
How much gold has he possibly
lost
in that moment? And how much has went over to the hands of Eman, who's now 201 and who took all these energy shields from that turret down bottom? It's Vitality clearly having the advantage here in this upcoming objective. Asuna couldn't even go anywhere close, not even Kimmy, because I feel like they're really playing from behind. And this is an objective that they are going to give up. No trades across the map whatsoever too, so it's as if True Rippers are now forced to play reactive against Team Vitality.
Yeah, they kind of have no choice here at this point, Brigida. They gotta either potentially look for an all-out play, but so far it's just been responding to what Team Vitality is doing. Rahansha too, 1v3, gonna get thrown back away from the turret, burns the flicker too, and goes down anyway. That's just how much of a lead Vitality has right now against True Rippers.
Well, I'm not sure why they went back as well. It was possibly trying to take their attention for a much longer time, since True Rippers were trying to look for trades on the other side of the map, but I feel like even then that was a bit too much time, because they would have gotten it either way.
Oh, Kimmy goes in with a lockdown, but it's Emon. Doesn't even pop the Purify, but now he's going off. Tempest Blade's going to be used. They're going to Forcify anyway, and he'll get out. Purify used. Here's the Conceal. Does Vitality choose to fight? No, they're just going to push into the jungle further.
That is not the easiest target to catch if you are True Rippers. Going up against or trying to lock down the Claude on a Purify with the BMI, with only just the Badang to rely on for crowd control, because not even Asuna could come close. Garcia!
Oh, Garcia. Just not having a good time in this game. A Fatal Links once again. It's Kimmy the target. Emon's in the area, but it's a double for Nile. And this is the thing of Vitality just choosing their targets at leisure. This is the problem for True Rippers. They don't really have an answer to this tempo that's been set by Vitality.
Yep, wherever Eman is, that lane is just so active. You draw him a couple moments to go down bottom, and now it's already the tier 1 going down. And you see him up top, and now even that goes down. And Rihansha could barely survive this. Ian goes in though.
Goes in, comes Blades, but you want to get out of there. Shogun's right here. He's charged up, goes in with 1-2 punch, and will take out Asuna under it. But can Kimmy get a kill? Converted over? No, he can't. So it's again just True Rippers scrambling, looking for anything across the map. They're going to lose a tier 1 turret. This turtle, 3 for 3. Should go over to Vitality unless they just waited out for that Lord to come through.
Yeah, and they could no longer anticipate the angles from which Vitality are actually coming from. Shogun isn't being checked at all. He's just free to go in for these very aggressive plays, even 1v1, considering the amount of lead that's already in their hands. It's 5K. I feel like a majority of it is in the hands of Eman as well, by the way, but you haven't seen the Blazing do it in action just yet too. So that just adds to multiple layers of the threats that you have to think about when you're going up against Team Vitality. True Rippers, at this point, is it really just counter-engage that they can rely on? Because they have the Badang, they have the Alice, they have set up potential, but their scaling is just mostly gonna take some time.
Yeah, Shogun doing what he wants to do here up on this bottom side. Ians will go ahead and survive. Half health, he's actually gonna go use the Retribution. Lord's already taken too. Tempest Blades used. Shogun might get caught, does have to burn the flicker, and he's able to escape. Even with the Conceal, here comes the rest of Vitality though to counter punch. There's the lockdown from Nile, their own version of Tempest of Blades, but from Moreno, and fighting under the turret with Emon blazing to it, shooting everywhere he wants to, and now Rahansha as well. They'll clean up. Rahansha can't do anything but just watch the team get decimated under these turrets. He can't escape, trying to get away with the Gleam, and just barely will survive.
And that's the damage from the Blazing Duet that we've been talking about. So much has been forced out of True Rippers in just that single fight without even the Lord by their side. Now they pop the Holy Shields down bot, and the Lord will get a much easier access to their base turrets. True Rippers, they're falling behind significantly. That 5K gold lead we've been talking about earlier has now doubled the amount, and Finn goes in once again.
Devastating here on the defense. Kimmy gone in an instant, as well as their turret. Lord is still up here. Conceal going to be used. Finn off the off angle. Emon's going to jump in with the Blazing Duet, firing off on Garcia and Rahansha. Gleam there, trying to escape. Thrown a Ruin used as well. And now here comes the Tempest of Blades. Can they turn it around? A kill's picked up, but Emon will just fire on the base as Vitality will take game 1.
The Lord has not been dealt with, and True Rippers lost sight of how important it is. They were unable to defend, and Team Vitality, with such a clean performance from the laning all the way to the late game, if it was even the late game, took this game away from True Rippers in a very dominant fashion.
No late game inside of that one, Brigida. Under 10 minutes for that game 1. You know, Vitality, again, this is it's their own journey from all the way through Indonesia, the professional league there, up to this point now here for MSC. And you could see it in game one against a team who's also new on this stage, this international stage. You know, this is something that can be looked at as a big lesson learned for True Rippers. But if you break it down, it's one of the things where there's so many things, so many boxes that True Rippers has to check off here. I mean, from the get-go, as we look at the highlights here from SDC, you can see how this all started. There was an attempt off of this of, you know, get up our jungle, but then they kind of lost track of the map and, you know, keeping Garcia basically covered. I mean, Garcia a lot of times didn't have even a chance, you know, to survive in that gold lane.
I think this just poses multiple questions for True Rippers in terms of that game and the approach that they really want to go for. The lineup, you could see that they probably want to just go for counter engage or maybe a bit more of the punish quote-unquote attempt when it comes to playing against a team like Team Vitality. There are just so many dives. They have multiple ways to also respond, but at the same time, they were just, it came to a point where they were just too behind that they couldn't even respond anymore, and they were just constantly run over by Team Vitality. And there's just so much that we have to talk about in regards to what they have to do to get back in this series. So let's leave it to the panel as we throw it back over together with Rain Day.
Thank you so much, Brigitte and Naisu. I mean, what do they need to do to get back in this series? My goodness, I might be like, you know, trying to figure out theory of relativity before Einstein took a stab at it, because it could be a little bit of an unsolvable problem right now. The fastest game we have seen so far, true dominance from Team Vitality, and True Rippers just trying to stay engaged, but it was a tempo problem.
Yeah, it was a huge gap in experience and skill overall. You saw them, they're great with the counter punch at the start. They were able to punish the aggressive start of Team Vitality, but it was that first turtle that we were talking about behind the scenes where you really saw, it's like, man, if only they just held on to some key skills to wait for Vitality's counter go, maybe that could have been better, but now they just went all in.
Yeah, I think what we wanted to see from them was what we saw in that very first counterplay that they had. They kind of let Vitality come to them. They got a quick play against it. There was one other point where they were able to do the same thing when Vitality was up in that top lane and they went for play on the bottom and got a tower. But outside of that, they were just scrambling. It was always chasing after whatever Vitality was doing, following Vitality's tempo instead of setting their own, and falling into just about every trap that Vitality wanted them to.
And it's really hard for a team to come into a position like this and try to set the tone, trying to set the stage when you know that this stage has been occupied by teams who have been there, done that, and are on their way to try to repeat. And so you coming in as a newer team and with a big representation of India on your back, how do you have the confidence to do that? And I think we saw in the interview that maybe they didn't right now, but maybe this game will show them that if you don't bring the confidence, it's going to be a fast exit.
Yeah, I feel like with them having the thought of, you know, there's no pressure on us, and then trying to find that confidence, it felt like they were overcompensating with just the wrong timing of where they're going in the map or what play that they're trying to make specifically. So pro players in MLBB have already spoken so many times before where because they were at this certain mindset, they didn't realize they were overlooking something. Whether it's when they use their skill or when the opponent has used their skill, they've lost track of that. And I feel like that's sort of what happened with True Rippers.
I think there's hesitation there. You're kind of going, yeah, okay. What did happen with True Rippers then?
A lot happened. I don't know if they just weren't mentally ready for this game. I think when a game goes like that, when a game ends in under 10 minutes, there's not a whole lot to say.
No, there's not.
You walked in, you played wrong. I think at this point, we need another game before I can really say maybe they just weren't ready for this. Maybe there's still a lot on the table that they need to perfect. The draft looked good. This is these are playable picks. We saw very similar drafts from earlier teams that won. So the draft wasn't exactly the problem. I think it was coming into that game, there was a lot of small issues, not having vision on Shogun when he got that big play from them. Their mid lane, Eudora just walking off on her own, no one checking bushes, they were split up. Vitality was running out as a unit. TRX, everyone was kind of doing their own thing.
I do think with Team Vitality, though, the difference maybe in Series 2 that I've noticed, and Rinmar, I want your thoughts on this. Team Falcons PH had a pretty similar level of, when the game was over, dominating across GZG. However, they did lose that early game, and they were down for like 5 minutes before they clawed back. Team Vitality looked like they stepped on the gas and they never let go. Does that signal a little bit of the strength of what this team might be bringing to the overall conversation to you, or is it more about just what True Rippers are allowing them to do?
I feel like it's more of what True Rippers are allowing them to do. The most glaring play for me was with that first turtle was they fought way too hard, way too early, not even respecting the fact that the Paquito was on its way to join the fight. Once the Paquito of Shogun showed up, it was pretty much over. They wanted to get some early little trades of health, but then that just ended up punishing Kimmy on the Badang even more. And once they lost Kimmy on the Badang, once Shogun joined in the Paquito, the math does not math damage-wise. The team with the Paquito will out-damage you in the early game.
To extend on that point even more, if Vitality was up against possibly certain other teams, or when we see some of these top regional teams go up against each other, even with an 8K gold lead, you might not try to go for a base end at 8 minutes, right? You might take the inhibitors, play it safe, and back off. Especially when we saw the Ling come in and get a kill. They didn't care. They're like, we know. I know that he was being kind of nice in the interview, but Vitality was very confident that we are going to get the better of them. They were kicking down doors. They were running in base, even after losing a member. You'll see it later on in this tournament. A lot of teams won't be that aggressive if they feel like the match is even.
And I think that probably tells us a little bit more. It's kind of like show, don't tell when you talk about film. It's in the same way, it's like they were kind of showing that they didn't really respect True Ripper's defense at this moment in time. Doesn't mean that they can't show us something better. And I think that's what True Ripper's task is now, to go in and say, listen, not a lot to learn. We lost completely. They dominated completely. They feel like they can do it again. So how do we now start working a strategy back to give us some hope? And if I look at you, I mean, what would you think? Is there an answer?
All right. Maybe if I was coaching this team, I'd have to talk to my roamer and mid laner real quick. I'll take a quick talk with Kimmy and Asuna. You mentioned a great point earlier where it felt like at times they weren't connected. Like they both wanted to do different things at different times just so that they could regain some sense of control in the map. I think it's best to start there. And then Rahansha, I feel like Rahansha's doing all right. We mentioned the early EXP lane exits to help your side of the river. He was able to achieve that, but it always starts with a roam mid trio. Roam, mid, jungle, how well are they rotating together? We focus on that.
I agree. I mean, I think right now, and that's the problem that we're seeing from the side of True Rippers, some of that rotation was off. There was a few times that I'm looking, and the one fight that they did win, it was on, right? All three, the jungler, we saw the big setup from the Badang. After that, once we started seeing Vitality attack those off lanes, it was either Eudora coming down to bot by herself with Badang somewhere else on the map. It was all of them caught up on that top lane, split up from the rest of the group. Repeatedly, Vitality was running 4-1 once we got into that mid game, to whereas on the side of True Rippers, it was like 2 at top, 1 in mid, 1 at bottom, Ling's over trying to clear lanes. There just seemed to be, there wasn't much glue holding them together throughout that game. And when you're losing that bad, sometimes it's better to just sacrifice the arm to keep the body, right? Let that bottom tier 3 go and group up to defend the rest of your team. Let a couple towers go to not lose 2 or 3 members, and that's where True Rippers started to fall there.
Yeah, you can hope that this is maybe just a feeler game, right? Maybe this is just something they were needing to get out of their system, get the nerves out as well. It is a big deal, and going into this next draft, they can hopefully do something similar, but it also like raises a bigger question for me, because we look at like Eudora and Ling coming out. I mean, to the meta for today, you could say perfect 1-2. Yeah. Yet when you get a good draft and you still perform like that, Rinmar, is it more of a conversation like, do we even try to like hit meta that well if we're not comfortable on how we're playing it? Do we try to get more of these comfort picks for us so that we feel good on our heroes?
Well, from a coach's perspective, you'd want to be able to tell your players at least one good thing to latch on to. Yeah. It's like, and that thing is right now, it's like, hey guys, our drafts are all right. You guys were able to handle that early game response really well. Let's just fix this and this and this. Hey, the 3 of you talk a little bit more. You start from somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, in reality, maybe we're being a little harsh on True Rippers, right? It is day 1. I've seen a lot of teams come in day 1, mess up, come back to day 2 without all those jitters. This is their first time on a stage like this. This is their first time against a team like this. And yes, you can do well in scrims or you can do bad in scrims, but nothing prepares you for getting on that stage and facing up against a champion of some of the top regions in the world. Because yes, you're right, they had a good draft. And everything we're saying came down to small bad decisions. And one of the big things that small bad decisions comes from is nerves, is pressure, is the comms are off, everyone's shutting down. So I think at this point, the best thing we can say for True Rippers is, just pull it together, guys. Just pull it together.
It's a big deal. I mean, you talk about MPL, obviously Indonesia, and winners of that and Team Vitality. But one of the things with regions, especially, and we know this in the Americas, Trex, where you don't have as many representatives, you don't have the highest quality of competition. You have a few stars that maybe make it and you put all your hope on. That is tough for a region to develop because you don't have the same level of day in, day out, high level competitors. And so you got to say, yes, we have to look at this maybe through a different lens. Everyone at home still rooting for True Rippers. If you come in, everyone in the crowd waiting to see what's going on. A stare down. I like it. Just saying, I'm not looking away. Neither should you.
Man didn't blink.
He did not blink. He 1 to him, 0 to the cameraman.
Ice cold.
Ice cold. What's cooler than being cool?
Ice cold.
All right.
Yeah, True Rippers, I mean, the energy is, we got to do something different. There is not much to talk about for that one. And I think that can be disappointing, but it also can, set up a conversation here. And that's why I try to give you guys the hard questions. I'm not going to take the E equals MC squared. I want you to look at these drafts and say, can you do any better? What can you do? Can you make it difficult for Team Vitality?
I was looking at their bans, and honestly, their bans are great. They took out the Freya because of the Phobia's first ban by Vitality. It was the sensible choice to take out the Freya for True Rippers. They banned the Hirara and the Marcel. I wouldn't even hate on the Badang pick because we saw the potential of it. As tricky as it could have been to run, early on we saw that glimpse of, oh, so this is what this lineup could have done. Oh, this is what they look like when they're together. I think one thing that went really well for Vitality is, besides Finn getting his comfort pick in the Atlas, Niall's timing with the Akai on the every heavy spin was great. He wasn't always using it to engage. Most of the times he was using it to play defensively. All right, thanks True Rippers for using all of your skills. Let me punish you with my heavy spin, and then there's no way you can get away. So Vitality did a lot of things right.
I think True Rippers maybe came into that game one. You see the Ling get picked up. You see the Adora. It's an aggressive lineup, right? To whereas Vitality, they took the utility jungle. They took the slight slow play. They had aggressive EXP laners. I think True Rippers maybe came in thinking, maybe we can beat them in the micro. Maybe you come from a region like that, and you see it the same with NA. You see it with a lot of, outer regions in a sense. Great micro. They want to go for those team fights. They want to meet you face to face because that's what we're good at. We're good at brawling. Maybe Vitality needs to take the slower play in game number 2. Look for a more, we can kind of just bounce you off of us in the beginning. We look for a mid to late game. We try to slow things down in that first 4 minutes.
I'm all right with that too. Weirdly enough, there's a certain level of speed in taking it slow sometimes, where you're going nice and it's easy, then suddenly you go in for the surprise, you put the pedal to the metal, next thing you know, your opponents are wondering, wait, you weren't like this for the first 5 minutes, where is this impact suddenly coming from? Where is all of this momentum coming from? And teams that aren't used to going up against teams like that will almost always get surprised by it, and similar to what we saw in game number 1, get run over.
Dangerous Grass, our map choice. It was Flying Clouds in previous game 1, so we'll have a little bit more cover towards that base and some of the areas on the map to see how that can help either slow it down or speed it up with those surprise moments Renmar was talking about.
Heroes like Hilda always doing well in Dangerous Grass. Some of those more on-the-ground assassins instead of things like Ling that can kind of really take advantage of the extra hiding spots, right? So this time, True Rippers will be on the blue side. First pick. We saw the Atlas get picked first last game. We've seen the Atlas get first picked before. It's probably been one of the more popular first picks. You don't reveal your hand too much. And it's just a great roamer right now with the crowd control, the amount of movement it has across the map. It could definitely be a first pick here from True Rippers.
Yeah, considering that they banned out the Valentina, I feel like that's exactly what they're setting up for, unless they have another pick in mind. If they suddenly swerve us all and pick an old surprise first pick in the Juice In just because they want to take it away from Moreno, because this Valentina ban could be two ways, either because they want to set up an Atlas, or they saw Moreno and the Valentina said, I don't want any more of that. But then are they more onto that mindset of taking away some of Moreno's best picks, one of them being the Juice In? Hopefully it's not that, and hopefully they're setting up for the Atlas.
They ban out the Ling. So Jushin's still open. But with the Ling gone, you do at least take away some of that aggression. But Vitality doesn't need the Ling, honestly.
Yeah.
They've already shown, we can beat you with the Akai, and we get the swing back. So if they do take the Atlas on the side of True Rippers, Vitality still gets Akai, Jushin, something like that. So Vitality looking good on the swing back with the 2 picks from Red.
If it is Akai Jushin and they go Atlas first, what do True Rippers respond to make it difficult for Akai to have the same level of impact they had last game?
Oh, that's more of an execution question now. You're going to be able to poke it constantly, take away its health. A lot of the great impact that Nile had was because True Rippers already used their dashes or already used their skills that could stop the Akai. So a little bit more on the timing within the game itself.
So in that question, is it just also prioritizing, if this is our weakness, we're getting caught out, heroes that have a little bit more mobility or have more abilities to deal with CC and still stay in the fight and be relevant?
Yeah, that could work too, but then again, it's like, how are they going to use it? How are they going to use all those tools that they have? If their timing is off, it's going to go to waste.
Honestly, first pick Jushin's able to kite away from the Akai if Vitality wants to go for it. I know we were kind of like yelling about it, but then you still get the Atlas on the side of Vitality, but you pick up Purify on the Jushin, and then you can kind of play around. They end up going for the Atlas, so there it is.
Yeah.
We talked about Moreno on the Jushin. Do we think it's a definite lock, Remar?
Oh, if they do, that's gonna be a bit of an ego pick. An ego in the good way. It's like, it's that Vitality ego. It's like, I know we're better than you. Let me show you some of our old favorite tactics of like packing a sprint on this Juice In, giving it a Sky Piercer, and then suddenly it's just gonna go crazy because you gave it way too many kills early on. I could see them doing that, honestly.
2 picks coming up for Vitality. Atlas taken away this time for True Rippers, who start with that. Let's see what Vitality do to respond.
With the way that Vitality won last game, they could also completely steer a new way. And Harara was left open, so we are going to get to see some aggression on the jungle of Vitality. As their second pick, Selena, this is exactly what I said. After winning game 1, we could see them take a complete left turn and kind of switch things up here.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't the Juice In, but this definitely goes into that school of thought of, yeah, let me just show you how much better I am than you. That's a hell of a pick. You do not see Selena come out this early. This is coming from a team that... Oh, wait, no, I just realized. Coach Panda is with Team Vitality. The last time we saw him in the MSC stage, he wasn't able to fly out. But that was the meta of Atlas at Rome. Selena was one of the picks he wanted to pick up because at least you can set up some traps so that you can get vision. Now, this is surprising to me because the Uranus is one of the responses to the Selena in the sense of, all right, go ahead and waste your Abyssal Arrow onto me so you have a strong front line. But then they pick up a Yi Sun Shin. This requires them also getting a strong fighter type in the gold, because if they go double carries, it might be too greedy.
Freya's not open.
Yeah.
They could go for... Call me crazy, but they could go for something like a Ruby Gold.
You're crazy, but that's good.
But honestly, the Harara wants to dash in, the Selena wants to dash in. Something that can stiff arm those heroes that want to get up close and personal. It works great along with the YSS. If you want to see at least a fighter in the gold, something bulky in the gold, it could be an option for sure. Beleric gets picked up by the side of Vitality. This is a roamer we've had our eyes on. Is this a first showing so far today? We haven't seen the Beleric yet, I don't think.
So far today, yeah, it's been banned, surprisingly enough, yeah. It's gotten banned out more. Oof. What are they going to pick up at the gold? Actually, that's just my biggest question right now for True Rippers. What are you picking up at the gold lane?
Unless they swap YSS to gold.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, unless they really go a little bit back into the meta and then suddenly bring back YSS in the gold lane.
They have the option. They have the option.
They have the option, all right. They have the option.
We'll see Sun Chen the last pick for True Rippers so far. We've got 2 more to go. Is Belleric selected?
God, I'm not used to seeing that face there. I was like, who's that?
Yeah.
Who is that?
Still getting used to the newer portrait. Yeah.
Getting used to seeing that hero anywhere on.
Yeah, exactly. We usually see it in a ranked game.
Wait, that's a hero?
Suddenly, it's a meta pick in MSC. Who would have thought? 2026, everyone.
Earlier we said fire sometimes needs to be fought with fire. Sometimes you need to cool it down and try to go the opposite direction. In this case, fast game, fast win for Team Vitality. Do True Rippers try to match that pace and out slug them, or is this better if True Rippers trying to find a lineup that just survives and just builds towards seeing more gameplay?
It depends on whether they believe they just played bad last game.
Right.
Or if they truly think that Vitality's a little bit better.
What do you believe they think?
We're going to find out.
We'll find out. We don't need to find out for you to believe.
I mean, I don't know yet.
Do you think they see it as a mismatch?
I think they drafted very well last game, right?
Okay.
Like I said, I agree with their draft last game. So coming into game 2, whereas it all nerves last game, right?
Yeah.
That's tough, man. That's tough. I already said that I think they should slow play this game. I don't think they should come in thinking we can just go all out. You're up against Indonesia, which is known as a brawly region. They're great at micro mechanics. They're great at going toe-to-toe, especially with regions like this. They're kind of the stoppers for other brawly regions. Don't get me wrong, Vitality have great macro, but they are ready to headbutt with you a bit. So I don't know if that's the direction True Rippers should go, but hey, they might take it there. They got a YSS right now, so they kind of have to.
Yeah.
Renmar?
Aerith, gold. If they decide to go for like a fighter in the gold lane, they will
Give me
not
a
have
Ruby
the firepower. Ruby gold, and then they're gonna turtle it out and just hold the fort down for their YSS with the Selena around, with the Herrera around. That's gonna be a tough ask unless True Rippers are gonna surprise us with a pick here. But no, they'll play it stable. They'll go for a double carry, a Gord in the mid, a greedy lineup, but they have the damage.
Maybe that's what they felt. I mean, it seemed like the tempo was they wanted to counter engage, right?
Yeah.
So there was a lot of understanding that they were going to brawl. The choke comes out, and we were going to deal with the brawl. Maybe they felt they didn't have enough damage to properly punish the counter engage from Team Vitality. So a different, but I think clear approach, Renmar, and what True Rippers wants to do in game 2.
Yeah, you can see the idea there. It's just with Uranus games, it's always really good or really bad because your EXP laner doesn't have strong crowd control, but the rest of them do. So the crowd control is there somewhat.
To an extent, yes, you have some crowd control with the Moskov, but again, like, it's more defensive crowd control. And my big worry for True Rippers right now is with how they lacked crowd control last time, they're easily able to get dived on. It's looking very similar.
All right, well, game 2, will it spell another sub 10-minute win for Team Vitality, or will True Rippers be able to even up the series? Let's send it over to Naisu and Brigitte for game 2.
True Rippers cannot let this end sub 10, and they have to find a way back into the series in order for us to get into a game number 3, but Team Vitality, they just came into this with a Selena mid, very similar to what we've been seeing from their women's division, but also a Belleric XP lane.
Belleric XP, man. I mean, we've been seeing so much of Belleric the past few weeks that, you know, it's like, oh yeah, he's gonna go in the XP. There's an arrow landing, Moreno. Okay, Asuna at least holding on to that flicker. Nice little stun with the projectile. Has that damage on Finn too, but will be okay. This is one thing I have to say though too. Yeah, Belleric in the XP, he's running the Revitalize, and so just as the panel mentioned, you know, over in the studio, they said they like to fight. Indonesia loves to fight, and now they can extend them even further. An arrow's gonna land, you're thrown in the air, you have nowhere to go. First blood in the hands of the Maestro.
Yep, the Belleric in the XP lane, I think we are yet to see a successful game from, but the Selena has been very 50-50. We all know for a fact that it has been. In this scenario, though, it's been one of the more successful Selena games as she gets 2 consecutive kills in a row.
Brigitte, they said it. You know, this is an ego pick. The fact that Selena was brought up that early in the draft and now you've gotten yourselves 2 kills, you know exactly why it was picked up that early in the draft. So this is a problem that True Ripper is going to have to deal with now for the rest of the game.
Yeah, because you have to worry about you being spotted out and you having to evade all these abyssal arrows that have so far always been connecting towards the right targets for Moreno. So it's really becoming a statement right here. The Eagle pick is working wonders for them, if ever it is, because the rotations have been completely disrupted for True Rippers. You don't even see them confidently take control nor show up in the river. Just look at how Shogun is holding down all these bushes and making sure that they keep every single member of True Rippers in check.
Let's see what happens here. Again, playing on this map too, dangerous grass, extra bushes to work with. You're gonna force out the rest of the members of True Rippers here for this fight. Mountain Shock are gonna be used too. They're gonna come in for the lockdown, and SOD already thrown out. Good kill on Nile. This is what True Rippers need to be able to go ahead and secure themselves an objective. They have all the room to work with right now as EANS will secure the turtle. Fight's gonna break out. There's the Gush, and True Rippers, they've awoken in game 2.
One of the tankiest members extending that fight, actually leading to an advantage for True Rippers right there. I don't think Nile nor the rest of Team Vitality had enough damage to just take down this Uranus, this Rehansha who's been just standing in the way for so long. Even Kimmy just baiting out some of their attention and taking in majority of the damage too, eventually allowing them to get access to Nile. So this is maybe one of the potential workarounds for this draft, is just really sustaining everything as much as you can, because mostly the damage is gonna come, yes, from Moreno. Like the burst damage, in terms of burst, it's really just gonna come from Moreno at this point in Nile. But as long as you get to tank everything, then maybe there could be a way around this for True Rippers.
Yeah, that way is their tanky front line. Vision used. There's a whole wombo combo for Finn. Another kill picked up here for True Rippers.
True Rippers are starting to be a lot more active than you expected them to be. A really great setup on that Fatal Links, as you've seen, but Rehansha too, the way that he's been moving around, I think it's really big help.
And SOD, again, Suna with a pickup kill. Next one, looking for more in the mid lane. Arrow thrown out. Finn joining the fight. Has a flicker, but doesn't want to risk it, so they just disengage for now. Vitality now in this position where they're second guessing some of these engages against True Rippers, and that's exactly where they want to find themselves currently, because it's just, you don't want to give too much over, right? Yeah. This Gourd, we've seen it before. There's a reason why the Gourd has really picked up in the meta. You get a couple kills going on him. That Mystic Gush is a great zoning tool, but it's also obviously a big damage tool. And that's something they have to watch out for, because not only are you working around Abyssal Arrows for Vitality, the potential for a pickoff with a kick from the Cho, but even True Rippers, this composition has its strengths, and one of them is that amount of synergy that comes with the ultimates plus that Gush.
Which is really interesting, because it seems like True Rippers are the ones who are going for the more brawly plays and team fights from this point onwards, but they're setting up for this objective. Shogun finally going to be part of this team fight. We haven't seen the Belleric just yet. Oh, but Finn misses that flicker!
Yep, not the setup they were looking for. Down into the Rapid Dryad to be able to pick up one. Shogun gone. Emon under the Zaman Force. They're still going to be firing off, and if Finn falls again here too. True Rippers fighting Vitality, and Emon trying to get away, but will not be able to escape Rehansha. True Rippers, they found their footing.
If you want to fight brawls, if you want to go all out on team fights, then True Rippers are doing exactly just that. They're playing around Ian, they're playing around Asuna. And even if you wanted, or we wanted to point out the fact that maybe this wouldn't be, oh, hold on, Jens
is going to be able to survive just 1 HP.
Yeah. He cannot go down like that. Just as True Rippers were already getting the advantage. But going back, this seems to be a very straightforward approach for True Rippers, but it's working out for them really, really well. I guess we're starting to feel the demands of hope.
Oh, he's going to go for the kill too. Went in for the kick. Ian's able to get enough health back. And Finn is the one to get punished. A misstep there from Finn.
Yep, so maybe we are starting to feel the demands of how skill shot based or how mechanically dependent these compositions are for the Team Vitality. You really have to layer them out really well. It has to follow a certain sequence, whereas True Rippers can just be in your face. They could just create space, and they could just allow their damage dealer to do their thing. Team Vitality seems to be a bit more precise in terms of the teamfight approach.
Oh, Emon. He tries to get away, pop the Purify too. An engagement in the mid lane. Zaman Force already dropped down. There's the Gush on Finn trying to escape. An SOD thrown out as well. The Revitalize, though, helps the fight as they fight back, but Shogun goes down. A arrow thrown out, and now Finn looking for more. They re-engage once more. Niall not able to capitalize on a kill unless he can go back into this fight. He looks for the moment. He goes in under the turret, able to pick up a double kill for Niall. Looking for potentially more. And again, he has the Sky Piercer, so that's 2 stacks.
And they've somewhat turned things around here for Team Vitality, at least for now. They're already able to lessen the lead, but Niall is still being chased by Rehansha here. Okay, we'll get the objective, but Rehansha.
Can he escape? Yep. He's going to be fine again. This Uranus very strong, and he's had a solid game so far. Again, 3-0-4. He is the bulwark for the team currently, but Vitality shows some fight in them. You know, off of that exchange in the mid lane, plus an objective, they slowly make a baby step in the right direction, but still, True Rippers up amidst it all. Nice little Wrath the Dryad there, used up. Garcia will be able to survive, though. Good thing for some backup up on the other side of the map. They're going to be going and once again on Ians. He falls. Top turret. Kimmy could be next.
Okay.
He gets taunted with Shogun. He tries to get away. Popping the conceal, but Emon won't let it happen as he takes down Kimmy.
So much happening all over the map. I might want to take a look at the items right now. I am really eager to see what builds have they been picking up, especially for Cho and Balearic, and it seems like they're just going for tank.
Yeah.
But despite that, you could really feel how much pressure they're actually able to put onto the opponents, how much they're able to actually maybe get out of True Rippers, but I would want to see more, especially from Finn. Maybe a more accurate way of the dragon and targeting from Team Vitality, and that, even if it wasn't a kick, was a really good one.
Would you call that accurate? I mean, he got the flicker out, right?
He somehow got the flicker out, and I think that's a win for Team Vitality.
That's one of those things, though, with a Cho, you know, across them, you don't know sometimes if they're going to full commit to it or not. Sometimes you're like, hey, it's better a flicker than a death, you know? So that is burned from Asuna, but still, nonetheless, still alive and still in charge, at least for now. Barely for True Rippers. Again, they got a turret up ahead of Vitality, plus a little bit of a gold to work with, but this Lord coming up in 10 seconds will tell us a whole lot of where this game is going.
And by the way, it has always been here in mid. Majority of the action has been here in mid. I feel like Team Vitality, for what, because of how frequent the fights have been happening in mid, Vitality have somewhat taken advantage of that. They've been doing things on other parts of the map, which has really lessened the lead, but Kimmy...
There's a kick right on the mark. They're going to take out Kimmy after the Fatal Links is used, but he's gone. SOD thrown out now on the disengage for Vitality, so they're going to take an advantage of it. True Rippers will take down the tier 1 in mid, even down a member. Now they're going to potentially get set up around this Lord pit here.
Okay, so True Rippers, despite what we were pointing out, just really wanted that tier 1 in mid perhaps, but Finn, does he find another one?
Oh, Finn wants to go. G-Kundo. Salmon Force drop down. They're going to force the fight once again in the mid as Ians is taken out. And now next, the taunt comes through as Rehansha falls. And now with multiple down for True Rippers, Lord for the taking here for Team Vitality.
It was just sheer damage, sheer aggression from Team Vitality to equalize this scenario in this game. Shogun might just get caught here with the Fatal Links though, but the damage is not enough.
The damage is not enough. The Revitalize is all you need. Kimmy trying to get away, but a missile arrow will land, and it's a double for Niall again. Stacks on stacks for this Hurrara.
And they will take that tier 1 away from True Rippers just the same. Now the lead, which was in the hands of True Rippers for the longest time, is now over to Vitality, and they also have a Lord. It's been 10 minutes of somewhat team fights happening in mid, skirmishes and scrambles happening here and there, but now it's Vitality who somewhat still have the better grasp of the macro and are now pushing True Rippers to defend for now.
It seems so quick for the momentum to shift over in favor of Team Vitality. Off of a lot of forced fights or, you know, these skirmishes happening in the mid lane. You can see the stacks here too for Niall. He's got that 44 on the Sky Piercer, and, you know, that's deadly to deal with because the way that we've seen the Hirara played is just kind of in and out. You know, you're utilizing the iframes that you have. You have that good amount of damage. You can kind of weave in and out of fights, and now that you have multiple stacks in this way, you're a big threat to the rest of True Rippers.
Yeah, at least for True Rippers, they have decent wave clear. They were also able to at least take control of that top lane so they don't feel as much pressure in terms of the synced up waves crashing. But there goes a Mountain Shocker. They have an idea of where Team Vitality currently are, but they're not going to focus on a fight just yet. But there are flickers in Team Vitality's hands, so they might have to watch out for that.
Again, a play could be made here by Finn. A BOD was just picked up by Nile as well. Finn right there in the mid. Not sure if he's going to commit to it. Doesn't just yet. Again, Kimmy waiting for that flicker to be available so that he could potentially set something up. I'd love to see this, all this time that Garcia has had to go ahead and farm up on the Moskov, to go ahead and turn the tide with a great SOD or, you know, some initiation from the fight from True Rippers, because they've got that potential. They just got to go ahead and get the upper hand. Let's take a quick look at the items here.
Yep. They already have the damage. That's the Trinity already built in here for Garcia, and he also has just locked in the Rose Gold Meteor. So even if Lee, let's say, unfortunately gets to take that Abyssal Arrow, he could probably survive an additional hit or two. But that's the thing, True Rippers, I like how they're being very careful about this. They didn't want to force a fight, especially without a Garcia in range for the Wrath of Dryad.
Wrath of Dryad used. Kimmy can't get away, and there's the setup they were looking for, right on target. As Asuna is gone, 2 down for True Rippers. And it was these arrows, once again, from Moreno that just brought Kimmy low enough for them to collapse down. Just like they'll collapse on the tier 2 turret. There's a push up top from Garcia. But the base turret and mid's going to be worked on here. The minions will be cleared out. Lord is coming up. Team Vitality will make their way.
They're pretty much left with no choice. I like how they're at least getting trades, though. This is different from game number 1. Garcia goes back in, though.
And Garcia joins after that, throwing that SOT.
Yeah.
True Rippers will be able to go ahead and hold up on this front side. It looks like they want to go ahead and at least stall out Team Vitality. The rest of the team is up here. Could they potentially take this Lord? They got to dance around these Abyssal Arrows. Nile joining the fight now too. They're going to be going, looking for a potential fight already for the Lord. Everything already thrown out. Moreno's gone. Lord secured though by Nile. The fight still breaking out. Finn finally goes down. True Rippers trying to win the fight here. They might have lost the Lord, but they can take more with them. They're going to go for Shogun. They get the stun. It's a double for Garcia.
And that's when Finn couldn't even land. The stuns wasn't even able to just kick Ian's out of the way to secure the objective. Let's take a look at that replay, because I feel like there was a clear attempt, at least from Finn, to just deny the retribution from Ian's here. He was just trying to chase after him, and he did not successfully do so. But the knockups, the damage, the splash damage that just came from that team fight, which was a really messy team fight at that, it helped so much in terms of how Vitality were able to just win the objective, and that is what really matters at this point. At least they're not able to hand over the complete advantage to True Rippers, but nonetheless, True Rippers were actually able to somewhat balance out that fight. It's not a huge loss despite them not getting the objective.
It was really good usage of the tools they had at hand. True Rippers, I mean, Eons as well, being able to avoid what Finn was trying to do. You know, those little micro decisions around the Lord, staying alive, being able to get being able to stay alive, even if they lost the Lord, it's still potentially to turn it around, because the key members stayed alive here. Garcia being one of them, and it's so important. Again, his spacing, his positioning on the Moskov. He's done a phenomenal job not dying, utilizing his Purify when he needs to. But now you got to be the guy to also turn these fights in your favor. And there's a whole lot they can do off the Fatal Links. A Conceal's going to be used, scouting out a potential target. They won't find it just yet, though.
Yeah, and even the entries through the SOD, I think, have been really great for Garcia. It's not like he just goes in and puts himself in a very dangerous position. It's more calculated timing that you're actually seeing from him. Let's take a look at the gold distribution so far, and even in terms of scaling, I think he's been doing great, matching Eman in the gold lane. And the last time we checked, he was actually ahead in terms of gold, so it's really great. But that's a Purify.
Yep, Purify used. They're going to go for the re-engage here. They're going to disengage for now. An arrow is going to be able to land. They're going to force it anyway. A Fatal Links into the Mystic Gush. Moreno off the off angle. Going to be looking for more. Immortality going to be popped from Kimmy. A projectile thrown out, but it's a double for Nile. They're able to go ahead and pick up 2, expending a lot of battle spells. And SOD just thrown out. Not going to connect, though.
iframes. The iframes. Ian's going to find the kill.
Finn on the hunt. He goes in with a flicker. There's the kick they're looking for, right into the hands of Nile. Another kill picked up. Team Vitality, what more can they take at this point?
3 members taken down, and they also took that orange buff. To answer your question, they're just really focusing now on resources because we're about to see a Lord spawning in 6 seconds. But let's take a look. That was a clear counter engage. They had all the reasons to do this simply because they already had information. Ians was all alone. They could go for the chase, and Hirara is just one of the best heroes to rely on in terms of that and outputting the necessary damage. They're waiting for this. Are we actually going to wait for an entire minute, though? Because the Evolved Lord will take an entire minute, it seems like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Lord secured. Now, at this point, again, it's Breeder in that situation, right? Backs against the wall. So I don't want to count them out, though.
Yep.
Even with that, that Lord secured, Team Vitality will have to kind of take their time going into this fight because of the nature of the composition. A lot of times, like I said, they're playing around the arrows. They're sort of also waiting to see what Kimmy decides to do with that Fatal Links, because they have to avoid that combo, that Wombo combo we've been seeing so much of. Fatal Links, Mystic Gush, and keeping tabs on Garcia. So with this Lord approaching the base, let's see how True Rippers want to defend against it.
Yeah, it's already full item builds for both gold laners, for all damage dealers. I think Niall's just locking in his last, and he decides to switch it up and pick up a Winter Crown to complete his build, so there could be more creative angles from this point onwards.
Comes the Lord charging in to the mid turret. Fatal Links was already used too. They'll force it anyways, utilizing the iframes. Whoa! The damage from True Rippers. They're gonna chase down Niall. He's got an immortality, but he's trying to get away. Good use of the conceal, but an SOD from Garcia will come through, and they still escape, only losing Iman in that fight. It's one base turret down, that mid one barely alive. They should be able to clear it out, even with that charged up minion. But wow, we have to take a look at the replay.
That could have been the play of the game if only Garcia was able to find the kills. But looking at the replay right now, you have to respect the wave clear. You have to respect the damage that Garcia and Asuna are actually able to output at this point in time. The way that Vitality have actually somewhat lined up in that particular sequence really favored the damage dealers here from the side of True Rippers, and now they've completely turned things around. They're the ones who are approaching the base!
Oh, they go in. Fatal Links used. Mystic Gush already expended. Emon back for the fight. Kimmy's gone, and now they're going to get chased down in the mid lane. An arrow's going to land on Asuna. They're going to follow through as Asuna falls, but Garcia is unleashing once again. Comes through clutch for True Rippers to send Vitality back to the base.
The double marksman setup is still here.
Moreno.
Moreno, does he want to take that on?
No, Moreno, what are you doing? He went for it, and he gets punished anyway.
That was too late game, marksman. You were potentially going to go up against with the Abyssal Arrow nor the trap not landing. It was a very difficult spot for Moreno at that point. But this was the engage that changed everything. It was that Fatal Links combo, making sure that they found the targets, but I think this was also a sequence of miscalculations from Team Vitality as well. Finn once again did not really land that flicker. At the same time, the entries from Moreno and Niall weren't really in accordance to what they wanted to do, and now we see Ian's falling just before the Lord.
Yep. That's a solo kill right there. That's unfortunate timing as the Lord is up. This was the replay, so Niall knew where to go, and he can win that fight. You, as the hero, especially with the stacks, you can win that fight. Now this Lord, an Evolved, mind you, will go over to Team Vitality because the jungler is not available for True Rippers.
So much has been happening here, but it's Team Vitality still being able to take this Lord freely from the hands of True Rippers. So they're just waiting, and they wanted to spawn at a certain moment in time here in this game. As they take away all the remaining buffs from True Rippers, Lians will take some time to get back in this game, but you're looking at an 80 stacks Sky Piercer. You just cannot allow yourself to get too low on HP at this point.
Yep, that's big stacks right there for Niall, and this is what, you know, was starting to happen throughout the course of the game, and that's why he's such a threat, because not only do you do that much damage, you know, even on these tankier heroes like this, look at what's going on for Kimmy already. Immortality going to be popped. They're going to force the fight anyway. A Mystic Gush will come down. Shogun's going to be the trade to the 1-for-1. Re-engage, trying to fight this out. So great choice for True Rippers. Now they have to defend, though. They have to be able to go and defend this beefed up Lord. These waves all pushing in on all fronts.
Yeah.
Only 4 members left alive.
But at least True Rippers took down their main front line. At least Shogun's gone, but now...
Once again, Winter Crown going to be used. Can't withstand it. There's the kick. They're coming in to clean up. Lord's still up. They're going to work on the base here. All they have to do is lock it down. Team Vitality will take a little bit of their time, but they'll win the series in a sweep.
It took them a while, but Team Vitality still are able to end the series 2-0. There were attempts here and there. You saw how they wanted to definitely fight back. It was highlight after highlight that you got to see, especially from Garcia, especially from Asuna, and occasionally from Ian's too, but it was just too tough of a task when they had to go in against the team fights, against the micro mechanics of Team Vitality when it mattered the most.
True.
And now they will have to go down to the lower bracket, but you know what's next for Team Vitality? They have another intense matchup awaiting in the upper bracket. We take a look at the highlights real quick before we throw it on stage.
Yep.
But it was definitely a much better one for True Rippers.
This, I feel like, again, we saw a bit more of what True Rippers are capable of. Again, this first match on the international stage here for them is a tough one, but this looked a lot more promising than what we saw in game 1 against a team, you know, like Team Vitality, who has gone through so much through the past year and everything else. And, you know, there's definitely maybe some nerves at play here for True Rippers that they just kind of have to shake off, because the idea, the concept is there. It's just, again, some mistakes really build up, and eventually those mistakes might cost you an entire game or a series.
And that's on top of the fact that they had a really scaling lineup.
Yeah.
The damage that you had to await for a Yi Sun-shin and a Moskov definitely took their time. But Asuna, Rehansha, they were pretty much able to hold it out long enough for them to become a real threat against Team Vitality. Like there were moments like this where you weren't really sure if Team Vitality still could have just closed it out, because even approaching the base, even the Lord Sieges haven't been as clean. They had to deal with massive amounts of wave clear, but the moment they were able to take out at least one, everything else followed. And now we get to hear from our winners, so let's throw it over to the stage and talk to Emma.
Thank you very much, my friends. Eman and Team Vitality victorious. What a huge performance for you and the team. But first, we got to talk about it. Game 1, super